Hello, everyone, and welcome to late night action from the Las Vegas Strip. It is the finale, to the PGT Mixed Game Series, the 25K 10-game championship. 64 entries began. There are only 7 players remaining. My name is Donnie Peters, and it is my pleasure to be joined by Alex Livingston and Chris Vitch, the absolute experts in the booth. I'm going to try and not say much tonight, let you guys carry the things here. Yuri Dzivielevski is up on top. You might have seen his name a couple days ago when he was in this very studio winning one of the trophies from this series. Yuri has a chance to take the series title. He's going to need to finish in at least second place. These guys are playing for $480,000 up top. 64K is what they are guaranteed. In addition to Yuri, Justin Liberto has to win, but Yuri can't finish in second. That'll give Justin Liberto the series title. Here you can see the 10-game mix that we're going to be playing, presented by our friends at Splash Sports. Play 7 hands of each game. Once we get down to 3-handed, we'll cut that down to 6 hands of each game, and then heads-up play will be 4 hands of each game. Gentlemen, how are you?
Doing well, Donnie. Good to be here.
Happy to be here, Donnie. This is like the only time that a 25K is a warm-up event. This is the precursor to the 100K for all these players.
Oh, yes.
You guys still playing a lot?
So getting everyone up to speed.
The book closed?
These players started playing today at about noon, a little bit before. They've been playing for quite a long time.
This is going to be potentially a pretty intense little stretch of poker here. We're playing today.
To say the least.
Tomorrow you jump right in. You know, it's a lot.
Brian Rast summing it up well.
You know, I don't know how I feel about that. I like coming in late, but I want to save the $2,500 tomorrow.
It's a hefty rate.
You're right?
Reduced rake tomorrow. Just $500 on the first entry in that 100K buy-in if you reg on time.
What time does it start?
That would be great, like getting to 2 or something.
We are picking things up here, playing Omaha High-Low.
Yeah, and I'm taking a look at the chip stacks here, and Phil Sternheimer is very, very short, so he's obviously looking for a hand to get all his money in here with, and this is certainly a strong one.
Nice. It's going to picture it, you poop. It's like the no gamble, no future.
Sternheimer looking to do just that.
Note that Yuri's coming off a win and then a second-place finish in the last 2 events he played.
Yeah, I'm surprised he doesn't have the player of the series locked up already, I guess, with Justin Liberto also having an earlier win.
And Pan, I think, did quite well as well.
Yeah, King High Pan had a first, a second, and a third.
You can leave it up front, right? Because it's
That has him ahead of Yuri.
250 back.
Here we got Justin Liberto trying to
250 right there.
finish off Phil Sternheimer, although we don't have his whole cards here, but that's a very strong flop for Sternheimer. Ace, Ace, 5, that's exactly the sort of flop you're looking to see to make sure that your low goes up in value.
Absolutely. Can't ask for much more. And he faces a lead from Liberto.
I think he should just go ahead and raise and get his money in here. Not getting away from it on any turn card.
Agree. And it's a bit of a non-standard lead from Justin. Typically, you don't see leads out of position on these low, low, high boards. But, you know, the stacks are quite shallow, and maybe he can threaten some really raggedy ace-deuce hands right away.
And what does Justin have here? Looks like a queen and
Wow.
oh,
Queen,
2 pair, queens and
Jack,
twos.
7, deuce.
No? What do I know?
Not sure I would have defended that. Great.
That's right.
Yeah, it looks a little loose to me, too. 3 diamonds.
You need the duck.
I know he's got plenty of chips here, but I would expect Phil Sternheimer to be very tight in this position. 7-handed, the pay jumps are very significant now. There's a pay jump at every position. I think we saw the payouts at the beginning there as Donnie was doing the intro.
I suppose he's thinking because Phil only has 500K, he doesn't need a ton of equity.
Wow.
The money can go in pretty quickly.
That makes it interesting. Like that one.
King on the turn.
Oh my god.
And a 4 on the end gives Sternheimer the wheel.
Oh, he didn't.
So he's going to scoop a full double here. That payout that was referenced, $24,000 right now. So just shy of a
He
full
did it to me
buy-in.
yesterday too, just as loud.
And at least 2 players at the table are very disappointed in that 4 on the river. Ryan Miller and Matthew Wantman, both at semi-short stacks here, certainly looking to grab that pay jump.
You referenced the chips, so when they were playing 8-handed, one table had
Liberto with the
Yuri,
wolf pack.
Sternheimer, Wantman, and Miller,
Imagine he
and Yuri
stacks
was
that.
just dominating. Everyone else was
Oh
pretty
my
short.
God,
The
you
other
like it.
table
It's
was
in.
kind of
Because it's
just
a
trading
five-order,
chips. Everyone was like
it's
1 to
kings
2
up
million.
or
You know,
weak.
they'd swing a couple $100K here or there. But it was very much set up for Yuri Dzivielevski to just really dominate that one table and just really increase his lead coming in here.
Yeah, and if anyone knows how to handle those tournament spots, it's Yuri. Very experienced at both tournaments and mixed games. Coming in with a ton of confidence from some, obviously, as Alex was saying, some great finishes already in this series. And it sounds like he was in a dream situation to really chip up on that money jump bubble there as we get to the final table.
Yeah, Donnie, I feel like you've been practicing saying his last name. It rolled right off the tongue.
Yeah, I was saying Dzivielevski, and then earlier today, just luck, I was out there on the floor. He was telling Sternheimer to say his name. He basically said you kind of say it like it's a G, so Dzivielevski.
Okay.
So that's
You're saying it with some confidence,
Yeah,
having
I
heard
mean,
it from
listen,
the horse's mouth.
fake it till you make it, man. Okay, like
Right.
I'll just say it. Maybe some Brazilians in the chat will help me and correct me, but
Nope,
I'm just
Miller.
gonna go with it.
Miller folds the ace-9 3-3 with the nut suit. One of the weaker ace-3 combos, and facing this this hijack open from Wantman seems very reasonable.
Definitely. Notice that Rast has a much stronger high-only hand than the one we saw Liberto defend a minute ago. This one I like much better because obviously when you flop strong with this hand, you really can mash the board. And mash it
he
he
does.
has. I wouldn't mind a lead here, I think.
10 to an 8, 2 spades present.
Maybe the hand is too strong to bet.
Yeah, I almost think that's the case. I mean, you certainly get some leads here with your range, but maybe just let Bucky put in a chip or two with a hand like this, perhaps, as he does.
That said, you probably do want a fast play, right? Because obviously you know your opponent's often going to have the backdoor low draw here, so you don't mind getting some money in now.
Yeah, raising right now feels reasonable.
10 seconds.
Again, his hand is
Can't be
so
right,
strong
he's
with the
free
straight
flop.
flush draw to go with the trip tens.
Yeah.
But out of position, you can never guarantee your opponent's going to bet the turn either, so you tend to raise a little more out of position in limit games.
Yeah, we can see Rast is 99% for the high, but of course he does want to deny Bucky some low equity here for that backdoor to that where he would have to split.
Uncomfortable for Bucky here. Yeah, I don't mind the fold. I think normally you would want to call with your backdoor low draws a lot of the time, but he figures he has almost no chance to win the high. And in these tournament spots, with Miller also short,
Yeah.
ICM's a real thing.
He needs to really try to preserve any chips that he can there. That's why maybe even checking back the flop would have been an idea. Ace king high and backdoor ace 2.
Yeah, certainly reasonable.
Wantman now the shortest stack, albeit just 75K behind Miller.
Ryan Miller has a nice little spot though, just in the sense that Wantman has to act before him, both for taking the blinds and for, you know, any actions. Not sure Ryan is going to care as much as some of the players about the pay jumps. I mean, of course, every one of these players is going to play well, but he's more of a cash game player, I would say.
Yeah.
He's had some tournament success in various events over the years, but
Really, it's Sternheimer and Mantel who have a lot of pressure on them in these limit games, trying to outlast the two shorter stacks, where Liberto and Rast perhaps have a little more room to breathe to make it through a hand or two.
yeah, they played 10-handed and then 8-handed for quite some time today. So I think that naturally we're seeing the stacks have gotten a little bit more shallow now as we've gotten to the late night stages here as we're just starting our final table.
Sternheimer staring down Rast. Early stare down. Works.
And nobody really having much here, but Rast certainly having one of the worst hands you can have, having a small pair and a
Definitely was not
4-card
playing the
rainbow
game on
hand.
that hand.
Yeah, looks like a bottom
Oh,
3% hand or so.
Really bad. Really bad.
Quite a wide range of players that we have here at this table. Some names that we would maybe expect at a mixed game high-stakes final table, like Phil Sternheimer, Brian Rast, and Yuri Dzivielevski, I think would probably come to mind. But some of the others may be lesser known to the audience as well as to the mixed game streets, including Bucky, Matt Wantman. Right?
Yeah, so Bucky is more known as being a big bet player, has a lot of experience in both no limit hold'em and in PLO. Another interesting name is Justin Liberto. He primarily was a no limit player for most of his career, but has really taken an interest in mixed games over the last few years and has become quite a good mixed game player. And then Ariel Mantel is another player who has had some success here in the studio. He actually shipped an event here just a few weeks ago, Chris, in No Limit Hold'em, and now he's having some success in mixed games as well.
Yeah, another player who has kind of transitioned to the mixed games from the No Limit Hold'em and the PLO streets. You know, looking to branch out and join our fun little circus of games and showing acquitting himself very well.
Rast here has a candidate to just flat call. Often in 08 you want to play 3-bet or fold, but his hand doesn't have a ton of high potential, and it does really well on the low side, so he doesn't mind it going multi-way.
I noticed him shoot a look over at the blinds here. I wonder if he was thinking about whether it would be better to try to push these players out or allow them to come in. He ends up going with a 3-bet, which I think obviously, as you said, you could go either way here.
Yeah, it feels like a hand that can go either way. You know, ace-high suit, I'm a little more inclined to 3-bet. 6-high suit, I might flat a little more often, but both plays are fine.
Interesting, I'm kind of the opposite. Just, I would say
you
that,
want the
like,
ace-high suit
yeah,
multi-way?
you don't mind letting the blinds in maybe with a dominated type of flush draw.
Yeah, it makes some sense. I just think, you know, you're pushing a little more equity with the ace-high suit, but two-way sword.
Liberto just goes with the call here of the 3-bet. He could choose to just 4-bet his aces. It's certainly going to be an equity favorite against almost any hand, but
yeah, in
he
a
takes
tournament,
a conservative route.
In a tournament, I kind of like calling most of my range in these spots, sort of similar to if you face a 2-bet in Raz, you know, between two wheel cards. Just keep your range a bit wider.
I think Brian Rast could get himself in some trouble here holding this dry ace of spades. This looks like the sort of board he might want to do some bluffing on, and we can see that Liberto has quite a strong holding.
Yeah, though, if I'm Liberto, I think I'm just going to check raise right away with my double gutter, overpair, and flush draw. You could play it either way, but he's got quite a lot of hand.
Yep, he goes with your plan, Alex. And now, obviously, given the large pot that Rast made pre, he's going to have to rip one off here. I'm sure he's going to be having some thoughts in his mind of if a spade rolls off,
yeah,
maybe taking the shot at this pot.
Perhaps rooting for the 9 or queen of spades, although it's one of those ones where the devil in you is rooting for it.
Oh, wow.
And it just folds.
Interesting.
Not totally crazy to me, again, just given the whole ICM constructs and the fact that he had no real or immediate equity, but would have been pretty tempted to call when they're given it was a 3-bet pot.
I take note of it because he's a very experienced high-stakes 08 player, and I think I would have peeled one off there. So maybe he's thinking a little bit that like the ace-3 in his hand is kind of a good situation, bad situation, right? He can peel it off and end up losing to an ace-deuce anyway.
Yeah, very good point.
He's glued to
Definitely noteworthy to me. So we were going through the players a little bit there. I think Matt Wantman actually made the final table of an earlier event in the series, a big bet mix, maybe dealer's choice. So
that sounds right.
I suppose he's found his way into the later events after a good result. And the only player we haven't really mentioned yet, I guess, would be Ryan Miller, who plays more primarily cash games, but also plays a lot of the mixed game tournaments.
Yeah,
certainly a very experienced player.
He's had quite a bit of success in mixed tournaments. I know I think there was one year where he won 2 bracelets in the same year.
At a later point.
Let's see how conservative he's going to be, because this would be an open for chips.
Okay.
10 seconds.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We're going to do a viewing party after we bust.
And it looks like he's going to go with
Oh,
it.
he goes with the limp.
Oh, interesting. So really trying to preserve chips here with a hand that he knows can be easily dominated.
Yeah, but also inviting players into the pot, making it a little more likely you go multi-way. I'm not sure Sternheimer definitely wants to ISO this.
Yes, so certainly a very strong holding with both the ace-deuce, the suited ace, and the ace-king. Really nothing to worry about here.
Raise 200.
And while Sternheimer does have some ICM pressure to try to avoid busting, it's great for him to play a pot against Ryan Miller and with Matt Wantman in the big blind.
Right.
It's an excellent situation for him to try to pick up some chips.
Bucky's hand would be kind of bad heads up and even worse multi-way.
Very bad flop for Phil Sternheimer here, seeing that deuce. That's the one card he didn't want to see on the flop.
Check.
I think if he was against the big blind here, he would consider maybe betting anyway, but against an early position limp, I don't think that he's going to want to bet this very weak holding now with ace-deuce here. And I am immediately proven wrong.
Yeah, it's interesting because we can see the cards, but the limp does smell a bit like ace-3, ace-4, ace-5, something in that neighborhood a chunk of the time.
Miller turning these stone nuts with a redraw.
Yeah, I like giving your opponent rope in this spot. And now maybe Phil figures he has enough to just check back. He's got the ace-7 low. He's pulled ahead of ace-4 hands on the low side.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting turn card. No, he's going to fire another shell here, hoping to get Ryan to fold something like a ace-3 or ace-4, like you're mentioning. And he's going to get some bad news here in a second. I don't see any point to slow playing here.
I agree. If Sternheimer has a wheel, you can just free roll him now, and you know,
He
he
might
might
feel
have to
compelled to
call
call anyway.
some
Yeah,
some other hands. Certainly something like ace-6, but you know, maybe some weaker hands than that.
I don't think Phil needs to call this. If you think about what sort of hands he's going to get check raised by here, I mean, even if Ryan doesn't have a wheel, he's going to have ace-6.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So it doesn't really seem like the ace-deuce or the ace-7 has any chance to be the current best hand. He would just be hoping to improve.
Yeah, I think the worst hands you see Miller here with are maybe like ace-4-6, ace-3-6.
Right. It's certainly going to be a hand that's currently scooping Phil Sternheimer. And saving 200K here for Phil would certainly be valuable. You can see the players have a huge stack of time extension chips that often don't get used too much in the limit games, although here at the final table, much more to think about and consider.
And they just added 6 more, making it to this point. So.
Ah, okay.
It's an epidemic, the time extension chips. We're going overboard with them.
It's going to be a late night, boys.
We need to reduce these time extension chips across all games, but particularly limit games.
One more?
Sternheimer, deliberate player.
And we see how big these limits are because Ryan Miller immediately shoots up into 4th place in chips. Tie for 4th. A big swing for him there. We can see that if he had raised the hand, he actually probably would have full doubled because he would have gotten 3'd up by Sternheimer. So limping or raising, both would have worked out for him in that spot.
Yeah, my lean is not to play a ton of limps there, given his stack size, and I might have just folded that hand. Chris, what do you think? Or
it's definitely like a hand that you would open in a cash game,
right,
but marginal in that situation.
Yeah.
I would agree with you that, I mean, first of all, in general, in 08, there's like not as much value in limping because stealing the blinds is always a great result. And then secondarily, in a situation where you're going to be playing quite tight, you usually just want to come in raising.
That's sort of my thinking, and that's definitely a borrowed concept from some other games, certainly in PLO. A lot of the time when you have some ICM pressure, you just play very tight, but you raise when you come in because your tight range is not going to get 3-bet that often, so you can support having raises.
Justin making a conservative fold with a marginal hand, no doubt, 3, 4, 5, 7. These sort of low connected hands in 08 are sort of marginally valuable.
Yeah, it's another one that's probably an open for chips, but reasonable fold here. Although with the players behind and their stack sizes, I wouldn't have hated an open there.
Yeah, so this is not a great hand, but I think with the suited ace and a low card in your hand, you definitely need to play a lot of hands from the small blind. I don't fault Bucky at all for coming in here.
No, both hands have to play.
Both are sort of okay with some drawbacks, right? The 4 hearts in Miller's hand are very limiting. However, flopping the nut high is nice. Wow, this is an action flop because
this is a
Bucky's
big flop for both guys.
Yeah, the money's just going to get in here. This is the sort of flop where you're just going to have to put it in. And right now, Miller's in really good shape, right? He's got a current made low and the current nut high.
Yeah, I've played a lot of PLO in my life, and this is just like the most standard PLO all in, and you're happy when you're the guy with the set and the nut flush draw. A little different here where lows play.
Okay.
But you can see the equities, pretty close.
I just only have a high hand right now.
Yeah, so if any other low card comes, a 2 or a 3, then Matt Wantman will have the better low. So both players still have chances to scoop or chop.
Right now.
You actually win the low on a deuce or a 3 because you make a live 6.
If they don't know, they don't know.
Oh yeah, cards don't speak.
Not on the street. No, not on the street.
That's actually pretty big.
Deuce, 3, 4, 5, 6, spade.
You're looking for the 2 or 3 of spades.
Queen.
Queen.
And I'm only telling you because they're going to tell you anyway.
GG, man.
Oh, whatever.
Well, the queen and the 9 are not going to do it for Matthew Wantman.
See you, boys.
We're going to lose him in 7th place.
It's a big hold, man.
The action flop that Alex mentioned results in
He runs so
Wantman out the door, $64,000 for him.
Yeah, nice showing for a guy who doesn't play a ton of 10-game tournaments.
Absolutely. And now we're seeing the pay jumps only increase in terms of raw dollar value. Phil Sternheimer now the clear short stack.
26.
Everyone left is guaranteed $88,000 right now. Next pay jump will get them up to $120,000. Reminder, they are playing for $480,000 up top.
Queen here would. Yeah, you lost the queen.
Well, I'm talking about the first one.
Okay. So yeah, 2 shots at the 33 outs.
Yeah. That's okay. It wasn't his
That's
thing.
all right. It wasn't his thing.
Definitely wasn't.
To be fair, I told him a couple hours ago when I'm in the pot, fold.
It's good looking out.
He did run bad out here. No. You had no choice to put him in.
Miller's a pretty entertaining character, Chris. I'm sure you've played a lot of hours with him.
Absolutely, a very confident individual.
Yeah, to say the least. And
I think with no ICM pressure here, I would be fine putting my money in with this hand. I know
Yeah.
it's not a great hand in 08. You'd prefer to have an ace in your hand, but double suited 4 low cards is a very reasonable hand. And Mantel picks up a tricky combo here.
yeah, I think kind of a clear open from Phil. Again, like because there's no other super short stack.
I think this hand is a little overrated by players. This hand that Ariel Mantel here holds, King, King, 8-4 double suited.
I like
The kings are okay.
Yeah.
The 8-4 is not great.
Agreed, but given how short Phil is, what do you think about just putting it in? Oh, he goes with call. I actually don't like this. I think if you're going to play this hand, you want to 3-bet it and liven up your low outs a little
No
bit.
matter what, the whole way.
Yeah, very reasonable.
I would have been tempted to just 3-bet, just given how short Phil is. Now we've let Yuri into the pot as well.
Yeah, although Yuri would have come in no matter what.
I mean,
With this
maybe
big
limit
hand.
deuce would be worse.
The 9s are live multi-way.
Yeah.
And the spades are dangerous for Ariel, but here he gets a flop he can probably get away from cheap, I think.
Yeah, this is nice flop for Phil against the exact hands he's up against.
Yeah, and Phil with so few chips remaining is never going to get away from any sort of a low here, so just betting makes tons of sense as the pre-flop aggressor.
This might just go fold. I mean, Yuri's hand is very awkward.
I definitely like folding Ariel's hand here. I think these kings have seen the flop they did not want to see. Yuri has a tough spot.
Yeah, I think if he had ace 4-9-9, something like that, he'd have to stay in, but ace 6-9-9, no backdoor flush draw feels rough.
And Phil is thrilled to get this through with just a deuce and a low.
Stud.
Black kings.
So Sternheimer back to $1 million. That was the last hand of Omaha High-Low, so switching things up to 7-card stud next.
One of my most favorite games to see the players hole cards, because it is a game where I feel like the players all have very different styles from each other. Certainly a game that is very, very difficult as a player. A lot of artistry. I was talking with Brian Rast in this tournament about this game yesterday, and I think all the high-stakes mixed game players really enjoy stud because of the mystery of the game a little bit. You know, a game that's been around for a long time, but very, very difficult, as every set of up cards is kind of a unique puzzle.
Yeah, there's a lot of creativity in this game, and you see players like Yuri in last year's 100K employing a lot of limping in this game, which creates even more complications because now you're in there with wider ranges of hands.
Interesting to see if he employs that strategy here today when he's the dominant chip leader at the final table. I guess it would make more sense for him to come in with more raises.
I would agree.
2 folds.
But on the other hand, when you have a weak up card in this game, you know, there's only so much you can represent.
And if you're new to stud, one of the most important things, and honestly an underrated quality in all of poker, just paying attention, you know? So paying attention to the door cards and thinking about how they affect your cards.
You have to bring it. It's almost like a party here.
Still only got this.
Sternheimer with a bit of a tempting hand with the 3 connected cards.
Next round,
Decides to
bring
fold
it
an early
much
position.
worse.
Definitely not expecting to fold this hand here with 3 big cards and the jack showing, which is the highest card on board. Oh, it's not. I apologize. Justin Liberto is holding the queen behind, but gets rid of it.
Yeah, Phil might have opened that or played that 7-6-5 if all of his cards were live, but there was a dead 4 and a dead 7, so he opted to let it go.
And if I were going to play in that situation, I think that would not be. It would be a very reasonable hand to limp with, given that there's all those overcards behind you.
Yeah, one of my general philosophies in stud is if I'm surrounded by a bunch of higher cards and I want to play an early position, just play everything that I'm going to play as a limp.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we've seen in recent years that didn't used to be as big a part of the strategy.
If you love playing poker, then you're going to love Global Poker, proud sponsor of the PokerGO Tour. Whether you're into tournaments or ring games, Global Poker has something for every type of player, and the action runs around the clock. Check out Global Poker today at globalpoker.com and find your next poker game.
Ryan Miller picking up a hand that I like completing if there's no dead sixes out there. He has the jack showing and only the small pair, but these smaller pairs play well when you have a high door card. Obviously, your opponents will be afraid that you actually have the split jacks, and sometimes you spike that miracle six, and it's very deceptive.
And I think kind of the same strategy where you're going to limp a lot of your playing range when you have a low card. If you're going to play a high card and there's a bunch of lows out there, I usually just come in for the complete with that high card. And that is something where I did notice Yuri at the final table last year doing some limping even when he had the highest door card. Not something I've really incorporated into my game, but I can understand the theory behind it, certainly.
I think has something to do with the more hands that he wants to play in general, right? He's just saying, I'm going to be playing a bunch of hands in this spot and can't justify raising all of them.
Yeah, sort of similar to how you can play limps on the button, heads up, say, in PLO, and it allows you to play a wider range of hands.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of sense when you think about the anti-structure of a 7-card stud game. I mean, like right now, there's 175K in chips in the middle, and you can come into the pot for 25K.
Right.
So you're getting a hell of a price to continue, and you know you could play some pretty dicey hands in that situation.
Not a dicey hand here though for Rast.
And with the no aces on the board, I assume that he's going to come in for a completion.
10 seconds.
Sternheimer may have a bit of a tempting hand here, thinking that Brian could be stealing light, even though he's in first position here. With the highest door card, sometimes it's, you know, a situation where people will get out of line.
Yeah, one problem here for Phil is he still has a number of cards behind him, and even though those cards are low, you know, people can still get dealt good hands. Does elect just to let it go.
Yeah, we see there the fours were there was a dead 4, so it makes a little bit more sense for Mantel to let it go. And notice that Yuri is pouncing on what he perceives as to be this stealing range and going with a 2-bet with a hand that is very marginal.
Yeah, I like it. I don't think he's seen any dead 9s and 5s, which is nice for him.
Now, for chips, I wouldn't mind just 3-betting this hand, but Rast is definitely going to take the conservative route, both for deception and to just kind of see how the boards develop to make sure that he doesn't end up playing a massive, massive stud pot with so many short stacks out.
Yeah, even in a cash game, I like mixing up my play here with the kings, sometimes calling, sometimes re-raising. The more out of line my opponent is, the more I like just re-raising and getting the value right away, but I do play a little bit of both. And note that Yuri picking up 8s now just probably feels he has the best hand and value betting.
Yeah, certainly he's going to continue here after 2-betting pre, and obviously feeling like he's picked up equity. He doesn't love seeing the 7 on Rast's board, but he has to be happy about the fact that Rast would have a lot of unimproved hands. Notice that Brian goes for the the immediate check raise. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, a lot of players would wait till 5th Street, right, Chris, when you can get a bigger raise in. But, you know, you're not guaranteed your opponent's going to bet 5th. You don't know how the board's going to develop, so he gets it in now.
Yeah, and sees a great card on his opponent's board. That 2 of spades is very, very unlikely to have helped
this
his
hand
opponent.
is just over as Rast has paired
Oh, you
kings.
like them apples.
A nice pickup for Brian.
I like him a lot.
And despite Yuri having a large chip lead starting at the start of this final table, with the limits being this high, it's really not a big stretch of the imagination for someone to catch him quickly here. We can see, you know, a typical stud pot's 600K, 800K, and if we get a big one, we'll get a certainly well over $1 million in the pot.
Good one.
And, you know, even though it did take a while to get down to this final table today, I think the structure is quite good.
I didn't want to say anything.
Because even now, the average stack is still about 8 or 9 big bets, which is actually not bad. You know,
you're saying we're in for a long night.
Yeah, we could be. We could be.
These players are certainly in for a long night, as many of them will play the 100K Super High Roller Bowl starting tomorrow. So I'm sure they're going to want to finish tonight no matter how long it takes.
Do either of you guys have any early predictions for a winner of tomorrow's Super High Roller Bowl? Any favorites in the field? Anyone you have your eye on?
Well, if he doesn't get too tired, it's a little hard to root against to go against Yuri.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had a great series. Last year, he ended up in 3rd place. Certainly very experienced, plays all the games at a high level, and has a ton of confidence right now. So I suppose I'm going to go with the Brazilian.
It's not a bad pick. How about you, Donnie?
I'll go off the board a little bit here. Michael the Grinder Mizrachi.
Wow, is he confirmed playing?
According to Phil Sternheimer, who is very much the ambassador, the leader of this event, he's coming in on Friday for a late reg.
Well,
And I'm just jumping on the fact that I know how Grinder runs in these types of tournaments, so he will likely just never lose a hand and somehow end up in the winner's circle.
it's hard to bet against a guy who's won 4 PPCs, and we know Brian Rast has also won 3 PPCs. Another tough player.
Yeah, we're going to have quite a field for the super high roller ball. I mean, I've just been hearing some rumors about some of the high stakes cash players coming out of the woodwork.
Oh, yeah?
And definitely excited to see the field.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Some new faces from last year for sure.
I think it's going to be a lot bigger than last year. I believe we had 29 entries last year, and I wouldn't be shocked if it hits 40 in this one with the re-entries.
Yeah, last year was 21 uniques, 29 entries.
Yeah.
As of a little bit earlier today, 29 entries. King High Pan busted this tournament, and immediately Phil started talking to him. Pan confirmed that he's going to be here tomorrow.
Okay.
Said, yep, I'll see you guys tomorrow. They exchanged numbers. They're getting in there. So as of right now, there are 29 confirmed players on Phil Sternheimer's list.
Okay, well, we'll see how accurate that is, but that is quite a large number before you even get to the rebuys.
I wonder if we'll see Phil Ivey. I know he was playing some cash games over the last few days.
That is a rumored player from the high-stakes cash game streets
All
that I
right.
was
That's
maybe referring to.
One of the ones you were referring to.
Every time Sternheimer's asked about Ivy, he says, Ivy wants to play. He's 50-50. So we'll see.
Ivey's a big field guy, so, maybe it depends how he feels after his cold plunge in the morning tomorrow, but...
So Justin Liberto has 2-bet out of the bring-in here with the pocket sixes against the late position steal from Ryan Miller. And we can see that it was a good decision, as Ryan did open a little bit light with the threes. Don't blame him for it. Liberto's certainly thinking that he's going to be up against a very wide range here. And despite him seeing the 6 fall on Ryan Miller's board, he's kind of happy to see the 6 because he knows it can't help his opponent, too.
Yeah, very good point. And as Miller with the highest door card there and second last to act before the bring-in, you're going to be opening super wide. So even though this kings could certainly connect with some of his holdings, if you're Liberto, you probably think there's still a pretty good chance you're ahead. And picking up the ace is always nice for the times your opponent does have kings or queens. You've got extra outs.
I think this is a tough spot for Ryan Miller. He probably does not think he has the current best hand ever with 3s, but he now has 2 overcards against most hands.
Yeah.
And obviously in a 2-bet pot, you need to be pretty sticky.
I like the call. I think you can just go ahead and fold your weakest hands here, your sort of no pair, no draw type hands, but I would continue all my draws and my pairs at this point.
And I wonder if Liberto starts to slow down at any point here, if he's just going to keep kind of betting for value with his unimproved pair of 6s. We can see it's the best hand, but he has to be feeling a little uncertain about it, given that he's gotten a call on every street from Ryan Miller so far.
Yeah, his exact hand feels a little unclear to me. I think he's got some spade combos that would be a natural semi-bluff here. He's got some very strong starting hands, some stuff with an ace in it. This hand feels in the middle, and I don't mind the check. And maybe as Miller, you just take a free one here.
I think so. I think he would have some unpaired hands that would make more sense to bet with. And it's going to be a very big river here in what's already a 1.15 million chip pot. Liberto has helped. I would not mind a value bet here with 2 small pair. I think that he is going to be up against 1 pair quite often.
Yeah,
he's hoping now it's queens.
Particularly if you think your opponent is going to bet a lot of their semi-bluffs on 6th Street or raise them on 5th. So, for instance, if Miller somehow had 2 diamonds in the hole or Jack 10, maybe he thinks he would have heard from it at this point. So when you skew your opponent away from those draws and towards some showdown downtown, then the value bet here makes a lot of sense.
And I don't know that I would think I would have to pay this off from Ryan Miller. I mean, yeah, you beat a bluff, but your opponent could maybe even turn a pair of 4s into a bluff in this situation. So I would be a little concerned that you could lose by hero calling here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chris. I think this is too far down in his range that he doesn't need to stretch to call this one. So I think a well-played hand for both players on all streets, to be honest.
Absolutely. I think the thing that I took away from it was the 2-bet out of the bring-in from Liberto, which I think is certainly a good play. Something that in the mid-stakes you don't see as often.
Yeah, very true.
course, these players have been playing with each other for 2 full days now, so they certainly are going to have some metagame dynamics amongst each other. And also, a lot of these mixed game players do play against each other in cash games all the time as well, so we can't exactly know what the dynamics are, but...
Yeah, Miller and Liberto in particular would have played together quite a bit online over the last couple of years in addition to some live games, both from the East Coast.
Double ducks.
See a very non-threatening board here.
Yeah, and who's going to try to steal it if that's the case?
Kind of a tempting hand for Mantel looking at all these low cards.
Yep, he thinks so too. And in fact, he actually does decide to employ the limp. And I think that might bring in Ryan Miller with this similar type of hand.
Yeah, I think a very reasonable limp could have also completed. Yuri, we know, likes to play hands in these multi-way scenarios, but probably not this deuce to 7 Raz hand.
Go to the toilet. What do I do?
But as Justin, with 2 potentially live overcards, getting an extremely good price, he just lets it go, but you can see he was tempted.
I think with the 3-card rainbow, it makes some sense to just avoid trouble here. No need to really get involved with a hand that's going to be kind of dicey to play multi-way. And really, nobody has much. Whoever catches the scariest board or bets first may just win this pot on 4th Street.
That's
and it looks like Ariel has caught the best card.
right.
In a way.
Yeah, he's now got 3 to a flush, and it looks like he could have 4 to a flush with some of his limps.
I would definitely want to bet here, having limped in an early position. You can have plenty of flush draws, which are all very strong equity-wise. Ooh, I don't like this check. I think he needs to go ahead and play his range advantage here.
I would also bet, Chris, and remember, if you're watching at home, that Brian Rast can just have anything in the hole. He was the bring-in and didn't commit any additional chips, so his range is totally uncapped, and he can just have any random 2 cards.
I wouldn't mind bluffing at it as Ryan Miller now, given the 3 connected cards that he shows on his board with the 8, 7, 5, and 2 spades. You set up a future bluff on another spade, and we can see he is pouncing on the opportunity. A very experienced stud player. Ryan Miller kind of knows how to navigate these small pots.
He's got great instincts in a spot like this, and that 5 of spades just connects so well with the hands he could have been limping. He's either picked up a straight draw, a pair, or a flush draw with that card, I'd say over half the time, given the line he took.
A missed opportunity for Mantel. Taking down that small pot on 4th Street would have been a great result. You could really chip up by stealing the antes in those small limp pots.
Yeah, perhaps he was a little concerned because Ryan was showing 7-8, and the 8 could connect with him a little bit, but I would still go for it there, just given we have the 3 flush, the 2 overs, and Brian can have anything. And notice the speed with which Miller bet there on 5th Street. Again, just relying on his instincts. Nice looking hand here for Justin.
Certainly nothing to worry about here. Ooh, how will Brian Rast navigate this one?
Yeah, I would typically go for a 2-bet here in a cash game. 3 overcards to my opponent's open with some connectivity, but in a tournament, he does just elect to fold. He did have a queen behind him.
Yes, and Sternheimer now with no overcards behind him probably has a little bit of an easier hand to continue with here with 3 big cards.
Yeah, just the question, is he going to raise or call given his stack? He does go for the raise.
And Brian Rast feeling immediately gratified that he folded now when he sees the 2-bet from the queen behind him, which had to be something he was concerned about with the jack and the 10.
Yeah, and noticing now Phil's queen, I think even in a cash game, the decision with the ace-jack-10 is a little bit closer.
Notice that Liberto's hand is doing very well equity-wise, but also just in general a very strong hand to have against, even if he's up against queens. He picks up the 4 flush right away. I would like to see Phil Sternheimer check here, given his opponent caught such a connected card and he is bricked.
Yeah, and one thing I would mention in this spot, Chris, is that I would like to see Sternheimer check both his hand and his entire range, right? Because even if you have queens here, your opponent's board is now looking a lot better. And on the early streets in particular, I like trying to play my range in a consistent fashion so as not to give up too much information, but he did elect to bet.
Yeah, I also like Justin Liberto just calling here on 4th Street. I think he's basically always continuing here. He doesn't have to have a 4 flush. I wouldn't mind seeing him put some pressure now with a raise, given that he has a nice semi-bluffing hand here, even against queens.
Yeah, but Phil might just give this up. He's stone bottom of range here with king, queen, jack high for the most part. This card is connected with some of the hands Liberto could have had.
Yeah, and I'm looking now at Phil Sternheimer's stack and realizing if he bets 200K here, he's almost committing himself.
Yeah, as painful as it is, I like just check folding this hand as Phil. given the pot odds, I'm not expecting to get many folds from hands that Liberto would have played this way to this point.
Yeah, a lot of his like weaker starting hands are still connected with this board in a way.
Yeah. For instance, if he's got 10-9 now, he's got a pair of 10s. He's not going to fold that for this price. He could have the hand he has with the 4 flush. And I think we just go for the semi-bluff here as Liberto very happy to just win the pot. Maybe we think Sternheimer could have something like a small pair in the hole. And if he folds that, it's a pretty big win.
Yeah, definitely a good point. And in general, I would just say in 7-card stud, when your opponent shows weakness on 5th Street, you should often take them at face value, that they have a lot of hands that they need to, that they're just giving up with.
Yeah, it's a concept you've talked about before, Chris, and I like it. Then, in general, in limit games, when your opponent takes a passive line, most of the time they're not being tricky, and you should pounce on that quite a bit. And Justin just has a very natural hand to do that with.
Maybe the only thing Liberto would be worried about here is because he has 4 clubs, a lot of Sternheimer's very weak starting hands that were 3 flushes like don't really exist, right? So now he's a little bit more likely to be up against queens. But we can see even if he were against queens, he would have a ton of equity.
Yeah, exactly.
So Sternheimer is now right down into the danger zone.
I think Sternheimer is going to have some hands like he had, some ace-queen high hands, and some small pairs, all of which we don't mind just taking the pot down now.
50, 100.
Yeah, 25, 50,
And that pot does give Justin Liberto the chip lead. Liberto was the winner of event number 2, the 5K8 game at this PGT Mixed Game Series. He's one of 2 players at this final table. It's he and Yuri Dzivielevski who can win the series title as we switch the games here to no limit deuce to 7 single draw.
Donnie, we're playing my favorite game.
Let's go.
I'm excited.
This is a game that I would expect Yuri to get a little bit more involved with, or now Justin.
He has to
the
be a
2 big
little.
stacks.
Yeah, it's interesting because Yuri now has the chip leader on his left, and in the big bet games, that is going to play a big deal in this tournament dynamics. And Justin Liberto is a very, very experienced high stakes tournament player, in addition to being a good big bet player. So he is certainly not going to be easy to deal with in this sort of game.
Yeah, I agree with that. Justin is very experienced in this game as well. It's in almost all the online mixes.
So if you're Phil Sternheimer here, you have 10 big blinds. You're at the stack depth where you're basically just playing open jam. In a tournament situation, maybe you would want to leave a chip behind for some reasons. Ariel Mantel picks up a very, very strong draw, and his decision here is open small or open jam for 21 bigs. There is some merit to jamming, given that he is going to have to probably go with the hand if he gets 3-bet, and he wants to encourage his opponents to fold marginal holdings when there's such a short stack out there.
Yeah, I think his hand is strong enough that I kind of like using this sizing.
Okay, well, now he's going to face a problem, though, because he's going to get himself into a slightly losing situation. I believe Justin Liberto has an easy jam here for 21 bigs, and Mantel, I don't think, can get away from this.
I agree, Chris. I think it's just going to go all-in call.
Now, notice if Ariel had open jammed, what would Liberto do with this hand?
Yeah, but I still don't mind the open off of 21 bigs. I don't think you need to play only open shoves. Now, note that, of course, the ante is a little bigger, so that does make me a little more likely to play some shoves, but...
For what it's worth, I'm only saying that because of Phil Sternheimer's short stack.
Right. Okay, fair enough. And that would be the only reason to consider folding Mantel's hand in this spot, too, but he's not going to fold it, yeah. And Justin cannot love seeing that pretty quick call, but...
Yeah, but his hand has nowhere to go, right? This pat 10 is just going to be an easy pat for about 25 to 30 big blinds.
Yeah.
In position, if your opponent pats in front of you, you could consider breaking it.
Justin's very happy to see his opponent is drawing.
And we have a kind of a 60-40 situation for the pat 10 here.
On the box, like this.
Hey! We know before the players at the table that Ariel Mantel
He's asking Phil to squeeze it.
And Phil, of course, is trying to, I don't know what he's really rooting for here. I mean, he's a very nice guy, but at the end of the day, he has to be rooting against his opponent.
So if it's a 10, it's in, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Then,
God. The 9.
Oh, it's a 4 or 5.
It's a 50. It's 50-50.
Yeah, 50.
Good.
You want to do the last part?
Yeah, you
No, you do it.
Really?
Liberto
Wait,
just
don't
wants to
look
know.
yourself. You got to reveal it for everybody.
I think he reverse slow rolled him.
Nachito.
Playing the game.
Liberto didn't seem thrilled at those theatrics.
Certainly not. He just lost his chip lead.
It was obvious what I was going to do.
Special rules apply in the mixed game tournaments.
Tell you
Okay.
again.
I think I saw on
Squirm a little
PokerGo's
bit.
Twitter feed that Phil Sternheimer was earlier sweating the river card in an all-in situation.
Yeah, he was all in an Omaha high-low,
If it's a
and
no
he asked to
spotter-
sweat
if
the
it's a no
river, and they
spotter,
just
you
threw him the
can't.
river
It's-
card, and he
Wow.
sweat the river.
I kind of like that.
No, if it's a no
He is here to
spot,
sweat some cards.
The top is the ace.
No, I passed.
the deuce is
No, I thought he won the
Oh, yeah, he did that because he was
Yeah,
You want to spot
yeah,
with
now I got it. I was
Don't
like,
want no
what?
spot.
No, that's when you knew he made it.
Yeah.
Or pain.
Yeah. Percent when he said that he made it.
It's in if it's a no spot.
done that.
It's
a
a
no
one
spot or
spot.
paint. That's just ace through jack only. No spot and
So
paint.
paint is no
Yeah.
spotter is ace,
Ace, so yeah.
and paint is obviously.
So then a deuce through.
You want to have
yeah.
a one spotter, deuce or three, or you want to have a two spotter, 4 through 10. Probably want to
The
be.
two spotter covers a wide range.
Yeah, I mean he's probably a slight dog with a two spotter, right? Because he needs a 4, 7, 9, 10, and
Funny thing is, he's supposed to want me to break.
He's not gonna. It's not gonna change whether what he does or not.
The only
so.
thing I'll add is that they
Must be
should
paired
they
to
need to
Whether
be a
he
little bit
roots for it or
careful
not, it ain't gonna change
with
the
these
cards.
cards because the
didn't
RFID
have it.
cards are
He was hoping it
a
was
little bit more
fives, but it's
delicate
not
than the
gonna
regular
matter.
cards.
Yeah, we might need some extra decks given the
thought
love
that
number
he
of
was
sweaters
actually
in the
out
mixed
with
game
it?
field.
Yeah, Phil, not a
Oh,
single
we
person
all-
is fucking.
we
it's
all-
obvious. It's
Yeah.
like such.
And
I'm so bad at bluffing.
He thought he was
He
out.
was the only
No,
short
he
stop.
didn't think he was out either.
Ariel thought he was
It was
out.
only misery for
I
one
thought too.
person.
I thought too.
There you go.
I thought.
Ariel was starting to stand up.
40%.
I was like,
Yeah,
I like
of course.
pain.
Liberto's legit salty about the reverse slow roll.
GG.
Yeah.
Okay, I got 6.
Maybe he was saying GG to himself when you made that hand.
Well done, Papito.
10 seconds.
Phil
175.
kind of giving himself some extra leeway as the creator, self-proclaimed creator of the 100K mix event.
I notice Ariel Mantel's opening a bit on the large side here, about 3.5x from the open. I think that might be a little too large given the shallow stacks here at the final table.
Yeah, I think it's fine in the earlier levels. It feels a little big here, but
He manages to get Rast to fold a hand that he would have defended for a smaller sizing.
it doesn't seem totally unreasonable to me either to open big with that big ante. And if you're going to play a tight-ish range anyway, you know.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, I know we're playing a rotation of 10 different games, but included in that games is No Limit Hold'em. So No Limit Hold'em tournament players, listen up. If you want to improve your game without torching your bankroll, then head on over to Octopi Poker. You can start with a free account and unlock advanced tools from there. And you can do it for as little as $25 a month or $200 for the year. That's octopipoker.ai. Head there now and start exploring.
No,
Back to the action here. 6 players remaining. Still playing no limit deuce to 7 single draw.
Sometimes a game with little action and sometimes a big confrontation, as we have seen so far. Miller folds a hand that some players can get themselves in trouble with a 2-card draw. Too early a position there to open. And Yuri picks up a strong holding.
Yeah, so if you're a deuce to 7 triple draw player and you haven't played much of single draw, you know, you'd much rather draw fewer cards to something that would look a little rougher in triple draw than draw more cards to something that would look a little smoother in triple draw for the most part. So these 9 draws are quite strong, whereas you would not normally keep a 9 in triple draw.
Yuri Dzivielevski comes with the 2.5x open. And Sternheimer on a very, very short stack in the big blind here has a 3-card 9 with no ICM pressure. I think it's a close one.
Yeah, I think I would tend to fold this, Chris. I understand, though, no ICM pressure. Tempting to just call D2.
Yeah, I would probably not fold it, but that's the story of my life.
It is close, indeed, and Phil does let it go.
In the big bet round, you obviously want to have
proud
enough
today, though. I
chips to
haven't
still
gotten hit by
threaten,
the
get a fold pre-flop if
22nd,
you...
because I took too long to
By the way, I like
cards and this and
I
all
like
that
the
big
smaller open
nonsense.
size there from Yuri as the chip leader. I think
Definitely
that's
done that.
another theme you'll see in PLO
But not today.
that works well here.
Today we're playing the game. Right, Rast.
Yeah, we'll see how he navigates future sizes in both the no limit single draw and the no limit hold'em. That might have had something to do with the Sternheimer short stack in the big blind, but we'll see.
I'm just hoping we can be six-handed when we get there.
But I think he wants to play more hands in general, so
I want to play
It'll be a good
Rast
thing. If I
six-handed.
get to
he's
Rast,
just using a smaller opening size and still leveraging a lot of the same effect on his
I don't
opponents.
even care about ICM. I just
Absolutely.
want to play Rast six-handed. It's like, where else can I do that?
Brian Rast waiting desperately to play some Raz.
Well, he's got a long way to go.
If I don't get it here, I'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Definitely like this raise from Rast. Would be pretty standard anyway, but particularly covering both opponents and having Phil so short in the small blind.
Yep, and if Phil let the last hand go, I certainly expect him to let this one go as well. Try to find a hand in late position to go with.
Ariel should call and take 2 here versus button.
I agree. I agree. He has a fine hand to play a small pot with.
You know, sometimes you're actually ahead, as we can see here against Rast's exact hand. Now, I would tend to draw 2 as Rast, but I just want to note that sometimes when I have one of my weaker opens, if my opponent takes 2 out of the big blind, I consider just patting it back and bluffing. I probably wouldn't with this exact combo, but it's something to think about doing at some frequency.
Good point for sure. I think here what we're going to see in this 2 versus 2 situation is one where players sometimes struggle to realize how wide their range really is and how thin you can go for both value and calling, right? So, for example, Mantel makes a king 8 here. I think he should probably check, but it wouldn't be outlandish to go for a small blocking bet, although we see that Brian Rast has made quite a strong holding for the situation.
Yeah, and Rast has a very clear value bet, and he can choose a number of different sizings here.
Yeah, I would like a pretty large size, I think. He can easily get called by a good but not great hand, like a 10 or a jack. And it's not too often you're going to draw 2 and make better than a 9.
Yeah, even versus a big size, a 10 could still feel like they beat value. And you know, Ariel's going to feel compelled to potentially call this one as well, Chris. You end up with a lot of just sort of similar strength bluff catchers in this spot. Like, there's not a huge difference between Ariel's hand and, say, a pair of 2s or a pair of 4s even.
Yes, I completely agree. He also did have a nice pair blocker pre-flop. And just in general, he's getting a decent price in this 2 versus 2 situation. You do need to defend here pretty liberally. Brian Rast went with kind of a conservative size, I would say, where he's really hoping to get called.
Right. I mean, the one thing I will say for Mantel is he certainly is not beating any value bets. So you're always going to have kind of a tricky decision when you're not beating value bets with these
and a nice
bluff
laydown
catchers.
As the cards lie. Yeah, you're right, and that's going to be the case in single draw a lot, which is why a lot of players consider it to be a very pure form of poker, right? At the end of the day, if your opponent's not bluffing, or if you can't beat any value bets, then you're basically always in a situation where your opponent either has you, dead or bluffing, and you just have to make a decision. And
it's why somebody like Nick Schulman has had so much success in this game, because Nick is a very intuitive player. He's got a lot of experience playing a whole variety of player types over the course of his career. And, he's very good at picking out who's underdoing and overdoing it as bluffs, for instance, and just making those big in-game judgment calls.
Certainly. And of all the games in the mix, there's certainly an element of live poker to that game, too, where, just seeing if someone is nervous or the way that they look at their cards could influence your decision.
Absolutely. It's one of my favorite games. I've really come to enjoy it, especially when you get to play it a little deeper like you do in some of the WSOP events, for instance, or in the early levels of this tournament. Nice big O hand there for Liberto, but not so good in this game.
So Phil Sternheimer is desperately hoping to pick up a decent enough hand to open jam for his remaining 350K. It's not going to be this one.
The doogie part.
Yeah, Donnie, do we know the game order? What do we have coming up next? Oh, here it is.
There you go.
Okay, limit hold'em next. Not a great game for the short stack, Chris.
Not great. Mantel's got an okay hand here in the small blind. I would not mind raising this hand with double blockers.
Agree. I think limping's also okay, but I would prefer a raise.
Ryan Miller's a little bit on the conservative side, I would say, in big bets, so I think that raising is going to do quite well, and we could see here that he folds a hand that many players might choose to defend.
Yeah, kind of an annoying combo there for Miller. You feel like your odds are good, you have position, but you're never going to make much of a good hand, right? Like, even if you make your hand, it's going to be hard to value bet in a lot of spots. So I think it is a continue for chips, but a very awkward hand, and I don't totally fault the fold in this tournament format.
One thing that's nice about playing a wide range from the big blind, though, is that you do get to see your opponent draws in front of you. And in that situation, I would have been curious to see whether Mantel would go for a snow with his 3-card 9 and his 2 little pair, or just a standard draw 2, in which case Ryan Miller would be in okay shape with his weak jack draw. So, you know, in general, no limit single draw is a game where you'll have a lot of big pots where you have very strong confrontations between strong holdings, but it's navigating those small pots, those blind battles, those 2 versus 2 situations is really what separates the more experienced players.
Yeah, agreed. I think I would have been tempted just to draw 2 with his hand and snow some hands that have more of a chance of making a straight, perhaps. But you could go either way.
Liberto picks up a tempting little hand here in early position. With 5 cards and some blockers, we can see that he's going to come in for a raise and might choose to use this hand for a snow. I guess we'll see.
It's really interesting to note that despite the fact that his draw is weak, having that additional 7 makes quite a huge difference. What you're doing is you're just reducing the frequency with which opponents behind you have strong hands and strong draws.
Now, Sternheimer would have definitely opened jam this hand if it folded to him, but now this is a much worse situation because he must feel he has no fold equity and a very weak holding, and he does choose to fold. He's very disappointed, though, because if it folded to him, he would have had a really easy jam.
And a nice takedown there from Liberto. Liberto is the type of player who is not going to miss an opportunity to play a close hand, in my opinion.
Yeah, which bodes well when you have a decent stack in a tournament situation. You can definitely continue to build
like
chips.
Playing the big ante twice. Well,
That is bad.
just imagine.
I would be flipping
I
out.
think that's it. You had my sim.
It happened to me a couple times
Okay.
earlier, though.
Working at the Sprouts down the street. Unbelievable.
Some of these East Coast guys, I can never tell how serious they are about some of their
Thank you for acknowledging.
complaining.
It means a lot coming from you.
Yes.
It's always a bit of a mix.
That was solid work.
This time I saw it.
Ryan even acknowledged it.
And Ryan
He is a
acknowledging
world-class complainer, though.
the man knows a moan.
Yeah. It's
Liberto,
like
he earned
he's
this round.
elevated
He
it
earned
to
it
an
this
art
round.
form.
Yeah.
It's an art form of comedy when it's really, really good stuff. Oh, yes. And then it's like, oh, sorry.
Prop?
No, I was just like juking him. You know?
I think I would jam this one.
Yeah,
it's
I
weak,
agree.
but you've got those blockers, and you may not get a better situation.
And the blinds are sneaking up on you.
He decides to wait.
Some people are really intelligent and they elevate moaning to an art form, and other people aren't and they elevate mucking your card.
The players talking about moaning. I'll say that of the players at this table, perhaps Brian Rast, I feel, takes losing the best, Chris. I've just played a lot of tournaments with him where he bubbles or busts in high-pressure moments, and sometimes he'll stick around and do a little analysis on the hand. He never seems too shaken up by it, and I guess when you have a Hall of Fame resume and all the success he's had in both cash and tournaments, that maybe adds up.
He seems very comfortable right now, very talkative so far at the final table.
Clear defend from
Interesting
Liberto.
hand here. He's facing a 3x from a tight player. I agree that he should call. I wonder if he's considering a 3-bet bluff.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, sometimes you do take some of these 10 draws in particular and use them as bluffs. But I think in this spot, in these positions, call makes a lot of sense to me.
Kind of interesting to use a time bank and then call and draw 1, right? It does seem like it would give a little bit away of the weakness of your hand. And in fact, Miller thinks his hand is very weak and decides to stand pat with this queen-jack.
Yeah, he has a weird decision, Miller does, between all 3 options. Standing pat, drawing 1 to the jack, probably my least favorite option, or drawing 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would have probably drawn 2 without giving it too much thought, but you can definitely understand the decision to stand pat. I don't think Justin will choose to bluff with this one.
10 seconds.
He does appear to be at least genuinely considering it, though.
So he did have an extra 7. Typically, players use pair blockers as, you know, tiebreakers in terms of bluffing, but he did have an extra 7 to start. So he actually has had 1 pair blocker. He unblocks jacks, which is really nice because Miller's weakest pats, we would think, would mostly be jacks.
And he goes for the overbet. So in my opinion, this bet has more to do with what he thinks about his opponent than it does about his actual holding. I don't think his hand is one that would be the right choice for a bluff, but I think that he thinks that it's going to work a little more often than it should.
Right, and I don't think he would do this if he had somehow started with a jack or even a queen maybe. I mean, feels like unblocking the weakest pats is really quite nice.
It's kind of interesting to use an overbet size when he kind of like showed weakness pre-flop with, I mean, I guess he could have been thinking about whether to 3-bet or call.
Right.
But we see gets the job done.
And gets it done, and also, you know, maybe just a function partly of Miller's stack size there, feeling like if he can put a third of his stack at risk, that psychologically does a lot. But nice pickup there from Justin.
Quick break while we tell you guys about the upcoming events on the PokerGO Tour. We are wrapping up PGT Mixed Games. We'll go right into Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Games, and these two guys, Alex Livingston and Chris Fitch, will be alongside Ali Najad for 3 straight days of live stream coverage. So don't forget to check that out. March is a big month too on the PGT. We got the PokerGO Cup, and we have the PGT PLO series. Here we got to look at the main room for the 13K satellite to the 100K Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Games. I see Chino Ream, Chris Brewer, Matthew Wantman busted out, got right in there. John Racner's out there. I know Nick Schulman was in there at one point.
Yeah, I think they had about, I saw 13, 14 entries so far, which is going to pay at least a seat and a half. So Phil Sternheimer here is going to have to take the big blind in the very next hand, and he picks up an ace under the gun and limit hold'em. I think he's going to have to go with this. I think his opponents will also know that he's going to be going pretty light here. But nobody has anything.
Yeah, this is working so far.
Nobody has anything. Rast may not even defend this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Phil's got 150 behind, so from a pot odds perspective, he should defend it. But when you put the tournament considerations into play, it gets a little bit closer. Yeah, I don't mind this fold, and what a beautiful pickup. Phil certainly cannot be expecting to get that one through very often.
Yeah, he's thrilled. Although now he has to immediately put some of those hard-fought chips right back into the big blind.
He said he looked at 1.
Probably the ace, I guess,
And then he sweated the deuce.
Yeah, that super satellite we took a look at there out in the main tournament area is must play. So that'll pick up at least one extra player for tomorrow's Super High Roller Bowl, and some cash for maybe second place, unless they get up to 2 full players, but I don't think they will.
Looked like a pretty tough field in there.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 13K mixed game tournament on its own right?
Yeah.
Shows how big that Super High Roller Bowl buy-in truly is. Sometimes limit hold'em can be a little bit dull in the mixed game tournament streets if you don't pick up some big hands here, and so far we have seen a lot of nothing.
A lot of players don't like this game. It's grown on me, Chris, just because of how fast it is. I know it's kind of one of your go-to games, the game you've probably potentially, have you played more hands of this game than any other?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it was my main game when I first started learning poker. I think that Rast here has an open fold for chips, but given Phil's short stack, maybe he feels he can put pressure on.
It's hard to figure out what I had when I fold.
And Phil has a clear defend.
Yeah, Jack 10, not a bad hand to pick up here. Obviously, you're going to have a difficult decision on some flop textures, but above average in some ways. I honestly don't know what he's thinking about with the time bank here.
Maybe just a Hollywood to sort of protect his more marginal defends. I don't know. Really, you have to call this hand. You can just be dominating your opponent quite often.
And I don't think he has any reason to 3-bet. He still has enough chips to see a flop and decide.
Okay.
Rast will probably just bet almost every flop. Either he's going to flop something himself or he's going to try to represent something on high card boards. And I think Phil's going to be very happy to see this board for given his shallow stack. I mean, of course, you have to be worried about the king, but it's a well above average flop for Jack 10. And I think you just want to induce action from your opponent here. So I would probably do a little Hollywooding and continue calling here, knowing that I'm never getting away from it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
We see he's flopped 97% equity, which is quite something. If he can get Rast to put in the turn bet drawing dead.
Phil is really taking advantage of the TV time he's been given here.
Yeah,
You can see that he has the least amount of time extensions, so he's clearly been burning through them.
Just raises, and I don't love this, Chris, just because, like you said, you know,
agree.
sometimes Rast is just drawing dead.
Yeah.
I suppose maybe the merit is if Rast has a weak ace high, I guess he always has to put another 100K in now, and maybe you weren't going to get it on some runouts or something like that. I still think I would just call.
I agree. I mean, maybe you protect your hand from an ace high if he considers folding
If he,
it.
right,
but
or he folds it, and that's a win, a bit of a win for you.
or
But
queen high,
yeah,
maybe. But I think I would have preferred to take the chance to win.
but
that
even against
200K on the
queen high,
turn.
like at least you turn equity on the queen.
Told
So
you guys
I
wanted to
agree,
play
I
Rast
agree.
Six-handed. I don't know what's-
On that satellite, registration is closed. 17 entries, so they're going to give out 2 seats.
Oh, great.
all
And
fine,
third
but
place
Philly
will
boy
basically
needs
get their
to
money
Oh,
back
wonderful.
and a little bit more.
So, you know, of course, the winners could be players that were intending to play anyway, but let's root for the guys who were on the fence.
Absolutely. It's got to be a very thrilling thing to win a satellite to play the biggest buy and mixed game tournament of the year.
Last year, for instance, Sam
just
Sternfield was
went
one of the
to a
winners of the
timeout.
satellites, someone who I don't believe would have played the tournament without winning it.
That was nice work.
Yeah, it was Sam, Talal Shakurchi, and Phil Sternheimer. And Phil did a lot of negotiating to
Right.
kind of like be like, well, you take this much, I'll take this much. I'm going to play anyway, but I want you in the tournament. So, and the negotiation
Yeah.
lasted, I think, an hour.
And to Phil's credit, he's also done a nice job organizing online satellites. I know that Justin Liberto was the beneficiary of one of those online satellites. We also have Tobias Leknes, who is in here from Norway, somebody who told me he would not normally play the event, but he satellited in online as well.
And one other online qualifier that I believe is a
Chad.
very big name. Oh, I was thinking Gus.
Oh, Gus satellited in
I'm
too.
pretty
Okay.
sure Gus Hansen won
And
a
Chad.
In
season.
fact,
There
maybe
was
Chad
4.
didn't. Did Chad?
No, I think there was 4.
Okay.
But Gus was the one Chris was talking
Okay,
about. yeah.
and yeah, Gustavo Hansen.
Oh my, look at this flop with these 2 hands in the blinds. Sternheimer is all of a sudden on a limit hold'em rush. Mantel has to absolutely love this situation, and he is close to dead.
This is really bad news for Mantel. Almost no way for
If-
the chips not to all get in here.
If Sternheimer keeps betting here, he's certainly going to get a full double. I suppose unless the turn were to be an ace. And if I'm Ariel, I don't mind a raise here right away. Given the fact that I have bottom 2, I unblock that ace, and I wouldn't be continuing super wide on this flop texture. So I would be thinking I'm going to need to start raising right away with some of my value hands and some of my semi-bluffs.
Yeah, I think if you build out a raising range, his hand makes almost the most sense of any hand to raise. If you want to play your whole range as a call, just given the fact that Phil's pre-flop range is stronger, I can understand calling this hand, but I would have deferred to mostly raising flop.
Mantel picks up a ton of equity by turning a flush draw here in a situation where he was very, very dominated. All of a sudden, he is a decent chance to win this hand, but Phil Sternheimer still has to be quite happy with his top 2 in a blind battle here.
And I'd probably go for another raise here as Mantel because Phil could potentially bet some hands with the king of diamonds, for instance.
Absolutely. I think your hand here is very strong in your mind if you're Ariel Mantel. You have 2 pair and a diamond flush draw just in case.
Yeah, and I don't expect Phil to fold something like ace-8 of clubs, even facing a raise here. I mean, he could make a big hero fold, but yeah, Mantel just has a lot of hand, and I think he's incentivized to raise it now.
And he does go for that, and Phil will be pretty happy, I guess, to get his money in.
Yeah. If you're beat,
Obviously,
you're beat at this
if you're
point.
beat, you're beat, but I would not want to save the chip here, I don't think.
Correct. It's not like you can really get away on any river, so.
10 seconds.
Both
See
players.
if it's correct, mate. My bet is-
Phil saw the queen of diamonds first and hated it.
Yeah.
Crazy form.
Will Phil get to sweat this river card?
I think we have to let him. You guys can see on your screen, we are having a little bit of graphic issues right now.
Can I sweat it?
Can I sweat it? Can I GG him?
Can I sweat it?
I don't have a...
No?
Why?
Why not?
Why?
It would only be fair if I could sweat it.
All right.
Let him sweat the card.
As we do some negotiations here.
I can sweat it? All right, I'll sweat it.
Can you give me enough time to go?
I want to do it myself.
All right, well, it sounds like Phil is going to be able to sweat this card. Still just trying to sort out some graphic issues right now, so bear with us.
I'm going to want to sweat too.
Certainly non-standard.
Here we go.
Slow it down a
Yep.
little bit.
Sweat away.
This is the river card here that Sternheimer is sweating.
So he wants it to be black. He's really rooting for a black card here. He said it's red.
You could look at the
You're still a
rank.
small favorite.
No, the way to do it is look at the rank.
Look at the rank, like if it's a 6.
Because then it'll be a 50. Well, if it's 6, then
Yeah.
yeah. If it's
An 8.
This
it's 50-50.
might be the first time a river card has been sweated.
So he has a
on
red
television.
8. So if it's a
red 8.
diamond, he's out. If it's a heart, he's doubled.
Oh, baby.
And it is the heart, the 8 of hearts. And he has wrecked another card, Donnie. You are right. We're gonna need a lot more cards
Yeah,
because he has
pretty soon
destroyed this
Maury's
8 of
gonna
hearts.
get on the phone and just be like, "You gotta stop."
That
Gotta
was an
stop."
exciting sweat. The 8 of a red 8.
500 sharp.
You know, I think it's kind of cool. I mean, poker used to have so many more characters.
Red 8.
Run like
Liberto.
I don't mind seeing stuff like this, but I also wouldn't be surprised if
we
it gets
know.
nixed in the future.
I'll tell you what, you could never do this in a no limit hold'em
Ace
tournament.
queen.
Never in a million. Half the table would want to kill you. So
Oh yeah, imagine doing this in
know,
some
I was
random
like,
1K
oh,
no limit at
no.
WSOP.
I mean, literally, this is
Let me
like
sweat
an
the river.
ace
Just let me
plus a
sweat.
pair or a flush, right?
Yes.
It's minimum ace.
Well, minimum 2 pairs.
A full double for Phil Sternheimer, and he's right back into it now. In the limit poker, you know, your stack size can fluctuate quite quickly. And we're going to have another action game immediately after this. If I know the order, I believe it'll be Baduki.
You got it.
Yeah.
What do
yeah,
you
it'll
think?
go Badoogie, Stud High Low, PLO, Limit Deuce 7 triple draw, Raz, and then no limit hold'em, and then we'll be
Yep,
back
there
to
it is. Just
limit.
updated again.
There's a lot of blood
Omaha.
potential in there. Stud 8, perhaps the reprieve.
It's a beautiful mix, 10
Yeah,
game.
it
And
is.
it should be noted, this is the exact mix the players will play in the 100K Super High Roller Bowl. So this really is a warm-up for these players.
Yeah, this is clearly my favorite mix to play. Chris, do you agree?
I mean, sure, you take 8 game that we're all fairly familiar with, and you add No Limit Single Draw and Badugi, 2 of my
Yeah.
favorite games. I'm a very happy camper.
There's some talk, you know, of people adding either Big O or PLO 8 to this type of mix. I don't know. I think it's just fine the way it is, but what are your thoughts there?
Well, it makes some sense in the sense that those are both popular cash games and popular in other formats. The Badugi is maybe a little bit of the odd game in this mix, as it's not often played in all mixes and in cash. But, you know, as a draw player, I certainly like it. We don't have the whole cards here, but we do have an ace-ace queen flop and a limped blind versus blind. These can be pretty tricky situations to play. Looks like Mantel was first to strike and just takes it down. But it's a sort of board where, like, in theory, you'll see some really wild call downs with, like, jack high and stuff when people can have such weak hands.
The most exclusive poker tournament in the world is back.
National Heads Up Poker Championship.
It's back.
64 players, head-to-head.
Only one winner.
The game's best and most entertaining players set to compete in a single elimination, bracket-style heads-up tournament.
There's a lot of killers in this field. People can't run away from you.
You have to play every single hand.
This is my event. I was born for this.
$25,000 buy-in, 500 grand to the winner.
It's pretty simple. Win, you move on. Lose, you go home. You part ways with $25,000.
It's the National Heads Up Poker Championship, and it all starts right now.
How are the GTO kids gonna have an edge when I go like this?
Can Daniel Negreanu come back? Can he come back?
I mean, Foxen is dominating this match so far. She's also making some hands, which obviously helps, but she's slowly but surely extended her lead here. As we see 9-9-3 on the flop, Negreanu hitting a pair of threes.
$180?
180.
Daniel comes with a check raise here.
Foxen makes the call. That's 7-8, you know, wrapped a little bit around the 9. It's also got backdoor clubs.
Yeah, it's the modern game of poker. If you even as much as sort of have a sliver of the flop, you're going to be excited to see the turn. The turn, in this case, not very helpful for Foxen, but still, she has options here. Negreanu with just a pair of 3s, not looking too strong.
10 seconds. $175. $175.
No incentive for Foxen to play this slow as she has nothing going for her. But for Negreanu, this is also a terrible situation. You're short, you only have a pair of 3s. You know that Foxen can do this with air as well as with strong hands. The fact that it wasn't raised before the flop, perhaps giving Negreanu a bit more confidence. And again, the counterfeit. This happened earlier with kings and queens on board when Daniel hit a pair of 6s. Now kings and 9s on board. And Foxen's 8 high is best here. Everything going Foxen's way so far.
She might end up betting this here, just thinking that she needs to bluff at this one.
10 seconds. 550. 550.
All in.
All in. Fold. Nice hand.
Thanks.
Negreanu comes with a check raise all in.
Wow.
Look at that.
That is insane. Negreanu check raised all in after Foxen bet 550K.
Nice.
It really was.
Sick. A 3 something?
Deuce 3.
Yeah, I thought you
said
had a
fuck
3.
it. I was like, I don't know. She has ace high
Go
to
for
call,
it.
but
Yeah,
if you're
yeah,
bluffing,
yeah.
then you can't call.
Nice hand. I can't call with that.
And yes, indeed, he is still in the tournament.
Yeah, maybe we'll get him up here next.
That'd be great. Didn't we have him at a limit hold'em final table last year?
We did.
Was it a 10K limit hold'em with Josh Arias? I'm trying to remember. I feel like they all start to blend together a little bit. Queen, 10, deuce, 2 spades here. Besh ahead, potential trouble brewing for him as Seidel flops both a pair and a flush draw. Seidel betting 50K. Besh ahead makes the call, and a spade hits on the turn. Eric Seidel makes his flush, and unfortunately for Besh ahead, he also hits a flush. Besh ahead also gets the action check to him. Donnie, Seidel is setting this up perfectly.
Yeah, this is likely going to be a big payday for Seidel.
Besh ahead, as you can see on the screen, not drawing dead. The 8 of spades would give him a straight flush. Seidel giving it some thought. Donnie, what sort of sizing are we looking at here? Lots of options here for Seidel, of course.
Here we go.
Raise 450.
450 is the raise. Now, if you're Besh ahead here, oh, and he moves all in right away. Seidel with the call, and Besh ahead drawing to 1 card, and if he hits it, we're about to go viral on the internet because that would mean he hits a straight flush.
8 of spades.
1 out. It is a live out. 8 of spades still left in the deck. Seidel with a bit of a smile here, knowing he's 1 card away from a massive double up.
He doesn't want to talk about it right now.
Besh ahead doing the prepay. Eric Seidel looking for a big double up river. Is the end of spade? It's a straight flush, and Eric Seidel is eliminated.
Oh my!
One outer on the river. The Poker Hall of Famer.
Are you serious?
What is going on?
That's insane.
That is disgusting.
Wow.
She had one out.
It's a brutal game sometimes.
Poker is a brutal game. We've all been on both ends of it.
Santos 3 bets to 21,000.
Airball looks intrigued, AJ. There it is.
Alrighty.
Here we go.
100 dimes.
This is a little bit awkward for Santos.
Mm-hmm.
He's in.
I love it. Already, we're over 200 grand in the middle. That took no time at all.
Disaster for Santos.
Oh, man. Airball bet 75,000.
See if he can hit that queen or ace.
Okay.
358 in the middle.
Wow. King still best.
On.
Nicky loves to shove.
He sure does, AJ. And for Santos, as played, I don't really think there's any getting away.
666.
The devil is upon us, and it's still 300 dimes. You know, he knows kings or aces are real, but
there he goes.
Here we go, once or
Wow.
twice, gentlemen.
Almost $1 million in the middle now. That took about 4 minutes. Wow.
Need a little help, Santos.
And they're going to run this twice.
Nice to win the first with $1 million sitting out there, AJ. It's so nice to win that first one. Of course, he's a huge favorite, but go on, airball.
Thank you.
Ooh. Santos just lost 400 and change. Look at that. Oh, my word.
I was
Maybe
wrong.
he can be pushed around.
Ducks for Gabry.
Maybe
Wow.
he can be pushed around.
Raises to 5,000.
Changes everything.
No, you can push me on pre-flop, post-flop.
Ladies for Adams.
He calls.
Going just for the call.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, and somehow puts set on Gaffrey. This guy's bad run continues, this Gaffrey.
Unreal, man. He bets 4 dimes
Rule
here.
that out of my range.
Imagine big blind defense. You're just drawing a 1 out right off the bat.
Oh,
He
man.
purposely exposed it to make us think we could attack him.
16,000 from Adams.
Like, my net worth's up 20% in a day. Come get it.
Call.
45 in the middle. We'll see how ugly this gets for Gaffrey. That is the kind of card where he could start just calling bets, barring a board pair. We have to worry about 5-6 now, ace-5.
All right.
Of course, no going anywhere.
45,000 from Adams. And Gabry calls. No.
Oh,
Okay.
and it is the board pair. Brutal.
Man. $125. A lot of cranberries there.
See if Gaffrey goes for call or raise. Raise really targets the straight, maybe even a 4. Brandon was sort of keeping the pressure on the turn with 4-6. He does
boy,
shove.
okay.
Brandon will see the good news. This is crazy.
He's on. Call.
Look at this. Pot's just under $1 million.
What the?
Gary might have to take a walk again.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
Where's that black bag of yours, Justin? There it is.
All right, I'll be back in a few minutes.
Back in a few, yeah. Clear his head.
Nice hand.
You can never see it coming.
That's why there's no way he could have the better full house.
Yeah. Wow. He's.
Yes.
Dude. There we go.
This is a 7 bet.
Oh, this is sick.
This is a 9 bet.
I fold.
So 3 bet.
24.
4 bet. This is a 5 bet.
All right. What did I put out?
A real man would make it 27-6 right here.
That's what I was just thinking. Mike, I have a feeling these aren't. Mike, I have a feeling these aren't real 5 bet hands.
Yeah, this is.
King 10-9 with 2 spades.
Well, hold on.
No, we're playing with stable coins.
We've got action guaranteed.
They're pegged. They're pegged to the current Latinum. I can't even find. I was trying to look up. I can't even find BTCL on the.
2 flush draws out there.
It doesn't even exist.
Isn't it on Allen first?
We checked.
I'm all in.
JRB jams.
$1 million.
Oh my gosh. Says we're playing for it all.
$1 million? You've never said that before? $1 million.
Wow.
What did I start here?
But then they have to come out of pocket to cover the bet. Pinky in the brain. Which one am I?
Keating the flush draw and
gonna
the
get hit
gutter.
You got Phil storing off. And
JRB top pair. Same gutter. Open ender for Hanks. Backdoor straight flush draw. He might.
A huge draw.
Same account.
Does let it go.
Whichever account that was, that's the one we're working with. Oh, dang, you have the queen.
King Jack, huh? JRB versus Keating. Pot close to 300.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final table of the 25K 10-game championship here at the PGT Mixed Game Series. You can see the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. 6 players remain. We have already lost Matthew Wantman in 7th place. Yuri Dzivielevski is up on top, 3.45 million. Justin Liberto, Brian Rast, Ariel Mantel, Philip Sternheimer, and then Ryan Miller is the current short stack, although everyone's fairly healthy, or at least as healthy as they have been. My name is Donnie Peters, Chris Vitch, and Alex Livingston alongside me. They are the 2 guys providing the expert commentary on all the different games.
And we see the level has jumped up a little bit to 125, 250K, but still a decent amount of chips in play for everybody.
And still playing Limit Hold'em.
The game of the Cadillac of poker.
This is not the Cadillac, Chris. This is the Honda Civic of poker.
Cousin.
Okay.
Cadillacs ain't what they used to be, Donnie. Nobody really with a playable hand so far. Got that slightly awkward 75K chip small blind here.
Kind of an awkward hand, too, for Miller, just given the stack sizes and being out of position. Elects to limp it.
In theory land, you don't really play a lot of limps in limit hold'em from the small blind. You're just playing a tighter range than the big blind, so you can usually come in for a raise. Obviously, he's being conservative here with his stack size.
Or lemongrass.
Yeah, the blinds also being 75, 125. Sometimes that skews you more towards limping, where you've already got 60% in. lets you play a few more hands.
Yuri's really been pretty card dead since we've started this final table. We were talking about him being the big chip leader and coming in and bullying everybody, and I don't remember him really playing a hand.
Yeah, agreed.
Nevertheless, he tried to open one hand in no limit deuce. I think he might have just taken it down, and that was really it.
Yeah, and nevertheless, though, he's still maintained his chip lead just by virtue of the other players sort of evening out. He certainly has no real pressure to do anything. No good opportunities have really come up, and there's some bigger stacks on his left that are tough big bet players. So we'll see. We'll see how he navigates it.
What are the blinds in the big bet, please? What are the blinds in the Thank you.
They're 50, 75? Okay.
And these hands are not doing much to dissuade the idea that Limit Hold'em is not the most exciting game, although I think Ryan Miller's hand here is certainly playable on the button.
Yeah, very nice looking hand. One of my favorite hands in Hold'em, actually. I've just won some big pots with that early stages of my career.
And he's certainly happy to take down the blinds.
Let me get the garlic and lime sea bass and Somtam. And the Somtam salad. It's both spice level 2. Yeah. No.
Late night dinner order from Lemongrass for Brian Rast.
Sounded pretty good. Lemongrass, one of the tasty options here at the ARIA.
Yeah, I've had a lot of lemongrass in my life. I used to play a ton of cash PLO at the ARIA, and it was the go-to spot to order from. It really is very good, consistent Thai food.
The players have to be a little bit tired after 2 full long days here, as the table talk has certainly fallen to a minimum.
Yeah, and they mentioned that, you know, most of these players are going to be jumping in to look at that fold. Oh,
wow.
And Yuri had the aces. That is a bit of a tight fold.
Ryan Miller looking like
Miller.
a genius so far by getting rid of 8-7 of diamonds in the cutoff here. And Yuri, having played tight so far, finally picks up a premium starting hand. And I think he'll get, I was going to say, I thought he might get a little bit of action from Rast in the big blind, and must be disappointed to not get any callers.
Yeah, call in a cash game. Don't mind the fold there in a tournament with the 6-5-0.
Trying to maintain his chip position here with you know, a lot of semi-similar short stacks around him.
Yeah, on the salad.
125?
I think we're going to shift gears to Badugi here. Probably one of the least familiar games to our viewing audience, I would have to guess.
Chris, why don't you give us a rundown on some Badugi basics?
All right, Badugi's a bit of a strange game. It's a triple draw game, but with only 4 cards each. And the best hand is ace, deuce, 3, 4 of all 4 different suits. So any Badugi is a hand of 4 different suits and no pairs. And you have 3 drawing rounds to try to improve your hand. So you'll typically see players start with 2 or 3 small cards of different suits and try to fill in that 4th card. Sometimes a 4-card dealt hand, a 4-card Badugi, can be very strong, but most times they're a little bit difficult to play. Here we see Ariel Mantel picking up a marginal hand in early position with the 8-6-5 and deciding to let it go, which seems pretty reasonable.
So to that point, Chris, you'd rather have something like an ace 3-4 rainbow only being a 3-card where you can still win at showdown sometimes and you have kind of better playability than a really rough Badugi in a lot of spots, right?
That's true. I like this open from Justin Liberto here in position. In Badugi, position is very valuable, as it is in almost all triple draw games, because you get to see your opponent's drawing decision before you. And both blinds having relatively weak hands, Justin will take this down, I believe, with deuce 4.
Yeah. And kind of a subtle point, but Liberto's hand with the 7 of clubs is better than if he had, say, the queen of clubs, just because he's blocking some of the hands his opponent is going to play. Some of those good 3 cards would contain a 7. So always think about all the cards in your hand, not just the ones you're going to use. This comes up in a lot of games.
Yeah, and I would also note that he did have a 3rd suit in his hand with the Jack of Spades. Sometimes a learning player in this game might overvalue having a very weak 3-card hand, but having the 2 and the 4, he's definitely better off drawing 2 and trying to improve to a very, very strong 3-card.
Right. The rule of thumb, if you're drawing 1 in Badugi, is you almost always keep an 8 and you almost always get rid of a 10, and then the 9 is kind of that
that's
decision
your sometimes
point.
card, right? That's depending on the situation.
Depending on the action.
One thing you want to think about in Badugi is what's your current goal? Are you trying to improve to the best 3-card hand, which will be well ahead of your opponent, or are you trying to make a Badugi? Both of these things in different situations can kind of be the main focus of the hand. Maybe we'll see some examples of that throughout this round.
Yeah, this is another game I'm just intrigued to watch how these players play, because I do think that certain players play the game a little bit differently in terms of both bluffing frequencies and then opening and 3-betting from different position frequencies. See Rast opening the button here. Rast covering both players in the blinds. Very reasonable to open any 2 wheel cards, planning to draw 2.
And Ariel Mantel has picked up a pretty strong hand here in the big blind, a 3-card 6. Decides to go with just a call, which I think is very reasonable here.
Yeah, out of the small blind, maybe you'd be a little more likely to 3-bet just to try and deny the big blind their equity. But now that you're already heads up, don't mind the call. So, Chris, in this 1-2 spot, what's your philosophy on if Ariel should be leading a lot with his range?
So a lot of players will just kind of bet here in the dark, but I think that's actually a bit of a small mistake, given that you should be defending a pretty wide range in the big blind, and it's very easy for your opponent to overtake you to make a good 3-card hand, as we see Brian Rast do immediately here, improving his hand to a 2-3-5, which is now in quite good shape. I don't fault Ariel Mantel for betting here, but he did have a small pair. I think he had a 4 of clubs, and now he's caught another kind of reasonable blocker. So it's not like he caught like 2 big card bricks. He's had playable cards in his hand here.
Yeah, I think kind of the key takeaway here is that if you have a weak draw 1, say to an 8 or a 7, and your opponent took 2 and you don't improve, you're actually going to be a small equity underdog some of the time there against the player who may now have improved to a D1 that's going to be ahead of you.
Look at this. Brian Rast has ginned the 6 of diamonds to make a very, very strong holding. We can see he has Mantel almost drawing dead.
I would now check Mantel's hand. It's not like he has a strong enough 3-card to want to value bet.
Correct, and when your opponent goes from 2 to 1, you know, you have to give them credit for some premium hands. You know, he's kind of needs to continue here with his 3-card 6. I think it's very reasonable to check call here. There's some chance that it could be the best hand. We can see he's in terrible shape, but a very reasonable option so far. If it had gone 1 versus 2 again, he probably would have put in another bet.
And note that Rast doesn't need a Badugi to value bet here. He can value bet some strong 3-card hands that Mantel is drawing live. For instance, if he's reduced his 6 of clubs to the ace of clubs, he could beat some of those value bets.
Now, this is a situation where Mantel thinks that he wants to catch a middling Badugi here to try to overtake the part of his... Oh, and he has. He's made the 9-6. So, in this situation, what should happen is he should probably check in the dark here, as Rast should basically bet any Badugi and some bluffs. I wouldn't fault Mantel for going with a lead here, as his hand is going to kind of get checked behind when his opponent makes a king or a queen here, so, you know, sometimes in a tournament situation.
And I think his hand is arguably not strong enough to check raise, so that could make it a candidate to lead as well.
Yeah.
If he caught something a little bit stronger, I like just going for the check raise, and then weaker going for the check call. If you're going to play some leads, this hand feels like one of the ones to do it with, perhaps.
I agree, although I think I might just go with the kind of passive check call.
I think that's totally fine as well. And it's not... It's very different if Rast was pat from the get, where the 9 is going to be ahead of a lot of those.
Right, that's a big, big difference. Rast has gone from 2 to 1 to 0. He has a lot of incentive to bet when you check here, even if he's snowing or whether he has a value hand.
Yeah.
And of course, Rast is thrilled to see this. He's just Hollywooding here. He will absolutely raise.
Yeah, and maybe in a tournament, this is just a little bit too thin for Mantel after thinking about it a bit more. Not saying that because we can see Rast's hand, but also you do want to give Rast the rope to bluff if he did have one of those snows.
Right, and now he's still going to have a difficult decision, because if Rast were bluffing, you know, I suppose you could consider the fact that he would maybe, you know, throw in a bluff raise here at some low frequency. Of course, we're always sort of being more creative-minded from the sidelines here. In most of these situations, you just expect your opponent to have a very, very strong hand when they do raise the river in the spot. And Rast is really giving it a lot of Hollywood here. I don't think he's considering anything other than raise, yeah.
Yeah, and as Mantel, one of the things you want to think about is where you are in your range. Surely he could have some bluffs, although it's, I would say, an under-bluffed line. In terms of his value bets, you know, he's probably not going to value bet a 10 in this spot, so...
Yeah, I think that it would have just been more clean to just check and call and just, you know, save that bet. And instead he loses an extra bet, which is very disappointing for him here, and it's going to be our clear short stack.
6-5, 3 deuce.
And a huge Badugi pot here with multiple bets going in.
Right, and again, just to reiterate this to our viewers, if Brian started with a pat hand, making a 9 is quite a monster. If Brian went from 2 to pat, making a 9 is still pretty big, but when he goes from 2 to 1 to pat, it's a little bit more likely that he has a stronger pat hand.
Right,
on
assuming
average.
his drawing one range on the after the first draw is like a reasonable hand, like a 3-card 8 or better,
Yeah.
then his average hand when he improves to a Badugi is around an 8.
Yeah.
So yeah, the 9 would be like slightly behind that range. And again, if he's bluffing, you also want to give him that rope, as you alluded to.
Not yet, right?
I know, you said, no?
No, but we have the 100K still, right?
No, it's not.
No, it doesn't count.
It doesn't count.
Oh, really?
Yeah, have you already locked it up? I didn't even check.
Yeah, I'm almost sure.
That you'll pass him?
Yeah.
Congrats.
Oh, nice.
Well deserved.
Thank you very much.
They're
Yeah,
congratulating Yuri a little bit early, perhaps
you
forgetting
won
that he has
1 or 2?
Pan
I
has
won
a
1
first, second, and a third.
I think he's going to pass Pan, but I think Donnie was telling us earlier that it's Justin Liberto who could maybe catch him with a victory here. Is that right?
Yes.
I believe the 25K is worth a lot of points.
Yeah, so up top in this 25K is 288 points. Yuri is currently 131 points out of first place. Yuri needs to finish second or better. Third place is 130 points, so he would miss it by a point.
Oh, so he would lose to Pan.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
So right now it's King High Pan who has the first, second, and a third, who's leading the way. Yuri can finish first or second and win the series title, and Justin Liberto needs to win without Yuri getting second in order for him to win the title.
I would go with.
And what does the winner of the series title get, Donnie?
There's nobody.
The trophy.
I don't think so, because you and I are similar.
The knowledge that they are the best mixed game PokerGO player for the year 2026.
Yes, of course.
This event is like 200, almost 300, and I needed 370 or so.
You need 370 to pass him? No.
To pass the Asian guy. We can have him check it.
Yeah, I mean,
I think you're drawing dead.
Interesting.
That's
what Tim just told me.
You won or got second?
I won. Yeah.
You won.
What was it? What was it? Just the 5K, right?
It was 200
Everyone
points.
can win.
How many points did you have come
5K.
Liberto.
Yeah.
Liberto.
Yeah, you, but you get.
I mean, I went out like 100 players though.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, 100 entries. This is actually pretty
you
impressive.
Got a second. You're way behind me.
This one got
And it was an
64 entries. That's like.
Course,
I kind of feel like in all the times they've run the 25K here, this is the most by a lot. Normally, Brian gets up to the 25K. There's been years where
this was a big turnout.
This was a
There's been years where like the
turnout.
25K gets like 30 people or something.
And if Liberto wins this tournament and Yuri doesn't finish second, Liberto would win the series by 1 point.
Wow. All right, Ariel is very short here and gets dealt an ace-5 on the button. I think with the value position here, this hand is enough for me.
Last year, and I think the nut low was like 31 year.
Yeah, there was one year it was like 30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, the prize pool this year, even though the early events started off down, is almost the same as last year. And the Super Iola Bowl is going to be a lot bigger.
Because more people.
And
played
last
the
year was the
bigger
best series ever.
Yeah.
Great.
We see Ryan Miller employing the strategy you mentioned earlier, 3-betting to deny the big blind here, which works out fine. He gets Yuri to fold a deuce-6 in the big blind.
Yeah, he'll be a small favorite against Mantel's opening range, I believe, with this hand, and knocking out the big blind is also very nice.
Yeah, not a bad spot for Mantel to get his money in, but with position, but he is behind.
This is sweet. Like this mixed games, we need this. This is like outside of the WSOP. This is like the only thing. Like
gazillion 100Ks for no one in PLO.
They just put it in here.
Just me.
Mantel figures he's going to have to put it in later anyway.
That's good, and I agree. I just mean this series in general.
Yeah, of course.
Like it's Like I feel like if you like playing mix and you're good with tournaments, like this, want to play this. Mixed tournaments is kind of like my favorite thing to play now.
There's a tournament every day. The structures.
Oh boy.
Wow.
2 6s in a row.
Yeah, Mantel has really run into it in this Badugi round. This is very unfortunate. And he's going to draw dead here. Oh, no, he caught 2 bricks. He has ace-5.
On the right things, but like,
Bit of a grin on Miller's face there.
Yeah, he can almost turn his hand face up. He's feeling very confident here, as he should be.
As it is, because it's pretty intense. Because you're playing like very long days, like unless.
But there has to be a balance. But I think they're finding a balance.
Oh, Mantel does draw live.
He's found some equity here with the ace 3-5 3 card, but it's very thin. He has what, 2 outs?
Day 2, but
yeah, and one more to chop.
2.5.
Like I played till 1 a.m. like a bunch of.
Me?
Oh, Phil gets to sweat another card. This time he needs the 2 of spades.
Does a 6 tie it?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Please be careful with the deck, Phil.
Oh, no.
I think it's the bottom one.
Yuri makes a good point.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You sure? Okay, let me do the these first. What I think they are.
It just.
This is the ace.
We're gonna sweat all. You're gonna bend all the.
Wait, Phil, just turn him up.
Okay, so now.
Is it a spade?
Only a deuce. Only a deuce.
I hope he sees that as a spade first.
6 chops. This time I think GG. We made a badoogie, but not.
Okay, guys.
Good to see you, man. See you tomorrow, right?
Good luck now.
Good game.
Good game.
I have a flight 7 a.m.
You're a good man.
Yeah.
Nice plan.
Good game, guys.
All right, Ariel Mantel busts in 6th place, $88,000 for him. He's had a pretty good last few weeks here on the PGT. He won the last event of the PGT Kickoff Series, and here he is finishing in 6th place in the 25K 10-game championship at the PGT Mixed Games Series. Updated leaderboard here, presented by Global Poker. Ryan Miller climbs up into 4th, not more than $2.3 million for him. Yuri Dzivielevski still on top, $3.3 million. Brian Rast not that far behind on $3 million.
Never won like Ryan.
Wow, that's the difference in winning. Rast wins worse 6 than I had.
Ryan Miller bemoaning his fate that he made a 6 and did not get more action.
In other words, Tim is right. That's not very surprising.
So wait, if you win and he comes
third,
fourth or
third,
third is still a win for you?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
This is
Sorry, I take it back.
Storm we're
I mean, you guys
talking
will
about.
both be deserving champions.
Thank you, Phil. That's very kind of you.
Thank you very much.
No, I mean it. Great people and great players.
Half of that might be true. With you, you're so balanced, we don't know which side. But it's nice that we got
Miller
half of
cracks
that.
me
To
up.
get half is pretty sick.
He's always got a sharp comeback, you know? So Phil Sternheimer here picks up a decent hand. I mean, more than a decent hand, really. A 10-9 Badoogie. This hand is going to be well ahead of many other dealt Badoogies. It's well above the average dealt Badoogie. It just gets a little bit difficult to play if you're up against a draw 1. And what will Ryan Miller do here with a weak Badoogie?
Yeah, typically cutoff versus button, I 3-bet all my Badoogies, but this one is so weak, and with the tournament considerations, I wouldn't hate just a fold. Also knowing that Phil will be opening a bit tighter. What's your thought?
Yeah, I mean, I think given the tournament considerations, it makes a lot of sense. It's also just the sort of hand that has nowhere to go if it's beat, right? I mean, it's not like he had a very good underlying draw. So the King-Jack would make me want to fold, whereas if I had something like a King-8, I'd probably be more inclined to 3-bet with the plan to pat.
Yeah, and even if the open came in a cash game, maybe hijack, I would just consider folding the absolute worst Badoogies.
Absolutely. So Yuri is calling with a hand that many people would fold here in the small blind, this 3-card 9. I'm pretty confident he's going to play it as a draw 1. Let's see. We can see that against Phil Sternheimer's actual hand, he's doing okay. It's not great, but, you know, drawing live.
Yeah, the only note I have here is, again, with this particular blind level, he has just a little bit more in than normal, 75 out of the 125 big blind. But it is a loose call.
Yeah. And I wonder if there'll be any point in the hand where he might decide to turn his hand into a bluff. Obviously, he may feel that his opponent has a lot of really weak dealt Badoogies, like those kings and the queens of the world.
In fact, I played a 3-way pot with Yuri in this exact tournament on day 1 where I'm still not sure if he bluffed us. It was against Dylan Weissman, who had a Pat Badoogie, and Yuri and I were both drawing 1, and Yuri check raised and just bet the whole way, and I folded my 3-card on the end.
Now, a big mistake that a lot of new Badoogie players make in this game is they just continue drawing for their weak hand in these situations. I think this hand is too weak to continue. He's up against an uncapped, unknown range from his opponent in a relatively small pot. So I think he either needs to turn his hand to a bluff or just go ahead and fold.
Yeah, it's a bit close. Note that it is just a single raise pot. If this was a 3-bet pot, he'd be getting much better odds.
And I think he's considering that now. I don't think he's going to semi-bluff after taking this much time, but I could be wrong. And we see him make the disciplined fold.
My first WSOP final table was 10 game, 3-handed, and I had a Pat Badoogie all in. But at river, I realized I misread my hand. and I had a 3-card jack.
Oh no.
There's a lot of curses.
Yeah. So did you at that point did you have to draw 2?
No, I was like on the river. The other guy is like, I didn't get there because I'm pat all the way and
yeah.
And then like, you know, he's like peeling. He didn't get there. I'm like, you know, the doogie. I'm like, you got a 3-card jack.
Definitely a situation in which you should triple check your cards, I would say.
So now I always double check my doogies and snows. You were missing a heart?
No.
Phil on a bit of a rush here. Remember how short he was with that ace deuce he raised under the gun and limit hold'em, and was just basically getting his money in before taking the big blind, and is now up to a comfortable 1.9 million and dealt a very decent starting hand here.
Oh, Miller has a very interesting hand as well.
Certainly a hand that will play no matter what. The ace-3-5 would be certainly enough to play. Notice Yuri quickly folding this king Badoogie here, facing a raise and a re-raise.
Yeah, there are some situations where you actually throw the jack away. Probably not this one, but it is at least worth considering. The idea being that if your opponent ends up making a Badoogie, it's often going to beat your jack, and your 3-card is just going to win a lot of the time they don't.
Yeah, if he had a hand like ace-2-3 jack, then we
Right.
would see that, because the ace-2-3 would always be ahead of a draw 1.
Or like an ace-3-5 king, perhaps.
Yes, that makes sense too. The more value there is in your underlying draw, the more you want to get rid of the weakest part of the weakest Badoogies.
Right. But I think this one is just going to be pat.
And then, again, another consideration would be if Phil Sternheimer 4-bet and pat in front of him here, maybe he would consider breaking the hand.
Right. He has one of those we'd call convertible hands.
So now Phil is a little bit of a different situation than the previous hand, where he has now dealt a stronger 3-card than Yuri had, and it's a 3-bet pot. So in this situation, I would expect him to mostly get to the river. It just may be a question of how he gets to the river. At some point, he could consider turning his hand into a bluff. We can see that it might actually work relatively well against the sort of hand that Ryan Miller's holding, because when you have that jack with the underlying premium 3-card, and you face a raise and get and a pat, of course you're going to be more obligated, more inclined to break the hand. But usually in these situations, we see pretty straightforward play, as you expect. It is limit poker after all. You can only face your opponent with one more bet at a time, and bluffing incorrectly can be very expensive.
Yeah, one thing you'll see sometimes in these spots, if Phil were the in-position player and had a very strong draw, you'll see a raise there as a semi-bluff, and then just breaking anyway if your opponent breaks, knowing now that your 3-card is ahead.
Yeah. Ironically, I think people are a little bit more reticent to break their hand when they're facing an in-position raise because of that fact that you're describing, whereas out of position, maybe you get a little bit more credit.
Yeah.
I wonder if Phil's thinking about making a big fold here, given the fact that, like, you know, he's getting a good price, but he's just feeling like maybe his opponent's just going to have quite a strong range here.
Yeah, I think I would peel just given it was a 3-bet pot, although you do have to worry that Miller doesn't have every dealt Badoogie here. Like, he could maybe fold some of the worst ones, so you have a little bit less equity. He does just lay it down.
Yeah, that's a big fold there. Miller will be happy to take it right there with the Jack Badoogie for sure.
Yeah, as the guy with the Badoogie, you're always just thrilled to see a fold in a spot like that. Well, if you've got a Jack Badoogie. Or
Yeah, which you usually do, right?
Yeah.
You rarely have a hand that's so strong you want action.
Yeah.
That pot does move Miller into the chip lead.
Wow.
Yeah, and look at these stacks. I mean, we have 4 guys that are almost all identical in chips, and Sternheimer's not that far behind.
And I think they're going to finish this table tonight no matter what, but it could be a late one. So maybe we'll get some East Coast viewers tuning in when they wake up in a few hours.
You're big blind, Phil. Not for me, for you. One more draw? You didn't draw to a 6?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. You're doing the math.
Miller picking up a very reasonable opening hand. This is the sort of hand I feel comfortable opening for a raise, but if somebody were to raise in front of me, I would maybe be a little bit more hesitant to play.
Yeah.
It can be
Definitely.
dominated by strong 3 cards, but it's certainly playable, and it also can reduce. Notice that in addition to being able to make a 7 Badoogie, you could also catch a small club and make your hand even stronger.
Right.
Although all the small clubs are in Phil Sternheimer's hand right now.
Accurate or not?
So in some senses, you'd almost rather have like an ace-deuce-8 than a 7-6-5.
Absolutely.
Just given the
exactly.
playability of the hand.
More outs to improve to a winning hand.
And Phil with a very clear call, draw 2 out of the big blind. In some situations, you're actually supposed to defend the big blind and take 3. Perhaps not here versus Hijack Open in this tournament, but certainly calling the ace-deuce.
Yeah, an interesting thing about Badugi is that when you're up against wide ranges, the hands do run relatively close, as you still have tons of room for improvement. Phil instead catches a very strong PLO or possibly PLO 8 hand with catching ace-deuce, king-king double suited. But I think in this situation, he's going to continue no matter what.
Correct. Usually on the small bet street in Badugi, you almost never fold. Maybe the exception would be if he took 2 and Miller was Pat, he could potentially fold on improved. But versus a player who could still be drawing 1, we have to see another one here.
Yeah, and when your opponent continues drawing 1 here, an interesting thing about Badugi is that your ace-deuce is usually doing well enough to keep continuing. I mean, a lot of players will fold the turn here given the tournament considerations, but in this 2 versus 1 spot, when you're up against a bunch of 3-card 7s, 3-card 8s, you're probably supposed to get to the river.
And now he's improved to ace-deuce-7, which is actually the
slightly
best hand.
ahead, right? Yeah, that's quite a strong improvement here. I think Miller will bet again.
Yeah, and perhaps not an auto bet spot for Miller here with everything that he gets here with, because, you know, that D2 is just going to improve to a D1 a decent chunk of the time, and getting check raised is really no fun. But he does have the chip lead, so Sternheimer has ICM pressure and can't raise as wide for value, and might have to make some more tighter folds. Interesting here, Chris, is like you mentioned, if Phil hadn't improved, you know, there's some merit to actually continuing to call, but I think given the tournament considerations, he may lay it down, right? But this hand,
especially given we saw him fold that 3-card 5 in the previous hand in a spot where I think we would often continue in a cash game.
But this hand is a very clear continue. You've now pulled ahead of some hands, as we can see he
Is
did.
Miller considering? Okay, I was wondering if he was considering turning his hand to a snow. I think an ace-3-7, it would be too strong of a hand to turn into a bluff in the spot.
Yeah, maybe if he had the bottom of his range there, like an 8-7-5 or something.
And notice now that Phil has reduced. Oh no, I apologize. I thought he reduced to an ace-deuce-4, but he just has ace-deuce-7, and both players have some incentives to check this one down
This
now, I think.
feels like a very classic check-check. They both have a little bit of showdown value. The hand is too weak to value bet, too strong to bluff, in my opinion.
Both believing they could win at showdown against like a 3-card 8 or worse 7.
Ace-deuce-7. 2-7. 3-7.
And just like that, all the stacks are evening out once again.
Yeah, this is wild. I mean, there's only an 800K discrepancy between the short stack and the big stack here.
Basically 3 big bets.
Stud 8,
yeah.
right? I think PLO's after stud 8.
All right, we made it through Badugi. Everyone except for Ariel Mantel made it through Badugi unscathed.
On to stud 8.
Stud 8's a very fascinating game in high-stakes mix. I mean, as you said earlier, it can be a game in which maybe the pots aren't quite as out of control as they are in like a single winner game like Badugi. But on the other hand, I think that Stud 8 is a game at the highest stakes where you do see a lot of jamming and aggressive actions from strong Stud 8 players in a way that maybe in the mid-stakes you don't see so much.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's one of those games where I've talked about this a lot in the past in stud games. If you and the player with the second best equity, if you have the best equity in a 3-way pot, you almost want to work to get that third player out a lot of the time because it can improve both of your chances.
Yeah, so when you see a multi-way pot in Stud 8, especially if there was multiple raises in on 3rd Street, then all of a sudden you'll see a lot of players doing some jamming, and even with some pretty marginal holdings, really trying to clean up their equity. Because we got to look at the trophy there for this tournament.
And another game that I've been noticing more and more players building limping strategies in.
Yeah. And I notice here that this is kind of one of the lower ante levels. They're playing 25K ante, 125K, 250K betting limits. And they're only 5-handed. Stud games are kind of funny in that the shorter handed you get, the less money there is in the pot. So there's actually some incentives to play carefully. Notice just what you said. Liberto limps in with a very weak holding here with the 6-8-9.
Yeah.
With a jack behind him, and I can't quite see what Phil Sternheimer's up card is.
Yeah,
here.
Phil's card is blocked out by the graphics. Rast, sensible limp. Okay, so he's playing against two jacks.
Yeah.
So I think he thinks that, you know, those players are going to have a hard time continuing, although Phil has the split jacks.
I would not have minded raising Rast's hand as a bit of a semi-bluff, trying to represent that I had split jacks.
Yeah, now does Liberto just want to get out of the way here, having limped sort of the stone bottom of his range, or does he think the price is just too good?
It's interesting, right? Because his hand is not very good, but if he did want to continue, he's in a good spot to be against 2 high hands. If he can run off low cards, he could be in a great free roll situation.
Yeah,
here.
very true. He'd rather that both players have jacks, 2 jacks, than that Rast has these 2 low cards.
Now, Rast knows exactly where he's at in the hand because he can imagine that Sternheimer basically has to have split jacks here. His hand will be a little interesting to play if he catches low cards.
Yeah, Phil's either going to have split jacks or a big overpair, most likely, higher than the jack.
So it looks like Justin Liberto has caught a pair of 8s. And Sternheimer probably has enough hand to bet here. He doesn't see too much scariness out on the board.
Yeah, and Sternheimer might be thinking, too, if Justin had a good hand, why wouldn't he just open into these 2 jacks?
100%. I would continue with Liberto's hand here, but I would want to play it passively, I think.
Yeah, and it's close whether you even want to continue, I think, when Phil catches the suited ace. He does just let it go.
And now I think Rast is probably going to fold, but the pot is a little bit extra big given Liberto's, money's in there as well. He does have that backdoor flush draw, backdoor low draw, but
it's really hard to run off a low, though, with 3 cards to come, and you need 3 of them. If Rast had caught, like, the 3 of clubs or even the deuce of clubs here, he would definitely continue with the backdoor low draw. But here you need 3 cards. I don't mind the fold.
Sternheimer is thrilled to take it right there, for sure. It's interesting that players played their hands relatively face up in that hand, right? I mean, Sternheimer had the best hand and just raised it, and everyone else played carefully.
Jump into free online poker with Play PokerGO, the official free online poker game of PokerGO. You can grind ring games or run deep in tournaments, and you can even hit the special high-stakes poker-themed tables. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure, authentic poker. Check it out today at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android.
Donnie, were you involved in those great trophies that we have this year for these mixed game events?
No, I can't take credit. I got to give that one to Tim.
Fair enough.
I only wish that the cards were a little bigger, closer to the size of real cards. But other than that, they're pretty great.
They're very cool.
No, Yuri limping kind of a weak hand here with that lemon in the hole.
So as you predicted, Alex, we are seeing a lot more limping strategies employed. Sternheimer again picking up a very strong high hand here. A little bit of a more scary situation facing 2 low doors, but I think still plenty of hand to complete here.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say I don't really like Yuri's limp with this hand. He had a 6, an ace, and a tray behind, all of which are pretty good cards in this game, and it's a low ante level.
And notice the limp fold, which is something that you don't see a lot of times from middle stakes players, right? Again, kind of an odd strategy. We saw Yuri employing this a lot last year during the Super High Roller Bowl, and we see that continue here. It'll be something to keep an eye on.
Agreed.
Sternheimer is chipping up nicely in the stud 8 round and went from the clear short stack into the tournament to just under the chip lead. Meanwhile, it doesn't feel like Yuri's done anything, but he's still just maintained his position,
You're Sue, right?
Yeah, he hasn't really gotten dealt very many good hands, Chris.
Yeah, he did get those aces one time and got no action.
Right. Are you still angry at me? One time I was sweating the card without your permission, and you seemed pretty angry. It's water under the bridge now.
It did happen earlier in this series. Phil kind of reached in to sweat a card. She quickly pulled the card back and gave him a stern look.
That's fair play from the dealer there.
Phil was just surprised that he didn't get to sweat the card because apparently that's something he likes to do a lot. All right, we have some action on this board. A lot of low cards out and some playable hands so far. A nice laydown from Rast there. That's something that some players could miss.
And notice Liberto not limping this time, so sort of suggesting he has a stronger hand than the last time he had a 6. Also opening to a scary board. Miller folding the 4-7 queen all spades. A little surprised, Chris?
Not surprised, only in the sense that I know him to be a conservative player. I also know that he considers stud 8 to be his best game in the mix.
Yeah.
So I take note of it for sure.
I would have been tempted to peel one off.
Liberto catches the best card in the deck here. If you have the 5, 6, 8, you are dreaming of catching a 7 and working your way towards a straight. Because notice now, when if he catches a 9 at any point in the hand, it looks like a brick, but instead makes him an extremely strong hidden hand.
But notice also the deference from Liberto. Again, thinking about range versus range, and that deuce of spades leading to a lot of very low draws for Yuri. And this is just a range check, range bet situation here where Yuri catches so good.
It is now, but I think that Liberto made a small mistake on 4th Street there. I think that Yuri should defend pretty wide as the bring-in, and so Liberto raising in first position is going to have a number of dominant hands against a 3 and a 2. I think he could have easily bet, and he has a very good hand with the 5, 6, 7, 8.
Right, so if for instance, Yuri had called next to act behind Liberto with some more players behind, then the 3 deuce would be a little more scary than him just defending the bring-in.
Absolutely.
Now this street, I think, very standard.
Yeah, Liberto now, his hand has shrunk up considerably looking at the 2-3-6 board. And now he's going to get into a tricky situation because he's going to kind of have to call down with this 8 low, I think.
Well, it's if Liberto catches like a queen on the river, it's
then
really
he can get away
ugly,
from it.
right? Yeah. But if he catches any pair, then he could think that Yuri could just be low. And if he catches any sort of improvement to his low, then Yuri could be high, or he could somehow have the best low.
Right. He could also think he could improve to a 7-6-5 3 deuce or 7-6-5 deuce ace, which could win the low. So a very action river coming here for especially for Justin Liberto, as Yuri is basically on a complete free roll now. And Yuri improves again to a stronger low, and Justin has bricked.
So yeah, this is that situation where I think that on the king and the queen in particular, and the 10 and the 9, well, not the 9 where he makes a straight, but I think that Liberto can get away here.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he would really have to imagine a creative hand that he could chop against in this situation. Of course, Yuri doesn't really need to look at his cards here, as he would be betting basically anything here with a pair and a 7 low draw in this, 7 low in this situation.
Right, like Justin could beat something like queens in the hole that caught a 3 for queens up. He could get half with that 8 low, but just not often enough, in my opinion.
In general, if you get to the river and stud 8 or better, you do need to pay off quite light, right? I mean, the pot is massive at this point, and you don't know what your opponent has. But I do agree, this is about as bad of a situation as you could get for an 8 low and king high.
Fold.
And what started out as a very great 4th Street for Justin Liberto really shrank down, and that as that hand ran out.
Yeah, I think that's something I find tends to frustrate players, and you'll hear bad beat stories of, oh, I had ace deuce tray 4 and Raz and ran out 3 pictures, or anytime someone starts with 4 really good cards in a stud game, it's super disappointing when you basically go brick, brick, brick.
Absolutely. I mean, he was imagining how he was going to scoop it with scoop a big pot with a straight, and instead he ended up with king high. Meanwhile, Yuri improved on every
Yuri just kept catching little ones, yeah. A bit of, I would say, sluggish demeanor on all the faces of these players.
It's been a long day.
It's a couple long days in a row.
I think so, but is that the rules?
In these mixed game tournaments, you don't really even get that advantage of playing a long series where sometimes you might just choose to come in late, right? Most players are coming on time. PokerGO very generous with the reduced rake bullets on the first buy-in, so you're usually starting the day right at noon and playing for quite some time.
50.
Here we have a very classic situation where the ace is going to have kind of a pure steal with all high cards on the board. So in this situation, Ryan Miller really doesn't need to look at his cards. And instead he actually has it. So Liberto can get himself in some trouble here, given that he has split 9s in a situation where his opponent, he knows his opponent will have an insanely wide stealing range here.
Yeah, Miller should just be opening, like you say, anything in the hole against the jack and the 9.
He's off to a good start by just calling, which I think is the right play with split 9s with a 2.
Agreed.
But it's not going to be easy to get away from this hand, because obviously Miller can bet basically his entire range still, catching another wheel card here.
Yeah, it gets really ugly when your opponent catches another really nice looking card and you don't make any sort of improvement. But here, Liberto does have a little bit of backup with 3 spades. He could run off a flush.
hand. So normally when your opponent has an ace showing and 2 low cards, you are quite worried about getting free rolled, right? But in this situation, knowing how wide of a steal situation it is, I don't think that Liberto would be able to get away from this hand at this point. He can be dominating against a number of weak holdings. Imagine that Miller had something like Jack-7 in the hole. I mean, he's in great shape against a hand like that.
Yeah, he's going to really have to get stubborn here unless Miller pairs that ace, to be honest. He's also noticed that Liberto also has backdoor draws, both for the low and the high.
Yeah. I don't see any reason to raise. He just wants to, you know, continue here carefully and see how things develop. And now a nice development for Liberto as he has improved to 2 pair. He might even consider a bet here. Notice blocking 2 5s is extremely valuable when you're looking at the ace-deuce-4-7 board from your opponent. It makes it much less likely you're against the scariest possible situation of a wheel. Liberto also picks up a 4 flush. I would not mind a bet here, I think.
This is a super, super interesting spot because he
Good
does
bet.
come with the bet. Nice find. The tricky thing here is that, of course, the times when Miller has a low, he's free rolling your exact hand. But sometimes he doesn't have much of a free roll, right? Like imagine he has like a 6 jack. Well, then it's just a chop no matter what.
Yeah, and he's actually doing fine against Miller's actual hand of split aces here too.
Right. So Miller's got aces with a 7 low draw.
Big river coming.
Justin 2 pair, and look at that. Miller catching that 9.
Now, if I am Liberto here, I don't think I bet the river unless I improve to a flush.
Correct. Because your opponent's going to have aces up some chunk of the time, and you just want to play check call here and minimize the damage.
And he's going to be able to bet any low against you too. So yeah, Miller's just going to check down here and be disgusted.
Yeah, Miller is just hating life. And by the way, as Miller, you just don't bluff these spots ever.
Right.
Your opponent is always going to call you with this 2 pair hand because they know that you could just be betting the low side.
You can understand why Miller's very frustrated here. He knew that it was a spot where it looks like he can have an extremely wide range, and starting with split aces and stud 8 or better is a great, great hand. So he had a hand that was sneaky strong and ended up losing to a hand that he was dominating.
Yeah, and cool find from Justin with the backup of the flush draw, the blockers to the wheels and wheel draws, finding that turn lead for value there on 6th Street.
Playing the game. Somebody had the ace and the
Sometimes you got to beat the goat, Phil. Every hand I've studied the same whole day been the same way. Guy's completely clueless and beat. No matter who it is, it's the same thing all day long.
It's hard to beat if they got 8 cards.
They're completely lost. My hand just stops on 5th Street every time.
We're getting 6 cards earlier now.
You gotta give credit where credit is due. He played that hand to perfection, honestly.
He's better than me on 6th Street, completely clueless.
Woo! It's really just amazing because you're running out.
He's amazing.
Different rank low cards, but then 7th obviously didn't just continue the trend.
I think, honestly,
how does that happen?
Ryan, I think you're the best stud 8 player in the world, maybe, but I'm serious. Like among the top 3, but like Liberto played that. I mean,
Yeah, as bad as possible, you're right.
The trolling is real, guys.
Alex, what do you guys think? Yay or nay?
I have to agree with Phil.
Yeah, you know, I do. It's one I'm going to look at an equity calculator after this. I'm kind of curious how Liberto's doing versus range, but I think he did play it right. I think that it's rare that he's getting free rolled in that sense that
Rast stepped out of line here a little bit with a little bit of an extended steal with the ace-4 in the hole and the jack showing, trying to represent those split jacks. He's run into quite a strong hand from Liberto in the bring-in here. And Liberto again catches that gin card on 4th Street, the open-ended straight draw. I wonder if Rast will just immediately check fold, given that he's completely bricked here.
I think that the tendency here, when the high board catches a high card and the low board catches a low card on 4th Street, you normally check over to the low board, and Rast is at the stone bottom of his possible holdings here. He has ace-4, 9-jack, Badoogie.
Yeah. A good note here, I'm assuming Rast will fold also, a good note here is that if you steal and it doesn't work out, it's okay to abandon the ship and limit poker. You know, you don't necessarily have to just keep firing bad money after good.
I don't know.
Yeah, and that's something that I'll do.
Yeah, like
let's say I'm playing a lower buy-in WSOP tournament, one of the 1500s. It doesn't really matter what stud variant it is. I like to do this in the stud games. I find people play those generally too tight.
Yep.
So I will step out of line and steal, but then if somebody especially a tighter player, ends up putting chips in the pot, you have to remember that they have a tighter than normal range.
Absolutely.
So you can't just continue to try to bulldoze them throughout the rest of the hand.
And even when you have a medium straight hand, you want to be a little careful. The warning bells should be going off that your opponent's going to be having quite a strong hand.
And they're not also going to always find those re-raises with their really strong hands, so they might have, not only are they playing fewer hands than maybe theory would dictate, but they're playing them more passively.
Too.
Absolutely.
Unbearable, man.
For me to lose that
You need a new bit. You really do need a new bit.
I could not lose that hand.
But you lost it, so I don't know how the fuck that happened.
Minimum.
Maybe 3 cards out of the fucking 52 cards I could lose. And I found it. She found it.
Oh, that was...
Miller is beside himself.
Good job. Take one off, Poop.
He's had a rough day. At one point today, I think they were playing stud 8, and they only ended up giving him 6 cards. At another situation, they were playing PLO. They gave a person at the table 5 cards.
No.
And wait till I tell you the
No.
ruling, because that's what really sent Miller
yours.
off the rail. The player hadn't acted on his hand. They allowed him to keep his hand and randomly took 1 card away.
So that's something you would never see that at
And
WSOP.
Miller lost his mind.
PokerGo does things a little differently. They do try to be fair in situations like that where it is fully random, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I
That's
don't
an
know about
interesting
that
spot.
one. That is an interesting spot. Of course, Paul Campbell and the tournament director staff all doing a fantastic job here at the studio. A lot of innovations that you've seen in other venues actually were started here at the studio, but that is a tricky one, and I've normally seen that ruled as a dead hand.
Ryan Miller may not agree with the quality of the rulings. He may not agree with much right now, though. He's, as you said, head in his hands.
He's not always the most agreeable person, but he is certainly humorous.
Stud 8, his best game, has abandoned him so far this orbit. As we see Yuri having back-to-back hidden high hands. Last hand he opened with an 8 showing in pocket queens and took it down.
Ooh.
This hand is going to be a tricky one, though, as he is up against a premium hand of not only just aces, but aces with a low card as well. Sternheimer, I think, will get away from these 8s.
Yeah. And you'd always rather have the kings buried like this, although there is a dead king.
There's a dead king. Yuri will play carefully here against an ace, but
Yeah.
he's going to have a little bit of a tricky time here depending on how the board develops.
It's actually nice for Yuri, assuming that he doesn't end up improving, which he does. But I was going to say it's nice for Yuri that he's seeing the ace of his opponent rather than having Rast have the buried aces.
And Rast, of course, has to feel very happy with his hand here, even seeing the 5s. He's mostly just up against, 5s with 2 random low cards, let's say.
Right. Rast should bet, and I would just call as Yuri. I don't think there's any reason to announce your hand as of now.
Yeah, and your hand is not even that strong, right?
Right.
That's part of it. It's not only not announce your hand, but your hand is still fairly vulnerable. You really want to see your opponent catch a high brick on 5th Street. But that does not happen. And now I think Yuri will probably get into call down mode. I don't know about folding with 5s and kings here.
No, I would not fold, and I agree. You're stuck in call down mode now. Rast can just have all the lows that are free rolling you. He can have aces with a low draw that you're doing okay against, but not great.
One thing I'd be curious to see here, imagine if he calls here and then on 6th Street, if Yuri catches a low card and Rast catches a high, if Yuri takes over the betting lead to deny that free card. Rast could have something like a 6 or a 2 in the hole here very easily.
And we didn't quite get the scenario you were thinking of. If Rast had caught a 9 through king there, I would be leading Yuri's hand, particularly with the strength of my board. But against the 7 of hearts, I like continuing to play passively.
And of course, Rast now feels very happy with his hand because even if Yuri were to have a very, very strong hand like a 7 high straight, he's not quite free rolling that hand, but he's not in bad shape against anything here. And Yuri has no choice but to really just check and call his way to showdown here, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, Rast can just bet the end unimproved, thinking that it's very hard for him to get scooped.
Ooh, but he has improved, and Yuri's going to lose a big one.
Yeah.
Rast never caught a bad one here and was in great shape with those split aces all the way. Aces with a low card are one of the best starting hands in stud 8 or better, and this one is going to work out very well for Brian Rast.
Adam looked at my last card. I have aces and a 7 low. And this is a good one. Aces up.
Aces up?
Yeah, 7 low.
So
yeah.
You got it. So
yeah, that hand just played itself. In
Definitely,
my opinion.
yeah, a very standard hand for both players. A bit of a cooler for Yuri Dzivielevski
Playing
there.
all 7 cards, Rast, huh?
Easy
How much?
to win with aces, yeah.
Yeah, it's correct, I think.
One. I think it's 1.
Yep.
Yeah.
Aces, I can't beat fucking nines. He gets aces.
Actually, I was only playing 6 cards when I bet 7.
That's the game.
That might be the last hand of study. Poop plays in this
Playing
thing.
all 7 cards.
Looking like it. But I'm hoping we get to play more study another time.
I bet you are.
But it looks like I needed the 4
I knew you were bad.
for the scoop.
Yeah.
New game. 50, 75.
Do you want to explain the nickname, Alex?
New game.
I don't know where it derived, but Ryan is known as Poop or Little Shit, depending on who you ask.
People watching are going to think you're some
Known
great
so
player.
much so that his online screen names in these games where you have to use real names often appear like that.
Yeah, I mean, I
feel
think
like
more
that's not
people
so
would be
bad,
confused by who
Yuri.
is Ryan Miller than they would by
Even if
than
it's
who is Little
slightly
Shit.
annoying, you now know
I'm
what
guessing
I
you
have.
had the 9
There's no, like, what did I have, you know?
What do you mean?
He definitely gets
No, I
under
mean,
some people's
by
skin.
doing what I did,
That
now
makes
know
more
what I
sense.
have, even if it's like,
I
oh,
see.
like.
Hey, we're switching to your game, Alex. Kilo.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, it's just a bad beat, horrible beat.
I'm never gonna fold my hand.
I didn't say. I just said.
You're-
horrible
yeah,
guy
you-
talk.
You are saying
It's
that.
75K big
If you're a
blind.
good player.
I'm saying I would do the right thing.
You would never fold my hand. No, you'd probably miss a bet on 6. That's what you would do.
I can't talk anymore.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
It's not right.
You really shouldn't, Boo.
We're on different levels here.
Exactly. There's nothing more accurate.
We're
than keeping
not
that
speaking the
out.
same language, so it's really
Right,
not what I
you're
talk
right.
about.
Nobody getting after it with a bit of 2 light hands that could have potentially come in so far. Both holding an ace, and it's Rast who has the 3rd ace on the button here.
Yeah, rest hand is not particularly strong, but with the chip lead, I like opening this. You also like that Phil in the small blind with that middling stack is going to be feeling ICM pressure, hoping that Miller busts. He's really not going to get involved too light here. And this is an easy fold from Phil.
Definitely. I think Miller has a bit of a reputation for being careful in the big bet games.
Also true, yeah.
So you're going to want to attack his big blind a little more liberally as well.
The ace blocker in tournament PLO is a little bit more relevant than it is in cash game PLO, where you see people just splashing around quite a bit.
A good note, because obviously the main hand that you're worried about getting 3-bet by is aces.
Right.
So blocking aces is quite a big deal in short stack tournament PLO.
And some of those, I think cash game players actually overrate some of, say, the single suited rundowns. Plus, they just play them a lot more often. So, you know, having that ace blocking the stuff that's going to 3-bet you and fight back is really nice. Not just blocking aces, but blocking ace king king and ace jack 10-8 double suited and all those sorts of hands.
The rest came in for a 3x open there. I don't mind it at all. I think it's like you'll see a lot of different open sizes in PLO compared to in no limit hold'em, where there's a little bit more of a standardization, I think.
Even if you look at the top PLO players in the world, there's a lot of variance among the open sizes they choose situationally, and they are evolving constantly. So
this time we see all the 8s out, with 3 of them being in Liberto's hand, which is about the worst hand you could ever have. 8-8-8-2 Badugi.
Pretty weak one here from Phil as well.
Certainly, small cards just go way down in value in shallow stack PLO.
Miller's hand, given the blinds are 50-75 here, I would limp this hand.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to be. There's also that big blind ante. You really need to be. Wow, that is a conservative
that's just
fold.
too
Yeah.
tight.
So that kind of goes to show what we were talking about earlier. I think he's just going to be careful in the big bet game.
One thing you need to remember there as Miller is, because you're limping a lot of hands, you can also limp strong hands if you think that Yuri's going to be attacking you wide. So you need to remember you're protected by having strong hands that can limp re-raise.
Yeah.
And that should make you feel happier about limping those weaker hands.
And it's also okay to limp fold. I mean, you
Right.
only lose 1 chip, and there's already 6 chips in the middle, 7 chips in the middle.
Well, with the ante, there's going to be 9 chips total.
Yeah. So I mean, it's quite a good price to see if your opponent does raise out at the big blind, and obviously, as you said, you could protect your range with some strong holdings as well.
If I had to guess, I'd say that this is the game that Ryan Miller feels weakest at.
Oh, he'll never
of these
admit
10. No, but he's certainly known more as a stud game player and a limit player. I know Phil Sternheimer is somebody who's been working pretty hard on his PLO game over the last couple of years and had some success winning a bracelet, I believe, in PLO 8 this year.
That's right. I was at that final table.
Oh,
I think now I like
okay.
this raise from Raster. I think this is a nice hand to raise fold. And I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity. I think Phil will probably flat.
Yeah, I would not 3-bet Phil's hand. I would not 3-bet any single-suited kings without an ace, that's for sure. I think it's actually, he can even consider just folding, but I think flat is the standard play here.
One of the reasons, Yuri with a nice fold with the queen-queen 3-deuce Badugi in the small blind there, something not to be missed. I would note that I like Rast raising this hand because he does have that ace blocker, and with the bad suit, he kind of does want to just clear the field if he can. If he gets re-raised, he's often up against aces, and his hand is very dominated, so it becomes a nice hand to open and then fold to a re-raise.
That is a heuristic you'll see some more limping when you have a suited ace, and raising with a suited lower combo. The ace 10-10-9 you probably raise no matter what.
So Phil Sternheimer has flopped about as gin as you could ever flop with King 6-4 here, flopping top set and an open-ended straight draw. Rast does not have a lot going on here. I wonder if Phil Sternheimer's hand is so strong that if he gets checked to here, he could consider a slow play.
Wouldn't be crazy with the backup. Rast, by the way, has a really bad combo here. Not only does he have no draw, but those 10-10-9 are blocking cards he wants Phil to have. He wants Phil to have something like Queen Jack 10-9 that totally whiffed this board. He's really interfering with the misses.
I really like a slow play here, I think.
It's interesting. I think you can argue for slow playing or betting small. I would not bet big. I think that would be a pretty significant mistake. I don't mind just betting small, thinking that Rast has a lot of aces hands that are going to play this way as well. And half pot is a little bigger than I might have gone. Something like 225, 250, I don't mind. This hand is just going to have to check fold.
Yeah, Rast is kind of happy to not have anything given the way the cards lie here. This is the easy hand to get away from.
Could have also checked back.
Phil's right. He could have also checked back like you were alluding to, Chris. Typically, when you do see slow plays in PLO, it's with the strongest combos.
For the rest of this level.
So, especially at relatively shallow stack depth, right?
Don't miss the biggest shows in poker. New seasons of High Stakes Poker and the National Heads Up Poker Championship are streaming right now, and they are available on PokerGO. Both those seasons, seasons 15 of High Stakes Poker and the new season of the National Heads Up Poker Championship, are available in full. No need to wait every single week for a new episode. You can just go binge them at your liking. So head to PokerGO.com today and check those out.
Yeah, and I don't mean that you're, of course, only checking back strong hands, but that if you do check back a combo of kings, it would be one like that that has some extra protection.
Yeah, he has the open-ender. He had a backdoor flush draw. Very strong hand here. Miller picks up a decent hand here, an interesting hand.
Yeah.
You could go with a limp or a raise here.
Yeah, I like raising this combo double-suited and limping it single-suited.
Miller agrees with you. And Yuri has a... Okay, he folds relatively quickly.
Yuri folds quickly with a kind of a tempting hand there on the button.
I agree.
I wouldn't have hated a flat call there.
Liberto's hand is deceptively weak here, I think, with the 6-3. I know it's double-suited, but not all double-suited hands are created equal in PLO, and I think people overrate these weaker double-suited hands.
Yeah, I tend to agree. He does have ace-high suit, queen-high suit, which is nice, of course, but it's tricky. It would be a clear play from the big blind. Note that Miller has given the field a very nice price here, so perhaps that's going through Liberto's mind.
He also might just think that he can get his opponent to fold a lot of hands here by 3-betting.
Yeah, you can 3-bet bluff some of these weaker ace-high hands.
Yeah, and he does
go
come for the pot. So Liberto is really taking advantage of what he knows of the reputation of Miller. I don't think Miller can fold this hand.
No. So Miller's folds are mostly going to come from hands that also contain an ace. Miller's hand is too live against the value range. He needs to call this hand.
He's also the clear tournament short stack right now. He doesn't have as much pressure as some players at the table.
His hand is quite easy to play. It's very clear that there's some boards he can just get away on, and then some boards that he's really going to smash. You could maybe consider folding if you were single-suited, but this is... No.
This is bad. Yeah,
you really have to play that one.
Justin Liberto really understood the situation there. He knew his man, and he understood the tournament situation there, and he took advantage of it.
I think you're right, yeah.
He's very experienced in the big bet games and in tournament situations, and you can see I think he really took advantage of it there.
I think he thought that Miller is just going to overfold the times when he doesn't have aces. I mean, if Miller's folding a hand like that, then he's
probably also
folding everything,
he's probably
right?
folding kings.
He's folding kings.
Yeah.
He's folding ace-high rundowns. So note that if Miller wants to raise fold a hand that strong with that much equity, he's better off playing it as a limp call.
Exactly, exactly. And often it is kind of a thing that, like, when you have a pair in your hand, you do want to play a little bit more passively pre, I think.
Yeah, true. I think his exact hand was a fine open, but similar hands, and that one would have been okay, also make it into the limping range. Miller here with more of a high-low hand.
Now, talk about a high-low hand. I expect Liberto to not fold this, given that he feels very comfortable in PLO, and he's, you know, kind of opened up. Oh, he's not quite the chip leader, I suppose, but we see him getting after it in the PLO round.
I like the limp. Classic type of hand that doesn't really want to raise and face 3-bet, but wants to see a flop.
Yeah, and in PLO, the button is very valuable, so you're going to play your widest range from the button, and typically that will mean that you want to play kind of more of a passive strategy.
Yeah. And Rast should be calling super, super wide here, putting 1 chip into a pot of 12 chips.
Yep. And not much going on for Sternheimer in the big blind. In PLO, you don't really ever raise the bottom of your range in these sort of spots. You just take your free cards.
Yeah, you do sometimes see some of that stuff occasionally, blind versus blind, if it was just a heads-up pot, but it's rare, and certainly not in this spot with a button limper.
Liberto's hit this flop pretty hard. Top pair, open-ender, backdoor flush draw. Nobody else really has anything.
Yeah, I think if Liberto bets it, he just takes it down. If it checks around, Rast does have that ace of hearts, which could be interesting if a heart turns. But I expect Liberto just to bet this hand with top pair open-ender and the backdoor clubs. You can make a case for checking it back, not wanting to get check raised, but both those ranges don't connect super well when neither player isolates.
And notice a nice small 1/3 pot sizing here. Multi-way, you don't need to use huge sizings.
Yeah, he also gives himself a nice price. If he does get pot raised, he can still call and have plenty of chips behind. And Phil, I mean, yes, you have a pair and a gut shot, but
everything's kind of dirty here, right?
Yeah, it's like a really bad version of a pair and a gut shot.
All just makes sense. Liberto chips up.
Yeah, and not super surprising given the talent in this field, but I think we've seen a lot of good play from everybody so far, Chris. Nothing that's stood out as super surprising to me. Maybe that fold there.
Yeah.
To the
you know,
3-bet.
I'm thinking about that hand more and realizing it is kind of courageous for Liberto to 3-bet that hand, because if he gets 4-bet jammed on, he's just going to be getting too good of a price to fold.
Yeah, he would have been priced in. You do see some spots where, despite being priced in, you can actually 3-bet fold, but that was not one of them.
No, he would have had to put it in. So he was risking effectively, you know, over 1 million chips to try to get that 3-bet steal through, and you know, worked out for him.
Well, thank you, man. I appreciate you putting in terms that I can understand.
Yuri with sort of a marginal king's hand here. I would expect that maybe he would go with a limp here if he plays limps.
Yeah, I would agree. And
instead he goes for a fold. That's a very surprising fold to me.
I don't mind it. The stacks are all pretty bunched.
Tournament see, these are the tournament PLO things that I need to learn from these great players.
And as Rast, the only thing you're thinking about is that Sternheimer is going to be playing very tight out of the small blind, and Miller, he probably knows that Miller is playing a little bit tight also out of the big blind. So this is, he's getting out there. And look, Phil's got a very similar hand to the one Justin had.
Yeah.
And this would be another reasonable 3-bet bluff, seeing that you know that Rast is going to be opening quite wide on the button.
I think, though, that knowing that Rast is a much more experienced high-stakes PLO player, I like a call here, I think. I think the hand is too good to fold, but doesn't necessarily want to open up the action with Miller being on a shorter stack in the big blind.
I think this is the more standard play, and then Miller is a very, very easy call here.
Any merits to Miller squeezing here?
I don't love it.
It would definitely
but you know, there are some merits, actually, especially given his reputation.
Yeah.
You're going to get rid of the button a lot, and then Phil's going to have to call you, and that's not such a bad thing.
A bit of a spicy flop here, a little something for everybody. Rast hitting it by far the hardest with top 2.
Yeah, note that in PLO, you don't always just bet top 2 pair multi-way, but with Miller only having a pot-sized bet behind, I am just going to go ahead and bet Rast's hand and, you know, kind of hate life, for instance, if Sternheimer check pots it on me, but any other result is very good.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. Rast doesn't really have a lot of great turn cards outside of an offsuit king or board pair.
Right, and he doesn't even have a single club in his hand. You always want to have cards in your hand that reduce your opponent's continues and reduce their aggressive continues.
And I guess even with his backdoor draws, Sternheimer just needs to just can't continue her multi-way.
Right, so once Rast sees Phil fold, he's going to breathe a huge sigh of relief because now he doesn't mind getting it in against Miller with top 2.
Makes sense.
And Miller really just doesn't have enough here, I don't think, with just the 6.
And we've seen him play carefully at all these spots, so I wouldn't expect anything anyway.
And it's not like Rast that can just range bet this spot either on this dynamic of a board.
Good point. I think Phil Sternheimer did well there in the small blind to lose the minimum. He sees that his opponent in the big blind is quite shallow.
Yeah.
The last thing I want to do with a middle stack there is play a huge pot against Brian Rast out of position in PLO.
Yeah, and now I think if Phil knew for sure that Rast was
Want to play
opening
online
that
poker
wide,
for free? With Play Poker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, Play Poker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
My bad there, Alex. I'm supposed to tell you that there's a
yeah.
commercial coming.
No worries, yeah. I was just going to say, like, if Phil knew for sure that Rast was opening that wide, then he could consider 3-betting his hand, but I'm totally fine with the call as well.
Two more games.
Yes.
Just be patient.
Liberto picks up another tempting combo here with kind of a dicey double-suited hand.
Yeah, I might just fold this one in the hijack, but it's a candidate for all 3 options.
I don't think Liberto's kind of a foldy guy in PLO.
And like I said this before, if Liberto has a hand that's on the margins, he's liable to play.
By the way, he comes in for full pot.
Yeah. Just putting max pressure on everyone here. Look, Miller's got to fold this hand out of the small blind.
I believe so, yeah. Even though he's getting quite shallow, this is not the sort of hand you want to go with here.
Ooh, Yuri's going to have to defend this one.
I think with the triple suit here, he wants to just call.
Yeah, correct. I mean, you could consider 3-bet bluffing just on the strength of having both an ace and a king blocker, but I prefer just calling this hand.
We saw Yuri lay down those kings earlier. I do wonder if he would make a very tight fold here. Yes, he is. So notice the tournament considerations. Yuri is really, really being cautious in the PLO round given Miller's short stack.
Yeah, and I do think that's just a little too tight with the nut suit. Yes, you have 3 diamonds, but understood. Also, perhaps Yuri thinking that of the 10 games, Yuri is extremely accomplished in all the games. PLO may be one of his weaker ones compared to his prowess in the others.
I know that Yuri and Justin Liberto have probably played the most tournament poker out of these players, and I do wonder if they're thinking about the chip dynamics maybe a little bit more so than they are about the actual hand strength.
No, very, very good point.
Now we switch to deuce to 7 triple draw, my former favorite game.
And I think Liberto is just somebody who is going to inspire a lot of fear in his opponents in all of the big bet games, just based on his playing style and his tournament prowess.
Absolutely. He felt very comfortable in that orbit and took advantage of some okay hands and then managed to make the most out of them.
He's somebody I really like watching play, Chris, because he comes from this no-limit hold'em tournament background and then only recently transitioned into mix. So he really shows you a lot of those tournament tendencies that he's honed over the years. And, you know, at this point, he's quite an experienced mixed game player as well, but it's been fun watching his progression.
Nice. Now, I think Miller can fold this hand on the button here. I know it's 5, 6, 7, but typically in deuce to 7, you do want to have that deuce or at least a 3. He's looking for a hand to go with. I don't know that that's the one.
I agree with you. Maybe if you had a couple blockers, but 5, 6, 7 is a pretty weak draw. You're really praying to catch a deuce on the first draw and have something reasonable to draw at.
One thing that's kind of interesting is that in deuce to 7 triple draw, there is this big, like, what we call a card removal effect, where there's the fewer players that are dealt in at the table, the more those deuces are live for you in the deck, and like not necessarily as big of a deal to not start with quite a strong hand on the button there. You're not going to run into as strong of a hand from your opponents in the blinds either if players have folded weak hands behind you know in front of you.
Yeah, so 5's kind of in the middle, I guess. Sometimes you're playing this game 7-handed, sometimes your heads up are 3-handed.
And we should mention the betting limits have gone up again sneakily to 150, 300,000. So definitely some shallow stacks here in the big single winner limit games like deuce to 7 triple draw. Again, Miller is definitely very conscious of the big blind coming around here with his shallow stack, but not to do here. And I think, yeah, we've seen Yuri play conservative in that hand. It makes a good sense to fold. And we've seen Liberto not play particularly conservative in this hand. Makes good sense to raise.
So Liberto is, in my opinion, he's going to raise this hand and very often turn it into a snow later if he continues to catch.
That'll be exciting to see. Yeah, let's see what happens here.
Yeah, because his draw is not particularly smooth, but he's already seen some excellent blockers that make it less likely his opponent makes a good hand.
Double level. So
now but hang on, because now Rast is 3-bet.
Now once Rast 3-bets indicating a strong range, it's less likely that Liberto snows later in the hand, but still possible.
So Rast in the typical situation here can 3-bet a bunch of draw 2 hands, but given the tournament situation, I wonder if he's basically sort of declaring a draw 1 or a pat hand here, given the 3-bet in this blind versus blind situation.
Yeah, I think he'd have only the strongest D2s, maybe a deuce 3-7, deuce 4-7, or something with a blocker. He does have a draw 1 like you thought, Chris. And
yeah, and this is a clear draw 1. Some players might look at this hand and think about patting, but it's definitely a big mistake with money behind to stand pat with this hand and limit triple draw.
Both for equity reasons and for implied odds. Correct. Now Liberto's caught a card that's going to force him to continue in this hand and just
but a welcome card too, because now his draw is much more legitimate.
Right. Notice if he caught the 4, he'd be in a very awkward situation.
Yeah. Now, Rast is not obligated to c-bet here in a 2 versus 1 situation all of the time, but given that his chip stack here is quite healthy, I mean, he really has no fear in this spot to put a bet in position.
And
here.
not only that, but in a blind battle, Liberto can have some rougher D2s than normal, and Rast has one of the strongest possible D1s.
Absolutely. Now, both players have bricked. I wonder, I would guess Rast will not go ahead and bet unimproved here. He could consider doing it for the exact reason you just laid out, for value here on the turn. But I think it's a little bit more likely we get the check-check situation.
After 1-1 check is thematic. One reason that Rast could bet is, let's say Liberto has a hand like a 10-8, 6-4 deuce, right? And you bet as Rast. Liberto's going to be forced to break that hand.
And look at this. Rast does feel that the strength of his draw merits a bet here. And Liberto has to at least consider the fact that his opponent's only going to have pat hands here. Yeah. But I think his draw is, again, a little too
His
strong
draw's too good because Rast can just be betting 9s and 10s here that Liberto is drawing very live against in a spot like this.
And now we're going to have a 1.8 million chip flop pot in a 1 versus 1 river situation here where the equities are running quite close. Now, Rast is in a little bit of a favorable position here as his opponent has the gut shot straight draw, but this is kind of close to a flip here.
Yeah, and if Liberto catches a 4, I think he's going to feel obligated to bluff. What's he going to do with a pair of 5s?
So I think this is probably too medium to bluff here. I don't really love a bluff with this hand. I think we'll see a check-check here, but let's see.
Now, keep in mind also that Liberto has seen a number of other pair blockers.
He does find the bluff here.
Now, Rast can only beat a bluff,
right,
but in a pot this large, most people end up paying off their queens.
I agree. I mean, it's like his hand is kind of the same as a small pair here, as you say.
It might even be worse, right? Like a small pair can block some of the value.
I think that's all true. With knowing his opponent's range can be quite weak here, he just decides to pay this one off, and Justin loses a big one. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Liberto maybe would be more inclined to bluff this because of the earlier blockers that he saw in that hand, not just because of the 5s alone.
Yeah.
Typically, you just want to bluff your worst pairs, though. I mean, like, he's going to have as bad as 8s, maybe even 9s in that spot.
Yeah, one interesting thing is Liberto hasn't seen a 7, 8, or 9. Does he ever just check call his hand, thinking that he's unblocking those potential bluffs from Rast?
Kind of sick, but it makes a little bit of sense, right? I mean, his hand can beat a bluff.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one there. I think it would have been super cool if Rast just had some sort of calling hand out of the blinds to see if and when Liberto turned his hand into a snow.
Yeah. The other thing I will just throw out there is because Rast bet that turn, the pot is larger than normal.
Right.
And counterintuitively, you want to bluff less in a large pot because you're giving your opponent an incredible price to call you, right? So typically you want to bluff more in the small pots than in the big ones. So that bet from Liberto had a little bit of a desperation to it. You know, the pot got big and he thought, well, this is the only way I can win it.
But again, these spots are so interesting, right? In limit games where the price is always good on the end. You know, it doesn't have to work that often. Liberto also has a very interesting hand here, Chris. And
yeah,
he's
he
gonna
certainly
raise
does.
He could play it either as a pat or a D1.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what you see happen after you raise. I definitely agree with coming in for the raise, though.
Yeah, you have enough. Again, you have just cards that block your opponent's continues for one thing. And your pat 9 is liable to be ahead. Now, this is
So now I think I would definitely not 4-bet and pat. I would certainly start with a call.
Yeah, but it's kind of funny because if you call and your opponent draws 2, you kind of want to pat now, but you've turned your hand face up.
He is raising, so it looks like he's going to go with the patting plan here. And Rast and Liberto are going to play another huge pot. And guess who must love this situation is Ryan Miller, because once you're in a big triple draw pot, you cannot get away from it too easily.
Yeah.
You cannot love it here when Rast draws 1.
No.
You have a 9-8-7 against a D1. This is a very vulnerable hand here. And notice that Rast is breaking the winning hand, but I don't fault him at all here.
Right.
This 9-8-6-4-3, he was never going to stand pat with.
Correct. He was always going to break it. And I like the decision from Justin, if you 4-bet, to pat it because you don't have a very good draw behind you.
Yeah, Rast is the favorite in this hand. I mean, maybe not right now. He's got the queen. But in general, the 4-card 8-6 is a favorite over this pat 9.
Yeah, small favorite, especially where the 9 would make him the best hand. But he might, if he caught the 9, for instance, on the first draw, he might incorrectly break it again.
So because Rast has seen a 9 and has an 8, he's going to give his opponent more credit here for a reasonable pat hand, I think. Having seen that 9 actually makes it a little more likely this one has a good hand. But Rast has made a hand here. Let's see how Rast plays it. Now, this is in a cash game. This would be a standard check raise for value.
Correct.
Would he feel that it's a little thin here to go for a check raise in this spot in the tournament, having already blocked a 9? Liberto, I guess, is going to have to fold to a raise. I don't really see what else he could do.
Yeah, and again, when you're Liberto in this spot and you face the raise and you think, oh, maybe I'm getting bluffed some of the time, just remember that you get to this spot with so many better hands. Not only with better pat hands, but also with maybe some convertibles even. This hand's just not really a convertible with the 8-7-5-4.
I wonder if Rast is giving any consideration to playing it carefully. He definitely is, I think, genuinely tanking in this spot, although he has been very deliberate in these spots earlier in the tournament.
Well, it's also reasonable to just call and then pat and think that your opponent's always going to pat back their 87.
Yeah, that allows you to win the pot, you know, and never let your opponent break the slightly worse hand.
If you check raise and pat,
now,
maybe your opponent can break
Now, this
87.
is gross for Liberto, because even when he pats here now, Liberto really has no good option. He's going to have to draw 1, I think, and hope his 8-7-5-4 draw is live.
I think you're right, Chris.
Or he's going to have to pat and turn his hand into a bluff.
Yeah.
That's really the only other option. We can see that will definitely not work, as Rast has kind of underplayed his hand. Well, now Liberto really does not want to catch a deuce or a 3. He might lose another bet if he does.
Although he might not value bet it if he does, and I expect Rast will just check here, thinking that Liberto has a lot of 7.
I think in theory a lead here makes sense, actually, but I don't think he's going to find it.
But Rast's hand is also a bit face up, as well. He could have some weaker 8s, of course.
And I don't think Liberto has any real reason to bluff here. Yeah, so Rast played it very cautiously there, knowing that his opponent had 4-bet pre in a spot where he should be careful.
No sweat.
And Liberto has lost a big pile of chips in these 2 triple draw hands.
No.
And I don't really think Liberto did anything wrong there. He could have just called and taken 1 with his hand, but I guess people could say, well, why did he need to open that hand to begin with? But on the button, a 9-8-7-5-4 is just enough hand. You just reduce your opponent's
So I would play it differently, Alex. I think that he opened it fine, but I would definitely call the 3-bet and break no matter what. If my opponent has a range that's very strong D2s and D1s and better, I don't want to open up the action to a 4-bet with such a weak holding. And I think the 8-7-5-4 is a fine-ish draw. It's nothing special, but I think I would have gone that route.
Maybe if your opponent was, if you were in a cash game or your opponent was quite a bit looser and you thought they had more D2s, then maybe you go with the pat. But yeah, it's an awkward one no matter what, just because your draw is not that good.
I need my opponent to somehow be loose aggressive with their D2s, but then also very foldy and straightforward on the big strings for my hand to feel comfortable patting there.
Tough parlay.
Because otherwise you're going to face some pretty tricky decisions.
Right.
And Justin's kind of getting hit over the head with the deck pre-flop here with a number of dicey hands.
Well, he's got to play
this is a tough one to play, yeah. He's looking at Miller's stack right now, and I think he's wondering about maybe I should wait, but he's got an okay hand here. And Rast is really smashing him this round of triple draw. This is quite a rush for Brian Rast.
Yeah.
Look at his chip stack.
All of a sudden, Rast, and Deuce does play as one of the bigger games in the mix typically, but all of a sudden Rast has a massive chip lead, and the other players are just going to have to stay out of the way until either Miller or Liberto busts.
I would fold oh, wow. I was going to say I would be very careful in Miller's spot here, but he picks up a very big hand here. I cannot fold this.
Well,
in fact, I wonder about 4-betting and just getting my money in.
Well, the nice thing about 4-betting is that now Liberto will have some folds. Is there ever an argument just to fold this, Chris, knowing that Liberto is going to be forced to play multiple streets and probably get all in?
You know, it really depends on your goal. If you're trying to win the tournament, then no. If you're trying to money jump, yes, I can see it. I actually think Liberto could maybe get away from this now.
I think I would, and I agree. I think Miller's hand is just a little bit too strong. He says all in, but really the raise is just a 600.
I like folding Liberto's hand now.
I think so, too.
I think this is like the only way he could get away from this. Is from knowing that Miller is all in, and if Miller's out, he pay jumps up, and he's up against two very strong hands.
I mean,
for sure.
8-7-4-3 is still a lot of hand. Like if you had 8-7-6-3, definitely fold. This is tricky, but I think he should fold.
I think he can fold even better than this. I honestly think he's supposed to play very carefully here now that Miller's all in.
Like you'd fold an 8-6 draw without a gut shot? I don't know.
I think I might, yeah. I feel like this is an ICM spot where cash game players don't make a big enough adjustment.
Chips, that's the deciding factor.
That's 600.
Ooh, I don't know about this, Justin.
His side? What is it?
In fact, does this reopen the action? Can Rast 5-bet?
He can.
Who's better looking?
And he probably will. He has no real fear
He
here.
should, considering that
I can raise once, right?
And he's talking about it.
Yeah, see, this is really bad for Liberto.
Good luck, guys.
So
as Rast is looking for the double knockout, Miller has a great starting hand here. The gut shot is not ideal, but with an extra deuce blocker and a 2-3-4-6, there's just really no way you're not loving life here in some ways. He is up against hands that are putting his hand in a little bit of trouble. The 8-8-7 being dead is not great for him. It's Rast who has the best situation here, as Liberto obviously needs a deuce, and 3 of them are dead.
Yeah, note that Liberto will be forced to in. One thing that is working in Liberto's favor is that,
good luck, guys.
You know, unless Miller wins outright against both players, Liberto will at least get the ladder. For instance, if Rast knocks
Sure,
them
that's a
both
good
out.
point. Yeah, I would just be thinking my hand is not very good. And Ryan Miller spikes his gin card right away,
and everyone's dead.
Yep, Rast is now competing for the side pot.
And Liberto is just going to hate seeing a pat because he knows that his 8-7's drawing dead some portion of the time.
We saw Rast bet unimproved in the previous hand, and now he catches a pair of 2s. I would expect the same thing here, as he's just kind of playing for the side pot at least at this point.
Seems very reasonable.
No real chip pressure on Brian Rast with his 5.4 million. And certainly Liberto should just go ahead and break this 10. There's no way he can.
Of course, yeah. Well, he's going to see Miller pat first.
True.
Miller, this is very similar to when he caught that 6 deuce.
What a
just
dream.
Loving life.
To just catch the 7 right away.
Yeah.
Not even the 8, which would be a little bit dicey in a big pot. The 7.
And he's Hollywooding a bit here. He wants to represent that he could have some weaker pat hands.
I'm not sure if they know who it's on.
I think he's just Hollywooding.
He's using a time extension to stand pat?
Liberto's going to hate this when he sees it at the end. He's repping that he has some type of 9 or something like that.
Interesting, yeah. So meanwhile, we have a small side pot brewing here, and Liberto catches his best card. All the deuces were dead. And he only has 225K left. I think I would bet my money here.
So Liberto could stay in the tournament by winning the side pot here.
Wow, and yeah, it's Rast who could actually end up losing the big pot here. This seems reasonable to me. You don't want to give a free card here to Brian Rast, and you're never getting away from your hand at this point. So a wild triple draw hand.
See if
and all hands are going to get exposed.
Here
Hold on, turn him over, guys.
And looks like Rast is bricked. So, as you say, both players stay alive.
Yeah.
So
Miller finds a way to complain. He says I ran out of chips at the wrong time.
Side pot. Yeah.
Only Ryan Miller can find something to complain about after tripling up with the deuce 3-4-6.
Listen, Ryan.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know.
Says it again.
So Rast will be a little disappointed about the result of this hand, but nevertheless, he still had a very, very productive triple draw round.
Actually, I couldn't even believe the first one paired the deuce. I'm like, how does that? Well, obviously, all of us have a deuce. Like, I mean, not obvious. It's pretty fucking. I
I had 2 deuces.
3, 4, 5, 8, maybe. Like.
So with that pot there, Justin Liberto down around 1 million, just over.
Okay.
Ryan Miller's back up over 2 million. Brian Rast still has the chip lead, yes.
I thought that was going to be a 3.
We can see how big the triple draw round is playing, as that pot had 3 million chips in it.
Yeah, still massive chip lead for Rast.
Didn't matter, really, though.
Liberto finding himself on the short stack now, but still 1 million.
Ryan just had us dead.
Yeah.
On the first draw.
The drama.
Nice
The
card.
drama was nice. That was like, it was so nice.
I had to think about it. Maybe.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, maybe make a wheel. Yeah, use a time bang. It was cute. You win all the fake poker games, right?
I learned that from you
When
guys.
the real ones come, you get fucking lit on fire.
He took one off, I'll take one off.
Yeah,
okay?
thanks, Bri.
He was like, let's play some big pots, okay? And then
This
he
is a real
takes it
poker
off.
game.
Yep. I knew Pooh. It's a real game now.
3.
You will see some limping in with these draw threes.
Certainly, we've seen Miller keep it conservative from the small blind thus far, so no change there. With the pair blocker, he could have definitely come in for a raise. And look at Miller,
Ooh.
all of a sudden on a triple draw rush as he spikes 3 great cards here.
So, Chris, in these spots, do you mix between check raising and just betting? I would mostly bet.
Yeah, I think that when you make a hand this strong, yeah, you can go for the check raise here. It's actually gonna work. So Yuri's plan here is to keep this 9 and draw 1, but he's gonna get some bad news right away here, and I wonder if he'll just end up folding. It's a relatively small pot, and he knows his opponent is pretty conservative.
Yeah, and it's very likely here, actually, that Miller is pat when he check raises, because Yuri is not guaranteed to bet when he's still drawing 2, so he's kind of repping he's drawing 1.
One nice thing about betting this 9 draw is that you kind of can just get away from it if you face resistance, and we see Yuri make a nice fold, I think.
I think that was good, and I think that Yuri might be thinking that if Ryan didn't improve and was still taking 3, Yuri's just going to take the pot down right there some of the time, and if he's drawing 2, he's doing fine.
Very interesting hand, because if Miller had come out betting, then I think Yuri would have changed plans and just called and drawn at the 3, 6, 7. So he's only planning on keeping that 9 if he's up against a weak range.
Completely agree.
Those 9s are kind of a sometimes card in triple draw, too.
And in Badugi, like we talked about. And occasionally, they're even a sometimes card in single draw, though usually you're going to be padding them.
Maybe as your second highest card.
Yeah, right. Have you played much double draw?
Just a little bit. There was a nice event at the Win Series over the winter break where they played a new triple draw mix, or a new draw mix with deuce to 7 triple draw limit, pot limit deuce to 7 double draw, and no limit deuce to 7 single draw, which was really fun and really you have to be able to play both big bet and fixed limit and rewarded some creativity, because obviously nobody's really very experienced at pot limit deuce to 7 double draw.
Miller here, I think, up with no blocker, it's a bit of a fringy combo, but he's raising into 2 shorter stacks.
Yeah,
so
I think he's feeling much more comfortable all of a sudden too, right?
Yeah.
This is a game that he feels more familiar with and more comfortable in, and obviously has plenty of chips now.
It was Raz, right?
And he has worked his way up to 2nd place.
Yeah. And you should open some draw 3s in triple draw.
Deuce wheel basically being all of them.
You gotta give me a nickname of a game. That's the joke.
But what game? Your name doesn't sound like a game, because that's also the joke.
Philip L.O.
Phil L.O.
Brian Rast really sealing his love for Raz when he came back from like a single chip to win the 10K Raz at this last 2025 World Series.
Right, and he's been talking this whole time about making it to Raz, which is the next game, by the way.
We just played that, though. It's gonna be
and once we play Raz and No Limit Hold'em, then we will have been through a full rotation of games.
I don't know.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Many moons ago when we started the orbit.
We started with Omaha 8 or better. Miller here with more of a single draw.
How much is Miller feeling it? Because I don't mind opening this hand.
It'd be a bit frisky, but yeah.
I think it's kind of a good hand to open with, and then maybe you do some bluffing.
Yeah, don't mind it. He does just
no,
fold.
He's waiting for his deuce.
Certainly if the 6 was a 7.
Not unreasonable to wait for a deuce.
No. And this is going to be a walk.
Nobody really had much. 3, 4, 5, 6 is a hand that you typically would open from late position. Maybe draw 1. If you catch another pair block or something like that, maybe start snowing. If you make a medium strength hand, like a 9, you just kind of take it.
Yeah, I don't auto-open that one in the cutoff.
Coward.
I think I want a pair blocker to do
No, we
it.
start with 08, so no limit hold'em still.
Let's play some Raz.
Let's play some Raz.
A game that has grown on me steadily through the years.
I didn't know if this was the last game.
Been playing a lot of the preliminary events here at the PokerGO Studio in the last week or week and a half here, and one of the trends I've seen developing in the Raz rounds is a ton of limping. A lot more players employing that limping strategy with a wide range of holdings, both some slow plays, some weaker hands that are looking to, you know, kind of delay, steal the antes. I'll be curious to see how the players handle it here at the final table. When you're the short stack and you get dealt that king of spades, you have to be pretty disappointed, as the antes can eat you up in a single winner stud game like Raz or stud high.
So Rast has the only card under a 9 here. This is,
and he goes for the pure steal.
Yeah. I mean, I'm certainly stealing this hand and probably everything here. You could maybe argue for folding something like pocket kings into a 10 and a 9, but
yeah. And now, if the chip stacks were a little different, do you think Ryan Miller would have maybe considered calling with that 10-6-3 because of that extended steal situation you mentioned?
Absolutely, and I would have called Miller's hand. I think your hand is just a little too good. Yes, you have a 9 behind.
Quick little break here while we tell you about Global Poker. Whether you're into tournaments or ring games, Global Poker has something for every type of player, and the action runs around the clock. Find your next game today over at globalpoker.com. It is available to play for free, no purchase necessary. Global Poker is the presenting sponsor of the PokerGO Tour. This is the PGT Mixed Games Series, the final event of that series, $25,000 buy-in, 10-game championship event. 5 players remain from a field of 64, and they're all guaranteed $120,000 right now.
And here we see Brian Rast with another nice starting hand in Raz, in another spot where he's going to be stealing pretty wide given his big chip stack. 2 aces out, but certainly ace 7-6 is a very, very strong starting hand.
This is why he wanted to play Raz.
Yeah, it's working out for him so far. Donnie, we're almost to your game in the mix.
Yeah, no limit hold'em, right?
Where you can take over all the color commentary for us and let us know what's going on from these players.
It is interesting. I know you guys pointed it out in relation to Ryan Miller and the PLO, but how some players kind of back off in the bigger bet games. Some players attack, like Justin Liberto. You know, it's just interesting to see that dynamic at play as well.
Absolutely, I totally agree. I mean, I think in these high buy-in mixed game fields, you really have to at least be somewhat comfortable with the big bet rounds, because otherwise you do get kind of eaten alive by those antes. And I think in some tournaments they even use that oversized 1.5 big blind ante for the no limit hold'em rounds. In the 50K PPC they do, and I think in some PokerGO tournaments they have before. This year they're not. But that is a huge ante in no limit hold'em.
Miller again with a hand that some players would have limped, given there's only one other low card behind with Yuri's 6.
So interestingly, we see Yuri coming for the raise here, but again, a pretty safe board behind him. Will Rast get sticky here with the 10 showing, facing a semi-steal?
Yeah, I think Yuri was raising into, again, a 9 and a 10, right?
Yep.
And a king, so I would definitely play, I would play Brian's hand.
Yeah, his hand is a little bit weaker than the one that Ryan Miller folded because of that 8 as the second card. And we do see him get away from it. Meanwhile, Liberto is really grinding down those antes, and he has not picked up any hands to play in Raz. He's going to have to go with a hand here pretty soon.
Yeah, the nice thing in these stud games is you get a decent overlay on your short stacked all in with all the antes in there.
Yeah, Raz could just be a cruel game when you're not getting dealt any small cards, though.
For sure. Sometimes when you get pretty short, you have to go all in with just 2 good cards and a bad one, depending on the circumstances.
Not a good start, really.
King of Spades has been out all 3 hands, I believe.
Liberto's happy to dodge it there.
Survive with this one.
like to see the aces in front of him fold so that he can
Miller
have a nice steal spot.
Likely to fold this one, yeah.
Come on, Yuri.
Yuri not likely
Queen
to
Jack.
fold.
No.
Complete.
And this might be enough.
This might be enough. If Yuri has a bad card in the hole, so to speak, Liberto's going to have okay equity. For instance, against something like Jack 7, he's doing fine.
What Liberto's thinking about right now is, am I likely to pick up a better spot than this in the next couple hands? That's the calculus you're kind of doing in these sort of situations. Is he knows it's not a great spot, but will he get a better one?
And he could also just call here, and then if Yuri catches a deuce and he catches a king or something like that, he can get away.
Yeah, the only problem I have with calling is that I wonder if this brings in Rast.
Well, it might, in fact, given how long he took to call. Now, usually you don't want to play these kings and queens multi-way, but in this scenario where you know that one of your opponents is likely to be all in pretty soon, so you're kind of just playing it heads up, and that player has sort of defined themselves as not having top of range, I don't think that Justin's going to do this tank slow call with like 6-5-4, for instance.
I agree.
So I don't mind this from Rast.
Yuri hits a gin card right away.
Louis.
And Justin pairs
So
sixes.
Justin is going to be able to get away from it, I think.
Yeah, Justin just gets away here. This is the exact scenario we're talking about where he catches a lemon, and not only that, it's a three-way pot where Rast is likely to have improved. Yuri does not need to have a hand anywhere near this good to have taken this line so far.
For sure. And notice that Rast is sort of sneakily liking his hand a little bit because of those two dead sixes that he saw on Justin Liberto's board with having the 7-6 in the hole. So if he thinks that Yuri's on an extended steal, he's going to get a little stubborn here with this pretty weak holding. I'm curious to see how this one goes.
Yeah, definitely wants to call this spot. Interesting to wonder if Yuri is just auto-betting this spot or not. Typically you would with ace-deuce showing against king 10, but in a spot where you can have a pretty wide range, I think he is still just going to auto-bet this spot, but Brian has a very clear call.
I think a lot of players would fold Brian Rast's hand there, though.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think people underestimate how well that hand's doing with the 10 draw on the backdoor 7 against a player who can be kind of wide.
And now I suppose Rast is supposed to check, because if his opponent has a truly terrible hand, he actually could have him drawing dead.
It's a very good point, yeah.
And
Yuri
should
bet.
know that he can bet for value here.
Yeah,
He
absolutely.
does, yeah.
And now,
Rast is going to have an uncomfortable river situation here.
As Rast, you should have no river leads here, where Yuri is...
Right, the best hand he can make is a 10, so he checks in the dark. And Yuri will bet improvement and some bluffs. Ooh, Yuri catches a bluffing card.
This is a great spot to be in as Yuri. I don't mean this card he caught, but when you know your opponent's just auto-checking and you have just this clear slew of value bets. Now, does Yuri think he has enough showdown value, though, to just check this back with Queen 8? Because if Rast caught a pair, for instance...
He does not. He chooses to bluff
He is gonna bluff it.
So he's trying to target slightly better hands, like a
I don't know about this play.
A jack.
It's like specific. Yeah, I don't know
It's a very
about
specific
this,
range
Chris.
that he's targeting. Yeah.
I think he has showdown value here to just check, and anytime Rast pairs, you just win. And I think if Rast makes a 10, he just calls.
I think you're right.
I mean, Rast can actually sometimes call worse, too. Rast can sometimes just call
You were
Queen
right
10.
the whole time. You've been
Yeah, that's
telling me
true.
That you're right. I see it now.
This strikes me as
Because you know
I think it was not. Yeah, I think you're right.
weird.
And that bet is very valuable to Yuri's stack too. So losing an
Right.
extra bet there can be quite costly.
Yeah, I think you just check and win sometimes. I don't think you're going to fold out better often at all. You could actually get called by worse, but...
And Rast with the sticky continue there ends up getting rewarded and winning quite a big Rast pot actually.
Rast now north of 7 million, 55% of the chips in play. He wanted to play Raz, and he's getting what he wished for here.
Now, really awkward for Yuri with this stack, and Liberto as short as he is. If
Yeah,
he picks up something
don't know that
reasonable.
Yuri can play any hands here actually. It reminds me a little bit of the bubble of the 50K PPC.
Again, it depends how much these players value the ICM and the pay jumps.
We've seen Yuri play conservatively though in the PLO, so
Right.
we know. And by the way, Liberto got another bring in here with the king, which is pretty brutal.
I did look at one.
And not only that, but he has King, King 9.
In the event that Yuri won, he had a similar sort of ICM situation where he was very, very short with like 2 or 3 bets, and Matthew Wantman had 1 bet. And Yuri basically just had to hold on.
I think this is not a good adjustment from Sternheimer here. I understand that Rast is raising in the dark here, but Sternheimer needs to avoid getting crippled in
There was
Rast.
also a 9 out there, and a 9 is a pretty good card in this situation. I think if it was all pictures behind, I could get on board with it, but with the 9 out there, it feels a bit ambitious.
I totally understand what Sternheimer is thinking here, is that he has such a good starting hand, he doesn't want to let Rast get away with murder here. And I actually think that Rast could consider checking this street.
Yeah. So if Rast is, opening kind of close to full range on 3rd Street or full range on 3rd Street, Sternheimer, by catching this 5, is probably pulled into being an equity favorite range versus range. Of course, it pairs him sometimes.
Yep, absolutely. And I think, we see that reflected in the equities on the screen. And Rast is going to just try to kind of barrel his way through this hand if he catches good cards, but he catches a jack.
I think as Rast, you just give up here.
This is interesting, though, because is it likely that Sternheimer pairs this ace very often?
Certainly he can, but, I mean, he could really have any 2 cards in the hole, say 7 and under. If he, I don't think he needs wheel cards. And the other problem is that it's not like Rast has a jack with a 10 draw. Rast has a pair of 4s and a jack draw.
Rast is giving us some serious consideration, though.
He is, yeah. Another thing you don't like as Rast is that there was another king dead. These are cards you want your opponent to be able to catch.
Okay, so Phil gets away with it.
Rast in his own game.
Per day, how come you don't call?
Well, I looked at one, and it was good, but then when I looked at the other one, it
wasn't
actually a pair of the other good one. So,
Yeah, but
playing the
if he's got
game.
aces with a king.
it's true. I mean, there's a pretty good chance he paired, but I don't know he fucking paired.
There is actually a pretty good chance, just because Rast also has those 2 4s, right? So,
and we know that Sternheimer's going to be playing quite carefully there,
Yeah.
so he does have an ace a lot, right?
Yeah, very.
And we could see that Rast believed it, but he just didn't believe it.
Yeah, he still has bad visibility with his hand, right?
Liberto is very much trying to avoid the bring-in here.
Sometimes you just
and he succeeds on that front at least.
And catches a 4.
Minimum.
He succeeds on the starting point, which is that he didn't get a bad up card. Yuri, I think, cannot play this hand.
Oh, I forgot about his stack size. Yeah, I don't know, though. You could actually consider limping, and then if Justin doesn't play the hand, maybe you can get away. He just completes it.
Wow. Yuri going on an aggressive route, and I think Liberto's got too much hand here.
Yeah, I agree. And Rast just has to fold this one.
Good luck, Justin.
Thank you.
Good luck.
And we've got a 55-45 here for a very important pot for both players, of course.
Yeah, I think this was fine for Yuri to play. It does, just by completing doesn't mean he has to always make it to showdown. For instance, if he gets heads up against Rast, and too many other good things can happen. He's got it in now as a favorite against Liberto.
Yeah.
But
Yes, and knocking Liberto out is obviously the most valuable thing for him.
Right.
Not like this, Liberto.
Still plenty live.
It's just
Live.
Want me to go first?
Yeah, you can kill me.
He killed him.
Yeah.
Nice hand.
He's dead.
All right, guys. Good luck. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, good game.
good game.
Justin Liberto is going to exit in 5th place, take home $120,000. Notably now, the player that took him out, Yuri Dzivielevski, is now the only player who can win the series title, take it away from King High Pan, who is the current leader, but Yuri needs to finish in at least 2nd place.
Okay, he's got his work cut out for him, though, as the clear short stack still in the tournament.
And shout out to King High Pan as well, coming in. Not somebody I've seen super often in the studio, certainly has not played all these studio events and just sort of going 1, 2, and 3 in 3 different events to establish himself as the leader in that series leaderboard.
Definitely had a great series. I'm not going to say I'm not more than a little bit jealous, Alex.
It's like I'm not really.
Yeah, we'd like to see our names on that trophy at some point, Chris. I'm sure both of us.
I mean, there's a pretty good chance.
Matter of time, boys. Matter of time.
So Liberto, the first player to win more than his buy-in for tomorrow, so he's all set.
Sort of close.
Doesn't help him if he needs a rebuy, but for now,
maybe
he's
I
got
can
a
do
little
it.
bit of spare
I can
change in
go
his
Jack 10.
pocket.
But keep in mind, he saddied in for 5K.
So he's got more than
got
a
his
little bit of
reload
change in his
ready.
pocket, yeah. Rast decides to finally lay one down with the ace 6-6, which could be a stealing hand. Looks like there's some low cards behind him. Oh, because the 8's the bring in, so it's a very scary board out there. Yep.
Miller with the 7 against the 2-8s. You know you're a favorite. Go ahead and raise it.
Yes, this is the dicey thing about playing with your 8 as your up card, is that your opponent's going to have a good idea of where you're at in the hand. And
yeah, but of course, 8-4 deuce just way too much hand.
Absolutely, it's just going to be tricky to play now. So despite the fact that Miller's paired his 7s here, I would think Sternheimer will play carefully here, and I wonder if Miller will push his small equity edge here.
Catching a king and catching a board pair are very similar in the sense that they are unlikely to be used for your final hand at showdown. Usually you're going to see the player that took the aggressive action on 3rd Street continue to bet on 4th in those scenarios. Note that Miller pairs his 3 here.
Yep, and I wonder if he's going to go ahead and bluff it every time here. I think when Sternheimer catches a 7, he should definitely not always bluff.
Agreed, because it's so unlikely Sternheimer paired, given he has 2 of the 7s.
And we see Miller agrees, and now catches a good one. I think Sternheimer could consider a lead here, though, taking his opponent at face value, that something's wrong with his hand.
I would bet this, because you got to figure Miller either paired that 3 or has something like a 9 in the hole. If Miller had a 7 draw, why wouldn't he bet it on 5th Street against Phil's likely 8 draw, right? Not to say that Miller could never be getting tricky with something like 5-4 in the hole, but it just feels unlikely. I like this bet from Phil, and Miller has a very clear call.
Yeah, Sternheimer's playing this hand well. It seems he has a pretty clear idea of where he's at in the hand. If his opponent continues here, I think it's quite likely we see Sternheimer check the river, thinking his opponent has a draw to a 7.
Note that Sternheimer could have paired his 6, in which case Miller's draw would be ahead, but the times he didn't pair his 6, Miller feels he's up against a made 8 with a 76 draw, which he's drawing plenty live against.
Yeah, I'm curious how Sternheimer approaches this river situation, because I think for chips, he could go ahead and bet for value. And in fact, he's improved. So maybe now he thinks that it's worth a bet because he could get called by an 8-7.
Yeah, I think, you know.
But he's checked in the dark, I believe.
If he doesn't improve, I do like generally checking when you know your opponent's drawing smooth and live. Though you could sometimes bet because you want to have some bluffs.
Fucking Raz. Any fucking idiot can win that game.
Oh, we're new game? Oh, here, probably.
The stud games have not been kind to Ryan Miller.
Oh. If 7 cards are being dealt, Ryan Miller's going to end up complaining at the end.
Yeah, he even found a way to complain in that triple draw hand where he tripled up, complaining that he missed out on value by being so short on chips.
All right, guys. It's the Cadillac of poker again.
The
real Cadillac.
All right, so this is where I think Yuri and Brian Rast have a big advantage over the other two.
I was sure you were going to say this is where we let Donnie talk.
I think this round is going to largely be Brian Rast just leveraging his chip stack on the other player.
He certainly knows how to handle a chip lead at the final table of a no-limit tournament.
Agree with that.
Playing the game.
Yuri will probably find some nice reshoves. I would expect Miller to just play carefully.
You got a good card, you bet. You got a zero card.
Yuri's hand is strong enough here. He can just open shove this. In fact, that would be my preferred play here. He's doing the math on how many big blinds he has, I think.
All in. Yeah, when the players look up to their right, there's a screen with the chip counts up there that are updated in real time.
Oh, cool.
So they can gauge where everyone's at without constantly saying, how much do you have? How much do you have?
And they're updating that every hand or every?
Yeah, it's basically the same.
They have the same one.
Type of stuff we have.
Okay.
Minus all these additional stats, but yeah.
I think we're going to have a flip here, boys. I don't see how Phil can get away from the king-queen here. He can be dominating many hands.
Yeah, so Yuri's range here is predominantly small pairs, which he's flipping against, some weak ace-x, which he's doing okay against, and then some suited stuff that he's crushing. But the problem is he is behind all those ace-x hands, so he's at least giving it some consideration. I still think king-queen is just too much hand. There's too many queen-9 suiteds. Also, even some offsuit combos like king-jack off and queen-jack off could be in Yuri's range.
He does find the call. Yeah, of course, for Phil Sternheimer, losing 1.2 million chips here can be quite substantial for his chip stack as well. But the opportunity to knock out a fearsome player and win these chips is very valuable too.
Yeah,
almost certain.
Yuri Dzivielevski is all in and at risk. Jack 8 deuce. So far so good for the Brazilian. 3 on the turn, so Sternheimer is down to just a king or a queen, and we can see that one queen was folded.
It's too rich.
Jack on the end pairs the board.
A little surprised that Phil didn't try to sweat that river.
I think he mentioned something, but we're moving forward here.
King, yeah.
So it's a double up for Yuri Dzivielevski, and he moves slightly ahead of Sternheimer on the leaderboard and right back into the thick of things.
The face cards, you can kind of tell.
You can, yeah. You have to be really, like, you can't lift them up too much, or you can see the, like what they're holding in their hands. And actually, I always get the Jack and the King confused with what they're holding in their hands, but.
No, thank you.
But you can tell if it's a queen because they hold like flowers and stuff, not weapons.
The usual.
I feel like Brian Rast must practice at home.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, just many years of experience of sweating cards. I have to say, I don't know what all they're all holding. I've never
looked into it, but I mean, Brian has played more cards than almost anyone. I feel like.
So how out of line is Rast going to get here? Let's see. Well, the answer is not that out of line.
I actually would have gone for that open just into these two blinds.
I agree. Yeah.
Miller being in the short stack, but you know, 5-4 off, of course, bad card removal. Sternheimer with queens.
He felt those flowers in the hands of those two queens there. So normally this hand would make for a nice limp trap, but I think given the passivity we've seen from Ryan Miller in the big bet rounds, that maybe coming in for an open raise just makes sense.
I like the thought process, Chris. Some no-limit hold'em experts would be raising hands like 8 deuce off against
I mean, that Jack 3 off would be a perfect hand, I think, to maybe put a small raise in as a bluff if your opponent limps in the small blind there. I know I would be guilty of that at times.
Particularly with this blind level where it is 50-75, 2/3 rather than half.
I would have fallen for the trap for sure.
I think pocket. I would have preferred just pocket sevens. It followed queens.
I had Jack high, so yeah, it was good.
There's always a chance, man.
I had the Jack 3.
The Jack tray.
Much of a decision. You had 2 queens. Wow. You're one hand too late. You did that the previous hand for sure.
It all kind of.
Raise 175.
Ooh, and now Yuri picks up an interesting hand here in the big blind. I think given Miller a short stack, that maybe just calling, flatting here makes sense.
Call seems good to me. You don't really want to 3-bet fold this hand, and 3-bet getting it in would be a disaster, and it's just a lot to shove.
And now he actually keeps in all those dominant hands he's dominating on a king or a queen high board as well.
Right.
Get a 10-5-3, couple of spades. Sternheimer does have that ace of spades working for him.
Yeah, probably a board he wants to have a decent number of bets on. You can play some checkbacks with hands like this, but again, with the ICM pressure on both these guys, I think you face less raises than you might in a chip EV environment, so I don't mind just going for a bet. Yuri's got a hand that should probably call with 2 overs and a big spade, but we'll see how he proceeds.
Yeah, let's see how he handles it.
Whoa. There's nobody sitting there.
Oh, just because of the space. Yeah. No other reason.
It's actually kind of.
Nothing. No, that's not relaxing too.
It is. It is. Yeah.
One nice thing about this hand for Yuri is that Phil is somewhat likely to barrel the cards that Yuri hits if he is bluffing. Those over cards.
Absolutely. Now, some hands in Yuri's range might consider leading on this card, but I don't think his hand makes much sense to lead. He may consider a tiny block bet anyway, just knowing this is a very good card for his continuing range.
10 seconds.
Yeah, he can't really have stone air where Phil still could c-betting. That's one thing to think about, but...
250?
And he does find it.
Interesting, yeah. And I expect Phil just takes one off in position rather than raising here.
Yeah, it seems like he has a couple options, right? He could consider whether he just thinks he has the best hand often enough, or whether he has a hand that makes a lot of sense to start bluffing with. He covers Yuri slightly, I think. No, he doesn't. He's actually slightly covered by Yuri. It's very close, their chip stacks.
So one thing I guess I would think about is how many hands do I have that I would actually want to value raise with? And I think I would probably want a flush to value raise here. Maybe you could make a case for a set or something, but I would probably want a flush versus this line, this check call lead. So how many flushes do I have compared to how many combos I have like this, where I just have one big spade? And how do I balance that, right? So you can't just necessarily raise all your ace of spades combos, but
here he comes.
Maybe this one works well.
A small raise. So facing the small bet, he decides to go for a small raise and leave a little bit of room to threaten a river shove here. And Yuri's in a tricky spot, I would say, with the queen of spades in his hand, getting very good pot odds.
And Yuri gets to this spot with a number of other types of hands. He can have a bigger spade. He can have a pair. He can have some type of combo of both. He has only the 2 overs with the queen of spades. It's very dicey, and you're even losing to these bluffs.
This is kind of a situation both players wanted to avoid in some way with the shorter stack at the table, but nevertheless, a very consequential pot.
I think this is a really nice find from Sternheimer, by the way, in a spot where I think most people would just call. Even though he had Yuri's hand in quite bad shape, I think it's nice to sometimes take some of these ace of spades hands, particularly the ones that don't have the showdown value. So if he has ace of spades with a 5, I think maybe he's more likely just to call.
I'm telling myself that I want to look that one up tomorrow.
Brian Rast is interested in that hand.
Yeah, I don't think you see a ton of small lead there like you did from Yuri, but these are high-level players. And
yeah, I will forget because we're going to be playing poker tomorrow. Yeah, a lot of poker.
Sternheimer back up over 3 million with that pot.
I've been getting good sleep. I'm a little worried about tonight, but I'm getting like 8 hours a night. Deep in the green.
Sounds like you better hurry up and finish them off.
Very happy, but you're big.
As Sternheimer's having a very nice no-limit hold'em round here, picking up another strong starting hand. I guess it could have been better. He could have knocked out Yuri in that first hand, so it's not. I shouldn't say that nice.
Like, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
What I don't know won't hurt.
Of course, he's going to be wary raising into Rast's big blind here, but nevertheless, ace 10 is ace 10.
Better not to know.
As Rast picks up a completely dominated hand here.
Score in the morning. I usually gamify it. You know what? One of
Rast won't defend that.
Skills that's like not worth anything. When I wake up like in the morning or let's say middle of the night, whatever, and I look at my clock, I can guess within 10 minutes.
Oh really? Oh yeah. Like what time it is? You mean?
Yeah. Useless.
In the middle of the night.
Yeah, anytime. Anytime, pretty much.
Yeah, that's tough.
Apparently, the Queen of England used to be really good at that, like scary good. Must be something in your body that just kind of, right?
Yeah.
Learning so much about internal clocks here in the no limit hold'em round from Sternheimer.
Miller picking up a lot of rags this round. Yuri, 10s on the button.
Could have just put it on ChatGPT.
About 23 big blinds, something like that.
Raise 150.
Ooh, and Rast picks up a bit of an interesting combo here, knowing that there will be a lot of ICM pressure on Yuri.
I'm going to draw for hands at 5 minutes again.
What do you think, Donnie? Chime in for us on this one.
I think it's a good spot where Brian Rast could attack, but he does have to be concerned that Yuri's not just going to be opening pretty wide here, given the stacks behind him, especially with Brian Rast in the small blind able to apply the leverage against Yuri.
And I guess Yuri's just going to want to shove here.
I think so. I mean, you do see some stuff in high-level no-limit tournaments where they play flats in spots like this because Brian's supposed to be polar, but I mean, button small blind, this is just too much hand.
Yeah, just kind of keep it simple, put the money in, don't get tricky post-flop, and that's exactly what Yuri's going to do here.
And just denying equity to a hand like the one Rast has is worth quite a lot. It's not like you're doing amazing against ace-8, right?
And I do like the approach from Rast. It's like some players might just see an ace there in Rast spot and just jam, because he has the covering stack over both of his opponents, but he took the non-all-in 3-bet approach, which allows him to then get away from it. So
yeah, it was quite a small 3-bet size, actually.
I did. So good pickup there from Yuri.
And with that, allow me to tell you about Octopi Poker. If you're a no-limit hold'em tournament player, as these guys are playing right now, check out octopipoker.ai. Start with a free account, then unlock advanced tools for as little as $25 a month or $200 for the year. Get access to pre-flop ranges, a dynamic GTO trainer. Whatever you're looking for to improve your game, Octopi has it for you. Again, that's octopipoker.ai. Start exploring today. Still playing no limit hold'em.
We can see Yuri's definitely not, you know, packing it in really here. He's still trying to open hands and building up his chip stack a little bit back. And this one looks like it's gonna get through for a nice little anti-steal.
So they're drawing now for the number of hands they play in the level.
Level and break.
So that players can avoid stalling to put someone to the right to the big blind at a certain, you know, when they know it would be the last hand.
Yeah, just an example of one of many things that they do really well here when it comes to the structure and organization of these tournaments.
Keeping everything, fair
and just shout out again to the field. I mean, 64 players in a 25K mixed tournament at the studio. Great job from the organizers and great job from all the players to showing up and supporting this.
Great job by you, Alex.
Well, I contributed one of those 64 buy-ins, Chris.
I was also one of those 64.
One
But, hey,
each.
but not two.
But, you know, a few people were in for 2. I don't know if anyone was in for 3, but I think it was actually an unlimited rebuy tournament, so.
Let's see if Sternheimer wants to get after it here with a weak one. No, he decides to just pass, which makes sense.
Yeah, into the chip leader. You can't just 3-bet every ace every time, and he does elect to fold. Miller's hand, you know, could actually consider playing, but he's not the kind of guy who's going to play queen-8 suited in the small blind.
Yeah, I think that one makes sense to pass on.
Yeah, agreed. It's like a call for chips, but very awkward.
My hand being in the
at a 4-handed final table.
It's definitely not 0% that I had the best hand.
Of course. Do you have a good hand just now?
I had a hand that every person in the world would have opened.
Okay.
Not
I don't think
Well,
that's true.
I don't want
I
to.
can think of a few who might not have.
At this table.
Anybody who play that could have been one of the hands.
Different suit, though.
Would have opened it.
The round of no limit hold'em is now over, switching it up to Omaha 8 or better. So back to the top of the rotation where we began the night.
Yep, a pretty big transition from 2-card Texas to 4-card limit 08.
Yeah, I think when we started, we were playing 7 hands of each game. Now that we're down to 4-handed, I think we're playing 6 of each game, but we've played somewhere between 60 and 70 hands so far of poker to get through that rotation.
It's certainly a game that Ryan Miller feels most comfortable in, one of the most comfortable games, I would say, and he picks up a strong hand on the button.
Rast's hand is not that strong, but you should still defend the big blind.
Yeah, it's just a tricky one to play on certain board textures because you have to decide how valuable your 8s are in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
But absolutely an easy defense.
Just in general, the 8 and the 6 are just not super good cards in this game.
Interesting flop where both players kind of hate it.
Yeah. The question is Miller going to ever check back this flop?
In fact, we see Brian taking the lead here, thinking that he has more high cards, I suppose, than Ryan Miller, or maybe just thinking that his opponent is sort of straightforward in these spots and he may be able to just deny equity. It's kind of an odd hand to bet because it's not really a bluff.
Yeah. It is a board where he should play some leads, particularly with his stack.
It's going to work out pretty well here, and he manages to protect his equity.
Just going to get a fold. I would have been tempted to peel Miller's hand, but I can also understand folding with the tournament considerations.
Yeah, I would have had a hard time continuing there, just thinking that with the 5 being on the board, you know, he's really only kind of drawing to the backdoor ace-7 low.
He can hit a 5 or a 7 and have quite a monster. And he does have backdoor nut diamonds as well, so.
True.
I don't know. It's certainly not.
He's not known for his optimism, this guy.
It's not an exciting spot, but it's a little difficult to fold there for me for one small bet.
Sternheimer almost missing his big blind, but making it back.
Sternheimer and Yuri always bringing some fashion sense to the poker community, which is often missing.
Now, Brian's hand is very weak, but I do wonder if he's just going to play his chip stack here a little bit more than his hand.
Yeah, his hand is very weak, isn't it? So
these sort of 3 high, 1 low combinations are fairly low.
he just raises it. So good thinking, Chris, that he is just going to play his chip stack. Now, Phil's hand would be normally a value 3-bet, but does he want to play it a bit slower given the stacks? He still has 10 big bets. I think he'd be fine to just go ahead and 3-bet it.
He would, but I think that it's just not mandatory, so I would probably go with the low variance approach where I could in the spot.
Completely fine,
Seeing those shorter stacks out there. It's Rast who's flopped the best of it.
It's another spot where, you know, Phil probably should, in a cash game, continue facing a bet, but might just fold here with just the ace-4 and the ace-king high.
Yeah, I'd be a little surprised if he folds here, just given... Yeah, ace-king high can be the best hand. The ace-4 seems to have some value here, but...
Yeah, it's just sort of difficult to play across future streets. You don't have very many clean paths to victory. It is definitely a continue for chips, but let's just see what his adjustments are here.
He does find a call.
Does call. I like it.
Wow, interesting card. It's one that Rast cannot be too happy to see either.
Yeah, Rast has an awkward hand because, you know, Phil would have just called a lot of his 3x looking to raise the turn here.
It's actually a great card for Brian Rast's hand against Phil's hand because of the fact that now Sternheimer's backdoor low is counterfeit.
Right, but Rast is thinking that a lot of Sternheimer's backdoor stuff did pick up equity on this card, thinking the ace-deuce, the ace-5s of the world.
Yeah, and I think Sternheimer has enough showdown value with this 4 now that he'd be very happy to check this hand down.
I think you're right. And then it's going to be a question of, does Rast value bet the river on... Oh, he is betting, actually.
So I guess he's trying to deny equity from... Yeah, I can't really say what this bet is accomplishing. I mean, maybe he gets called by a low draw only.
Also, not impossible he can fold out some pocket pair between the 4 and the jack, perhaps. Not that there's a ton of those combos.
Yeah, I think it's just going to go check on a lot of rivers, but let's see.
But I think you're right. He's more thinking equity denial.
Sternheimer's hand really had nowhere to go. I mean, he had almost no improvements without catching an ace of king.
Yeah, now the crazy thing is if Rast checks and Sternheimer bets, Rast doesn't like it very much, but I think just still has to call.
Real fillet there, huh? Real fillet.
Filet of fish.
A little bit of a hand funeral here from Sternheimer.
Yeah. This is egregious.
Bottom 5% hand.
See, if Phil's plan was to check down the river, I really would like checking the turn because when a low card comes on the river, his opponent's not going to bet into him too much anyway. So he just managed to save the bet.
The players are going to go on break. We're also going to have to go on break because we're out of slips. So we'll see you guys in about 12 minutes.
All right, here we go. Welcome to High Stakes Poker, Season 15.
There will be blood.
Question is, whose blood will be all over the felt?
100. I played with you before.
Want action?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not here to not have action. You tried to bluff me. I'm a nice guy here playing good poker with nice people, and you tried to bluff me.
He tried to rob you. Man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Come on, man.
Wow. I've seen it all.
Table change.
We're not in good shape.
Welcome to High Stakes Poker, Season 15, the season of blood.
We got ourselves a game, boys.
$1,000.
Whatever you prefer, JRB.
Let's go 3 times, Monster Pot.
What? You asked you asked a different question.
But your response was anything I want, so I'll go 3 times.
Yes, you offered 1 and 2 as your.
Okay, all right. We go twice. We go twice.
Twice.
2 times.
Run it twice.
Don't do it on the turn for him. That's ridiculous. Oh, what a lovely card.
Oh, the turn is a jack.
This is where you say,
Granting the free roll to Keating.
Good thing you had to go 3 times because there'd be some sick math for the dealer. Like 5/6.
Yeah. You 7/8'd him.
You chop on the first run out.
1/25 of his stack.
How about run out number 2?
Now I really want to go 3 times. Holy.
Oh, that was fun.
You're basically going
another
once
jack.
now. Same
There's
as
a 4, safe turn for JRB.
All right, 3 times if you want it.
Fair.
Seriously, if you want to do it.
75% of the
JRB?
pot goes to JRB.
I think I'm going to be okay with just taking 3/4, and I'll happily.
All right. I'll make you a deal. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't mess it up.
You want me to help with comp?
I'll do another 100 for another turn in the river. Even money.
What's that?
What?
Even money. Another 100.
Oh my gosh. Another turn in river.
100K for another turn.
You want all that stuff. I'm offering you 100.
All right, bet.
This is on top of the pot, or what is this?
Yeah.
So you guys do the pot first, and then you're doing that?
Yeah.
Whatever.
No.
Just
we
wants
have a
to.
100K side bet on
Turn in river. Yeah.
Turn
Hey,
river.
do another. Oh my goodness.
What? Keating's a dog here and just says even money for 100K on the side.
Are we sick or is he sick?
Oh, this is twisted.
It does spike the spade.
Oh, I love
Gets 100 right back.
All right, so you gotta do this.
Did I even lose in this?
So you gotta count his stack.
You won.
I won?
You for sure won.
JRB
You're gonna get like 30.
This man is a maniac.
Paid like you're gonna have lost like
Nothing.
you made like 40K.
What just happened?
It really did.
How did you win it?
Dude, that's my first win in High Stakes Poker.
Aces for Tilly.
Oh yeah, you got crushed last.
Makes it 6,000.
Oh.
Kings for House and Bolt.
That's why I brought Sammy.
Makes it 20,000.
Yeah, that's why everyone was like, don't worry, Stanley.
Oh, what's going on here? Go ahead, Jennifer. She's likely tripling up, AJ.
Pot the last few months.
In both times.
A little bit sick for Jamoth and House and Bolt.
Everyone's like, oh, it's chop. I was like, no, wait, there's a card left.
I'm all in.
Players all in.
97.5.
I call. Call.
High Stakes Poker.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, Jennifer.
We can see what's going on here, AJ.
Very fast.
Oh my God! What the?
Oh my! Oh, second hand of the
Jesus.
night.
Wait, that's like worst case scenario.
Wow. Jen, we need hearts.
Yeah.
Like your luck
If you
might
guys-
have changed today.
Mom, you need clubs
Holy
and House
moly.
needs hearts.
You guys want it once
If
or
you
twice?
want to do twice, I'm fine with that.
I was trying to once.
Okay. It seems kind of pointless to do twice.
Jamoth has clubs.
I need hearts.
Clubs and hearts.
Clubs and hearts.
Wow.
Eyes are turning, Joe.
Wow.
What is going on here?
I've never seen a hand. I don't know if I've ever seen
This has to be the best
This is
spot
the
you can get in
craziest
the
thing
world.
ever.
I haven't seen Jennifer Tilly.
What did you start with?
Lucky I wasn't 100. Lucky I wasn't late and missed the first few hands.
Hearts.
Clubs, so.
Let's go
Mix
hearts.
a whole big mix of colors, different colors.
Diamonds, all right.
Okay.
4%.
Like that. Spades. we
That's
need
a wrap,
spades.
right?
Mix
It's
it
over
up.
already.
It's over.
Spades. Wait, it's over?
Yeah, you won.
Stone over.
Yeah,
It's
it's over.
gone, Jennifer. Wow.
You're a professional poker player. You can tell that. I'm still
Yeah,
sweating.
yeah, you get the money. Don't worry, Jen.
Woo,
That's
woo,
you.
How much?
Yay.
How much did you have, Jen?
So for now, just 100.
Okay, so Jen gets 100 from each.
Oh wait, no, it's a little less than
than
100 because I
Then you
played
guys
one. I think did I play one
What's
hand?
the side pot?
Yeah.
Just count it. That is
Yeah, it's a little less than
Come
100.
on.
unlucky.
Cooler, huh?
That's not a cooler.
That
That's
is
a super
hysterical.
cooler.
That's a television hand.
That
If
is
this was a
super
home
cooler.
game, I would say, let me
Where
check
am I
that
with
dag.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say it if I had the aces. I would think to myself, we're jack.
He bets on anything. You double, I put you on like a pair of tens.
Right.
I raise, he thinks about it, he calls.
I thought
put him on
it was gonna get action
queens.
for Sammy because I raised Sammy. He always calls.
I almost would have called.
The reaction I just thought was.
What did you say, 90?
When he went all in, I put her on a fold and him on queens. Wow.
So I said it in my head, and you just said it out loud.
Oh, Fox with kings.
Like you're not making that mistake.
Bad timing for Sean Perry, huh?
Well, he flats his aces and he 3-bets his 6-5 suited. So far, everything working out to be a disaster for Perry.
Ace in the cold 4.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe she cost me a lot.
She might have cost you 90.
Tell you what, he loves to gamble, though.
That's sure.
Let's keep an eye on this one.
Either way.
Should I let her punk me or not?
I'd be all for, like, we all vote and you have to do what we do, like, say, but I don't think he'd like that.
I'm not letting her punk me.
Calls.
I don't know what that means.
I'm ready to give her a stare down this time.
Oh,
7, 6, 4 with 1 club. Spicy flop. See, it's about a flip. At this point, with 17K in the pot, we expect that number to shoot up. Ooh, check, check. The turn is a 6. Trip 6s for Sean Perry.
And checks
Checks
it
once
again.
more.
Yeah, that is really slippery. And credit to Foxen, by the way. The pot control remaining under-repped on the flop. And this second check, though,
You know.
impossible to
Gotta
check
put some
once
money
more.
in there.
Right. Here comes the pain.
5,500. How does Perry proceed? With a check raise.
Yeah, the pain.
17K.
This is filthy. Now Kristen just stuck. Checking back flop. Then you get check raised on the turn. She's taken a line where maybe she thinks that Sean thinks her hand is weak. No way we're folding kings, right?
Still probably feels really good. She does make the call. This creates our biggest pot of the day. So Perry does fill up on the river. Does, of course, create the one-liner to the straight out there.
Maybe can save her, but again, Jeff, you know what hands
They have
would
that
check
many
raised
eights,
with?
yeah.
9-8 suited, you know, maybe. Seems like a lot of those hands would have just called, but look at this.
That's 40K.
Perry has played this beautifully, and for Foxen, it's just torture. You're hoping he's bluffing. You beat nothing but a bluff in this spot. And as played, that's what you're hoping to look at a lot of times.
Does flick in the call. We'll see the bad news.
That's very good.
That is a very good hand indeed.
She's beatable, man.
Nice hand.
Sean Perry drags the biggest pot of cash of the Titans too.
Oh.
Coleman checks. calls here.
So far, perfectly executed by Coleman. He's getting everything he wants, remaining remarkably under-repped and allowing his opponent to bluff. But now the board gets a little tricky. One-liner presents itself. This texture, as played, continues to now favor DeStefano. It's like 8-7. 5-7, of course, would have flopped a straight. 6-7 makes a straight.
9-7. He's got the 9.
Of course.
That's 500K.
Look at the sizing too, Jeff. 500 into 1.4 and change. You know, you come with a third of the pot, it feels awfully milky. Coleman's not taking it, he's in.
River, Jack of Diamonds. Does Dylan have one more bullet left? And if he fires it, will it get the aces to go into the muck? Got a pot size bet behind.
He has set it up for 3 streets. Whoa.
And he is going to go for it. Just about all of it. Coleman check calls flop, check calls turn. If he check calls river, that just about does it. Admire the effort here regardless of what happens.
Oh, this is just phenomenal poker on display out of both
and
players.
Puts in the call, just like that.
Call.
Wow.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be snappy at you.
DeStefano down to 50K. That just about does it. He is in shock.
If you slow rolled me, I would have not been happy.
She doesn't act at 30 seconds. Her
She
hand's
does
dead.
have none. Well, she'll act within 30 seconds. Each
Clearly.
time. She's going to put them all in.
She is
here.
all in on the button.
Good luck.
She's actually not on the button, pardon me. She's in the cutoff seat. So just to the right of the button. I believe it. The action is on Yankov.
Players all in.
And Yankov all in from the small blind. Oh, look at this.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
You have queens.
Jacks. King
Jack.
9, Ace Jack.
Oh my God.
I mean, I guess it could be worse for
That's
Foxen.
the worst hand you ever had.
It is a live king.
That's the worst hand you have. There.
It could be three-handed here.
That's the worst hand.
She's alive.
10.
Yeah.
Maybe.
She's got a live king.
She's probably the most solid player.
Yankoff with the possibility of a double knockout here. He has them both covered.
You're that good.
Yeah, pot 1.4 million.
Maybe I'm that bad.
So there's a main pot, there's a slight side pot as well. Side pot will be, I guess, 160. Dealer counting it out right now.
Dario, what are the equities here? Let's see how good you are. What is it?
Dar's in great
That's
shape
50
here
and then-
to possibly put
No,
himself
3
right
left.
back
What is
in.
it?
I mean, he was down to 5 big blinds.
He's down to 5.
You
A
know?
triple up looks very possible right here. And it puts him, it'll put him over 30 bigs.
I'm going to say the jacks are like 44%.
By the way, we saw King 8 folded from Lyle, so one less king
They're
in the
over
deck.
50? Really?
I don't know.
I'm looking at it like ace king. It's a flip.
45 jacks.
I'm saying
I'm
jacks.
even hearts are good.
Jacks are 45%.
That's a good read. Look at Jared. Like a computer.
Always
King,
impressed
king,
that they can
six.
do that to the
Keep it red.
percentage.
This should be all red.
Feeling the king 6.
There's
Oh,
a
dear.
9. Oh,
Oh,
wow, what
dear.
a flop.
Wow.
Top pair for Foxen. The nut flush draw
That is
for Yankov.
insane.
Jacks are still in the lead. This is the way you keep people interested, okay?
Oh dear.
Foxen needs a king or a 9. Yankov needs an ace or a club. Garza just wants a 3. The 3 of spades will do for him. Garza's got the rest of the deck. And it's the 10 of clubs and the double elimination.
There it
Look at that. Yankov with a double elimination, eliminating Foxen and Garza. Now, if by chance there was a pay jump, Foxen started the hand with more chips than Garza, she would make more money. She finished 1 spot higher than Garza because of
Little
that.
grape. It comes to
Trying
life.
to give me positive affirmations. No.
King, queen for Sammy.
She objects to playing good.
I am going to
You
ace
don't know
king
me.
for
You
Mike,
do not
okay?
know me.
Sneaks along, just calls the open from Sammy Tillian as well.
Let's get everyone so
Ace, queen of hearts for Nicky.
Nick has a 1 glass of wine limit, though.
What did you say about
One minimum?
Yeah, he has a 1 glass of wine limit.
One minimum.
We want to keep the poker game going.
This wine costs more than my entire net worth.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, cheers.
No, to our first glass.
No, I can't
Yes,
cheers.
first,
Isn't
yes.
this nice?
Thank you so
Cheers,
much.
Andrew.
Thank you.
That's not very nice.
Oh,
We got
I'm
a full
good.
house, and we got 3
I have
queens
19 beverages back here.
Yeah, me too.
and a chocolate milk.
Check. I would. Thank you.
On that live game, me and Rob were sweating the game from the plane. And that hand with you and Jen, we were just like, what is going on? What
This
is
is, of
going
course,
on?
out of
What is
control
going
for
on?
airball. Chin down,
Andrew,
everybody.
thank you for the wine.
That was not my best shot.
You guys are welcome.
Brandon.
This wine is very nice.
This one's from Andrew Pacheco. He brought it as a gift.
Oh, nice.
We are back. The final table continues for the PGT Mixed Games 25K 10-game championship. Down to 4, Brian Rast on top, Ryan Miller on the bottom, Philip Sternheimer and Yuri Dzivielevski bunched in the middle. These final 4 players are guaranteed $160,000, playing for $480,000 up top. My name is Donnie Peters, Chris Vitch, Alex Livingston alongside me.
Hey, Donnie, we're hanging in there. Playing some
We're
Omaha 8 or better.
hanging in there is the definition at this point, okay?
So are these players.
Everyone, players, staff. I walked out there, there's a dealer asleep.
Yeah, I saw that.
Our photographer is asleep. Everyone's asleep.
The satellite ended for the night. We found that out, so we got our seats sold for the 100K tomorrow.
Yeah, Nick Schulman winning a satellite seat and Jesse Lonis winning a satellite seat as well. I think they were both likely to play, but hey, maybe it gives them an extra bullet in the chamber to fire should things go wrong.
Absolutely.
But then, like, we have the rig free no matter what.
Yeah. Even if we start at 12:30. So it's probably best to finish.
Better to finish
I see.
today.
Better to finish
Yeah,
today.
that's
So
nice,
is this 100, 200? Okay. Okay, let's just go.
It's probably best to finish today
Yeah.
at this point,
Let's see
probably.
what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's
And then if we get
could be
the rig
over an
free,
hour.
okay, then we can-
And then
Well, just because the thing is, like, even if you have to play till like 3:30, I mean, then you get till fucking 5 p.m.
Yeah, exactly.
to reg if
With
you
rig
want.
free,
Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Right.
As
Let's
opposed,
just-
yeah, whatever. We'll talk about it in an hour.
I have a preference, but I think it's a moot point to discuss it now.
So the players are also starting to think about what their plans are going to be, as at least 3 of these players I think would be playing the 100K. I'm not sure about Ryan
And
Miller.
finishing
Still,
earlier.
still 08?
Yes.
Right?
And coming back 12:30.
Oh, there's the plaque.
It's worse. We're gonna be even more tired, in my opinion, than like finishing
let's just see.
tonight and.
As I said, let's just see.
Yeah, I think there's some discussion that these players might be
Yeah, I
entitled
agree.
to
At
register
this point,
later, Chris, without that
I'd
penalty of
rather play
the
a
extra
full
rig,
day
given they're
tomorrow.
playing so late tonight.
Or it's almost better to not play super long now and come back. But what would be really bad is
Guys, why don't we discuss it in
Yeah, sure.
If you're lucky enough to be around still, then.
Well, either way, Phil Sternheimer doesn't care to talk about it.
Sternheimer is trying to put a kibosh on this discussion. I'm not sure why he's so tilted, but.
What about we don't talk about it, guys?
Yeah, his opinion on that is quite clear.
What if we just sweat some more river cards?
Yeah, yes, that word, I agree.
So there's nothing wrong with discussing.
I'm just saying let's discuss in an hour, depending on who's around and how those who are around are feeling.
Okay.
Well, if one of us isn't around, then why should we participate in the decision?
Sure.
trying to lighten the mental load.
This is a good exchange.
I feel stifled. Okay. Freedom of speech, brother. But yeah, whatever.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that.
We're going to play an hour.
Meanwhile, the limits have gone up to 200,000, 400,000, so it's not like it would be that crazy for some big blood to bust out
If
here.
I play this hand, they're going to berate me, so I'll fold it.
Rast, more of a PLO hand.
Ryan Miller cannot really afford to wait for too many more hands, and he picks up an okay one here in the small blind.
Yeah.
Nothing special, but I would definitely not fold.
I would just raise this and hope that Yuri somehow has a fold.
Makes sense.
Not against me. I need to play better.
He does just call.
Instead, Yuri has quite a strong hand here.
Yuri does not have a fold. He has probably just a raise right now.
There is the raise.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan Miller's going to have less than one bet left here going to the flop. There's not too many flops he can get away from his hand now, but it makes sense to just call and see if it comes king, king, king.
King, king. I was just going to say that exactly.
I think he could actually just lead here, actually. Maybe
Yeah.
he puts, he does lead here, and it's Yuri's
not going to fold, but you just have
he's
to hope
actually
that
not going
Yuri
to like it.
folds anything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Ryan Miller all in and at risk here.
Wow.
Trying to survive on the short stack.
Takes the lead with Jack 7 or 3 or spade.
And you guys actually have quite a few different cards.
Yeah.
You're only sharing one
I
card.
need a jack or a spade.
What's a fun turn card? Like the
The 9 of spades.
7
10
seems
of
fun.
spades, 9 of spades. Either of those are pretty fun.
I think an
Greedy.
offsuit ace would be fun, right? He then has
Ace
the
of
flush.
spades would be fine. That's definitely not good.
King on the turn.
Nobody has,
7, 3, jack or spade.
nobody has diamonds.
Ace-8 high is looking really strong,
Who
boys.
has diamonds?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Oh.
Nobody.
River card is the
GG,
deuce of
Ryan.
clubs. That's going to do it for Ryan Miller. Out the door in 4th place here.
Third. This year's better.
$160,000 in his pocket.
Yeah, good showing for Miller. We'll see if he shows up tomorrow. Like Chris said, I don't think he was on the confirmed list necessarily, but
Are we still,
this
what
might
about the
change his
number of
tune a
hands
little
that
bit,
we're
though.
playing?
Yeah.
Doesn't it reduce three-handed? I think it does. It goes down
Updated
to
leaderboard here.
three-handed
Ryan
and
Rast
4 heads up.
maintains his lead,
So, but this one we still
7.675
finish,
million.
The next one is,
Okay.
That's it.
we can ask him.
Dzivielevski,
it's-
2.875.
Is this the
Sternheimer,
dead?
2.25.
Dead button, yes. Yuri was in a big line.
But you're right.
Ryan Miller wasn't on the confirmed list, but Phil Sternheimer
We
has
both
an
made it
extended
on the
list,
table,
and it
so
gives a
I
percentage
I don't
of what
think
he
it makes
thinks
sense.
all the players are going to play.
okay.
So like Ryan Miller might have been like 40%, or you
Right.
know, and he goes all the way down to people like 8%.
Now, it'll be interesting to see if any of the fully confirmed players on Phil's list don't play. Because
I mean,
then
that's
that
usually how it happens.
That
So
gives it a
people
little
say,
bit
and
less
then
we're down to
credence
6
to his
hands
list,
per
right?
game, Thank you.
No, but all credit to Phil, and
Thank you.
all jokes aside, he's done a great job of
Oh, 200. Yep.
really
sorry.
promoting this
I will fix
super
that.
high rollerball mix game that we
Yeah,
had so
it's-
much fun commentating last year, and look forward to commentating again starting tomorrow.
He's willed it into existence for sure.
You can
I
reduce
was
the number
there
of
when
players.
he turned to Tim in one of the series and said, you know, we should do a 100K super high rollerball mix.
Yeah.
And Tim kind of looked at him like he was kind of crazy, but Phil was like, no, you know what? Like,
table
let's
is
kind of
so
workshop this
crazy
idea. There
how
might be
big
something
your
there.
cards.
Right. So, Donnie, you're commentating
feel
it
like
as
every
well
time
for
I
the
play
YouTube, or
Tomorrow?
yeah?
No,
No,
just
okay.
you guys.
I wasn't sure if they were doing a coinciding.
No, you guys got
'cause
it all.
Sometimes they do that, right? There's the YouTube
well,
stream.
not
and the-
anymore. We used to
Okay.
do that, but now
Got
we
it.
just do it all the same team. So it'll be
Okay.
you two. For those out there
With
that don't know
Ali.
the voices, Chris Fitch, Alex Livingston, and then Ali Najad is jumping in.
I've heard of that guy.
Yeah.
Who is he? What is
By
he
the
done?
way,
what
we,
has he
we
done?
have kind of an action flop here with 2 flush draws. Yuri flopping quite a strong draw with a pair, open-ender, and a flush draw, but his hand is somewhat dominated. Quite close equity here.
Yeah, he's got the pair. He's got the better straight draw. He's got the worst backdoor low draw and the worst flush draw.
I would think Rast could go either way on this flop between a raise or a call, just thinking he would have a hand that might like to start semi-bluffing.
Yeah, reasonable now. Yuri's picked up 2 pair to go with the open ender and a flush draw. All of that to say, you know, checking is still a reasonable option here, just because all of his outs are kind of non-nutted.
Yeah, and I would also think that this is kind of a board that's perceived to be more helpful for the big blind.
Yeah, but you certainly can't go wrong. It's totally fine to bet your hand because if you are up against something like King Queen, you still have plenty of equity.
And I wonder, is Rast going to think that his hand might make sense as a semi-bluff with third pair?
I would tend to check back Rast's hand, just thinking I have this nice combo of some showdown value, some protection on the draw side.
Rast agrees with you. The club would be action here.
Now, does Yuri go for value here after it goes check, check on the turn,
Ooh,
Chris?
that would be kind of spicy and nice, I think. Like,
just
this
targeting.
is kind of a thing that we see routinely, Alex, which is that when you're out of position with kind of a marginal hand that can be best, sometimes the money goes in better for you when you're the one doing the betting.
And he does indeed. I like this find from Yuri.
Yeah, good call on that one. I would not necessarily have thought that, but I definitely see the merits to it.
Just targeting all the one pair hands. And thinking also that Brian will bet most better hands than 9-3 on the turn. Not necessarily all. And of course the 6 could give him 2 pairs sometimes. But the 6 is relatively harmless, all things considered.
Tricky spot for Rast here on the river. I mean, I know his hand is very weak, but on these high-only boards, you do need to call kind of liberally to catch a bluff when you can scoop the pot if you're right.
Yeah.
He manages to get away from it.
Nice fold, though. And I think he realizes he has better hands to call with there, that he doesn't need to reach down as far as just the 9.
Nevertheless, Yuri's chipping up nicely. The limits being this high, anyone who scoops a pot is going to have a substantial change to their chip stack.
He's big and he left. He just left the big blind. Just left on the big blind. Good time.
Let's just deal with it.
Phil, in no mood right now, it seems.
I feel like something happened on break. Why? He's just a little bit annoyed.
It's just that time of night, Donnie.
He seems a little aggravated, yeah.
The pumpkin has been turned, or
He's
how does that go?
Bouncing in his chair a little bit. Does Yuri open the 6-6-5 deuce tri-suit, Chris?
I think it's good for chips. It's a pretty marginal one, but typically when you have 4 small cards, they're playable.
Yeah. Maybe just thinking with the tournament considerations.
3-handed 08's also a pretty loose, aggressive game. Not much card removal concerns. Instead, he gets out of the way, and Rast opens, and Sternheimer has a very weak one here in the big blind.
Yeah. A little bit of connectivity, like this is stronger than King Jack 9 deuce or something perhaps, but he does just let it go.
As you mentioned earlier, even those 8 deuce, like the 8-6, like these weak low draws kind of get you in trouble because sometimes now you feel like maybe I should call down, but really you're just dominated on the low side anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you'd still rather have that weak low draw than no low draw if you're comparing similar hands, but they can definitely be trouble hands. Some reverse implied odds for sure. I think both of those decisions, like Yuri would have opened that in a cash game, and I'm pretty sure Phil would have defended that in a cash game as well.
Makes sense, yeah, I think you're right.
Generally in limit games, if you're in the big blind against a small blind open, and this is true in almost all limit games, you do not do a lot of folding.
Yeah, it's usually a bigger mistake, way bigger mistake to fold too often than to not fold enough, right?
Correct, yeah.
There's no hand that's so bad to call with against most players.
Maybe, unless you got the 4 deuces in Omaha High or something. Yeah, for the most part, you're very right. And most people, I think, do fold too often.
Sure, because, I mean, you rarely get those shorthanded situations, and
yeah,
and it never feels like a big mistake, right? I mean,
Right.
you know, it's like, you know, you have a weak hand, so you know it's not going to be a great situation anyway, but yeah. Yuri here with another bit of a tricky hand to play. 8s and 7s with no suits.
Yeah, awkward, but let's go set mining. Or maybe flop a straight or something. Ooh.
He does flop a set, but it looks like Phil has flopped quite strong here. Yes, he has the nut low made with a gut shot, pair, and backdoor flush draw.
Yeah, and I like just playing Yuri's hand passively and calling, facing what should be a bet here from Sternheimer. If Sternheimer has any 2 low cards, he's just free-rolling Yuri. And, you know, the times he has the weaker portions of his range, Yuri actually wants to keep those hands in. Imagine, like, Phil has just King, King, Jack 10 or something. He'd have to fold to a raise, but there's a world in which he could barrel off on, I don't know, some cards perhaps, lose some money on an ace.
Certainly, and despite the fact that Yuri has flopped a set, I mean, as you were saying, his hand is very vulnerable, right? So he really wants to see a nice turn card before committing more chips, I think. I mean, obviously he's not going to fold the hand, but
no.
There's some very good turns and some pretty ugly ones.
That's a pretty decent one in the sense that.
Yeah, it would look like a nice card for him to see. It gives Phil Sternheimer more scooping outs here with his free roll.
So, you know, of course, you don't want to see the double flush draw now because it's more potential hands that could be free rolling you. I would not be raising Yuri's hand. I would just be continuing to play it as a call.
And by the same token, I think Phil should continue betting here. I mean, he just has a lot of everything, and he kind of blocks the board, right? So he needs his opponent to have a calling hand. He's not going to have a betting hand too often.
Yeah, he might consider going for the check raise, but I think betting is by far the superior play. Like you said, blocking some of the hands he wants his opponent to bet with.
Have whites?
No, I have 1,050,000.
So by asking that question, I do think Yuri's at least considering a raise.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat reasonable, I think. But I still prefer call, especially with the 2 flush draws out there.
But if Phil only had something like 500K behind, maybe he
just
would
put
raise.
it in, right? Thinking you're never going to fold any rivers and you can get it in good now.
So we went a long, long way here, but we're going to end up with a chop situation.
And Phil should still bet his hand because Yuri can just have only a low.
Absolutely,
and there's a lot of worse lows that would feel compelled to call off hoping to see a high hand.
It's close to impossible that Yuri can have the same low and a better high given the way the hand was played.
Right. And I wouldn't expect a ton of bluffing because, again, bluffing in these split pot games, outright bluffing is a lot more rare. And what is Yuri really going to bluff with? So
not low, ace-9.
This is just going to be a chop. Phil looks confused.
Your hand. You claimed the nut low.
Spades. 5.
Well, Ryan Miller has left the building, so now we need to have someone to take over the complaint department here.
Stud.
Let's play some stud, short-handed stud.
So I think we mentioned this a little bit earlier, but now that they're just 3-handed, in some ways, stud games become a little bit less interesting. There's just less money in the middle to fight for with only 3 antes out there. So you'll actually see very straightforward play, and I expect these stud hands, unless some very big hands get matched up against each other, to maybe be pretty innocuous with a lot of raise and take it.
Yeah, and I think some more inexperienced players might get that a bit wrong and might feel very scared to play in 6-7-handed games where there's a lot more out there in antes and feel like they need to play more hands 3-handed. But again, your price to steal is not as good.
Kind of the opposite of the flop games where you actually are in a nice steal position quite often.
Now, Phil should open this almost regardless of what Yuri's door card is, I believe. And he folds, so maybe Yuri has a very strong door card.
He does, he has the ace.
That makes sense.
That does make sense. The
With
one card
almost any other lower card, I would just open that king, queen, ace.
So, like, imagine Rast's hand here. If there's 7 antes in the middle, I would be a little bit tempted to defend this hand. I mean, it's nothing much, but you know your opponent's raising basically in the dark. But I think with only 3 antes, he's just going to fold it.
Yeah. I think he would defend something like 5-7-8, where you're more connected for sure, but 4-5-8 feels a bit more like a stud 8 or better hand.
So those really weak holdings, I mean, the main value they have is just when you're getting a better price
really
because of the bigger number of antes.
Because you're not that many points behind him.
Yeah. I don't know.
Note that Rast was actually 47% against the exact hand.
Yeah, in stud, unless your opponent has the kind of top of their range with like the split aces in that situation, the hands are going to run pretty close. You have a lot more cards to come, and that's why you want to be defending your ring quite wide against those pure steals when there's enough antes in the middle to justify it.
Is that right? Or did you win a dealer's choice? Was it the other one?
No, the big bet mix was against pads. It wasn't against him.
I know he came 3rd in my event, and then the next
got
event.
second in some event, yeah, and then
next event 2nd, and then he came 1st.
Oh, so he came 3rd, 2nd, and 1st.
I think
is this
in
the guy who
game,
made it deep in this? He was in this still.
Yeah, I think he bubbled it.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Players talking about the series leaderboard. King High Pan is the player on top right now, but he's sweating. Yuri Dzivielevski finishing in the top 2.
So again, 2 very marginal hands here to potentially defend the Jack 9-7 from Yuri and the 8-7-4 from Rast. They know Sternheimer's stealing wide here, but they just don't feel compelled to fight back with these weak holdings.
Yeah. Against Zigalov and Luke. sorry.
All is quiet in the late nights in the PokerGO Studio here. The calm before the storm of the 100K.
Yeah.
These guys are going to be a little bit worse for wear starting the 100K, a long 3-day grueling event after.
Right.
On the plus side, they'll have a few $100,000
exactly.
to show for their trouble. So
yeah,
I
I'm
suppose
sure
there's worse problems to
most
have.
of the field is getting some much-needed sleep right now. A lot of the players in the 100K, of course, have been playing all the events. You did have a few who flew in just for this big buy-in. Gus came towards the end of the series, Aaron Katz. But I'd say the majority of the field has been here grinding day in and day out. Another sort of close one there for Phil with the Queen 10-8 against the King, who could be stealing very wide. And now Yuri is going to be very tempted to play this. He blocks the King. So the times that Rast actually has kings, that King blocker is a bad thing. It means it's not live, but he's reducing the likelihood.
Yeah, and he has decided this is a bridge too far, although Rast now catches... Oh, actually, both players catch very good cards.
Yeah.
So Yuri would have all his split deuces here. He probably wouldn't have too bad any split deuces out of the bring-in. So kind of a tricky situation for Rast, given that if he's up against trips, it's a very bad spot. But we can see that he can also be up against plenty of other hands like this that he's doing fine
Also,
against.
he has some pretty good backdoors here with the 3 spades and the backdoor Broadway, backdoor, straights.
I wonder how hard Yuri will go with this with that King blocker. If Brian doesn't catch a scary card here, I think he'll keep firing. He does catch a spade, though, yeah. So this hand might be over.
So I think Yuri should bet range on 4th, even with Brian catching such a connected card, just given how wide Brian can steal. On 5th, I think that flips, and I think that the deuce-deuce 4-bet board should check over to Brian. Brian's exact hand makes a nice semi-bluff here. He can put some immediate pressure on some weak 2 pairs Yuri could have.
I also think Rast should bet here, even if he didn't have a spade in the hole, just for the opportunity to set up a bluff on a spade on 6th Street.
Yeah, so nice pickup there from Brian as Yuri pretty quickly folds the deuces.
Play final table with friends, huh? You're not really rooting against someone. Think they deserve it as much as you do.
I don't really.
You don't think I deserve it as much as you do?
Jump into free online poker with Play PokerGO. You can grind ring games or run deep in tournaments. You can even hit the special high-stakes poker-themed tables. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure authentic poker from the official free online poker game of PokerGO. Play PokerGO is available on web, iOS, and Android. Check it out today at playpokergo.com. Just a couple of friends playing for $480,000.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how far Rast goes with just stealing in this game. It feels like a nice game to steal pretty wide in with the ICM pressure on the other 2. Definitely like it with this hand. Yuri's going to have to play this one.
It's interesting because in this hand, I actually think that Rast's range is perceived to be a little stronger as he raised the 10 with a jack behind him instead of just like the highest card on the board.
Yeah, I don't think Yuri's thinking he's stealing anything like 100%, but... Okay, so, this is interesting because Rast caught a better card, but Rast is also more likely to have some airy hands, whereas Yuri has to have something to defend the bring-in. Still, I like betting here.
Yeah, and I think Rast is sort of just feeling that he can continue barreling on any sort of straightening connected card.
Exactly right, yeah. Like if a jack, an 8, or queen, or even a king comes, it's really nice board for Rast, assuming Yuri doesn't catch something threatening.
And he does catch a 7, so...
Interesting, though, that Yuri also catches a 10,
it's 10 of hearts, right?
blocking Rast's door. If Rast bets here, it's a very awkward spot for Yuri, and perhaps just a fold, especially with the tournament considerations.
Yeah, good point. I mean, he's got unimproved 5s. He doesn't have any overcards that he can see to Rast's board. It would be a little bit dicey to even make 2 small pair.
Yeah, and again, like you mentioned, Rast should be getting a little bit more credit for having something, given he opened with that jack behind.
10 seconds.
A nice thing about stealing with the hand that Rast chose is that he can kind of have a deceptively, weak hand in this sort of situation. I mean, imagine he were to catch an 8 or a jack on 6th Street. He could actually have a bluff, which can be sometimes hard to do in limit poker. Nevertheless, Rast continues to sort of grind his opponents down in this stud round here.
Rast now over 8 million. That represents 63% of the chips in play.
Where's the next game?
No limit deuce. No limit deuce, limit hold'em, doogie.
Yeah. Phil showing off his knowledge of the order.
Keep going. Keep
that
going.
That is quite the stretch, limit hold'em and Badoogie. Things really happen in that stretch. They will probably happen in that stretch now, because those are both games that still play big three-handed. King, me? Wow.
A king bringing, you don't see that every day in stud.
The king versus the ace versus the other king, I think.
So I'd be opening basically anything with an ace against 2 kings.
Phil agrees with you. Nope.
No.
Nope. Balk.
Look at that. Unexpected.
I actually think a walk is reasonable here with King 10 deuce rainbow. Yeah.
And Yuri likes limping as much as anyone, but again, less incentive to limp weak hands, three-handed.
With
his
few
hand
antes
is
in there.
very weak.
Yeah, yeah.
And
the price for running into a premium hand there is just too scary. A good rule of thumb in stud is that the closer your last to act card is to the door card of the bring-in, the less you can kind of get away with extreme steals.
Thoughts on the ace deuce 3 fold from Phil?
It seems a little tight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think it's like you're
feels a little tight to me.
Just by someone with some
I just don't think you're getting played back at a huge amount of the time there, and you have something. You have 3 wheel cards. It's a little better than like ace deuce 7.
Yeah, a decent bit better. Yeah. Okay, Rast decided he doesn't have to go for it every time.
Yeah, so when we see Rast fold there and we haven't seen Sternheimer's card yet, it usually is going to mean Sternheimer has some sort of overcard to the 8.
Oh, baby. Nachito playing the game. All right, you game. Buttons out.
Back to no limit single draw.
Yeah, so
another game that is maybe a little less exciting shorthanded, although the ante is still quite large here.
Yeah, so they're 50, 100 with a 150 ante. So 2 players around 25 big blinds or less, and a big ante, not as big an ante as you might see in some cash games, but nonetheless, there's a lot out there to fight for.
Absolutely, and these are 3 fighter type of players, I would say. Of all the players that made the final table, I certainly think these 3 have put the most volume in at the highest stakes and against each other.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, and Phil with the pat 9.
Yeah, certainly at this stack depth, this is a hand that you're always going to be very happy to get your money in with. If you were to get 3-bet, you're never thinking about folding or breaking.
Right, and too deep to want to open shove. I think just come in for maybe 275, something like that.
Yeah, even a min raise would be fine with me.
Goes 250. And this should just work. I don't think Rast wants to take 3 in this spot.
Looks like he's giving it a little consideration, but maybe if he had that pair blocker or something.
Yeah. I think also, like, Phil's not going to be opening super wide off this stack size, so up against a range of reasonable button opens, the deuce 3 no blockers is pretty weak. Different if it's small blind versus big blind, then you have position.
Typically when you're defending the big blind in no limit single draw, you are concerned about the range of your opponent, of course, but you're also just thinking about defending based on the pot odds you're getting, right? So if your opponent is opening on the smaller side, then you do have to defend more liberally.
Right.
If they're opening on the larger side, you fold more, but then your good hands go up in value, and so you profit in another way.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. So maybe versus a pure min raise there, Rast might.
Yeah, I would want to defend that and draw 3, but I mean, a lot of players would still fold.
Are you saying you're sticky, Chris?
I like my big blind. I don't like to leave my friends behind.
You're not sticky. I'll say
So
that.
these small blind, big blind situations here with so much money dead are really interesting. You know, in the old days you weren't allowed to open limp, but now that you can, it's definitely a common part of a good strategy. Although for tournament considerations, I suppose Rast definitely wants to put more pressure on Phil here. Right?
Correct, and Phil's got a big hand. I like the addition of allowing limps in this game. Phil can go either way here. I actually don't hate just calling, even though his hand is certainly strong enough to jam and get a lot of folds. The nice thing about calling is it looks like you have a lot of weaker draw ones, so you have some nice implied odds the times you do make a monster.
It looks like he's 3-bet small, which is interesting. I don't mind this. I think leaving some money behind makes some sense. One thing that's kind of counterintuitive about this situation is because he's in position, he has some incentives to leave money behind because the 8-6-4 deuce will play kind of nicely on the river. When he makes a very good hand, he's happy to have some money behind.
Yeah, I suppose he had really 3 options there. Shoving is the least variance option because most of the time Rast just folds and you pick up a nice pot, so there's some merit there. Calling is kind of nice because you leave a deepish stack to pot ratio with a hand that can get a raise in on the river. His option is not the first one that would come to mind for me, but it makes some sense. Again, having decent playability if you do get called and
yeah, maybe if you were out of position, you'd prefer to play only either a shove or a call.
Yeah.
When you're in position, 3-betting small and playing with some money behind on the river, kind of a cool option.
You renting or you in a hotel?
Hotel.
Aria?
No, I'm staying at the Paris with Rob.
Okay.
I think perhaps I do more flatting with good draws in this game than some other players because I like being able to
just to sleep,
have
so
the deep SPR to play on
Sure.
the river.
Gym here?
It's
Not
a little
to
bit of a
say-
tricky balance because you want to also just kind of get value when you're ahead too,
For sure.
right? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
your opponent can easily call you with a weaker one-card draw that you're kind of
Draw it on
happy
you.
to put some more money in against.
And just winning the pot right there is never super bad.
Did you?
No. Well, actually, yes, I have reserved a flight because my wife's birthday is on May 30th, so I just always come out on May 31st.
Don, you got to let the people know that if they say anything too sensitively about their travel plans here, we're gonna have to bleep this out.
We are. These guys are big boys, though.
Yuri picks up an interesting combo here in the big blind. These hands play okay as a bluff, a 3-bet, an all-in semi-bluff. Typically, now it's a little bit different than the situation we just said before, right? Because now he's both out of position and with a little bit of a weaker draw.
All in?
And he does find the all-in jam, which I quite like, especially with the pair blocker.
Yeah. Good point, Chris. Slightly weaker draw, out of
It's
position.
taking longer to.
That hand can even jam for a deeper amount, too. Like, I mean, even if they were 30 to 40 big blinds deep, that hand would consider jamming. It's a very good combination to go all in with.
You would have thought
And he can even get called by worse 9
You would have
draws there
thought that given
sometimes.
a take,
Maybe not in
I'm-
this
maybe
exact
I'm wrong, but
situation, but
I think it's about to come out.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you're just rarely dead when you get called. So if you're up against a Pat 10 or whatever, you take your 38%, and you know that's the price of semi-bluffing. But it's never too bad of a situation with a premium 9 draw and a pair.
I stayed until the main for sure because after the main there weren't that many great events. There was a 50K no limit. There's a 25K horse, 3K horse. But if you want to kind of limit time, then I was planning on leaving with the main. But then I had a shot at Player of the Year. And
Phil dropping a subtle, had a shot at Player of the Year brag. Yuri's got an interesting hand here. He's got a snowable one.
He could do that. He could also just limp and draw 3 and play it very straightforwardly. Looks like the primary plan. He also reserves the right to even throw in a limp re-raise as a snow here.
Yeah.
Absolutely has all options on the table still.
Yeah.
He can't really limp and call a raise to draw 3. That would just be kind of a little bit too loose, I think.
Yeah, and again, Brian knows that Yuri is a good enough player that he's very balanced with this line. He doesn't just auto think that Yuri's limping a weak hand.
Brian goes with a 3x raise. I think this is a little bit small.
This would be a cool limp re-raise now that you put the idea in my head, Chris. I don't know if
Maybe
he's
you
going to
don't
go
want to
for
have
it.
a jack in your hand, though. You want your
Yeah,
opponent to have
you
a
want your
pat
opponent to
jack.
have a
that
pat
if
jack,
you're, you know,
yeah.
if you're you'd really rather not. You'd really rather have a hand like 2, 5, 5, 5, 10. I think.
Yeah, fair point.
Nevertheless, he just takes it. One thing that's interesting about playing this game at high stakes versus mid stakes again would be that when you limp in the small blind, the big blind is really supposed to raise quite often, but a lot of times players will not punish the small blind limp enough, so you can really get away with some marginal draws like that and just draw 3 to a hand like that you really should get blown off of quite often.
Yeah, for sure. Agree with that.
That kind of goes for all forms of poker in the small blind versus big blind. If the big blind doesn't punish you enough, then you can limp in with some really dicey ones. We haven't really gotten any of Rast's hands, but so far he's raised folded every one of them.
10 seconds.
And it looks like he's going to continue.
And I think Phil just has to fold this, especially with the tournament considerations. I mean, it's already kind of marginal, drawing 2 to a 10-9, but...
Yes, this is very, very weak, and he does decide to fold it. And this time it looks like a very nice fold, considering he was up against a stronger one-guard draw.
Yeah.
It was not bad. It was not even really a steal. I would have folded if you jammed, but...
All in.
10-9-5-5-3.
Brian being very honest about his...
Drawing pretty bad, pretty poor.
Like, you know, it's not, it's actually like, whatever, it's a fine, you know.
It's definitely whatever.
Rast was very chatty all final table, and all day yesterday I played at his table,
But
and
again,
enjoyed hearing some of his stories about some cash games. And
I really like Brian. I like his demeanor at the table. I think he's kind of a consummate pro.
To fucking do something about it with.
And just a legend of the game, Hall of Famer, 3-time PPC winner.
Wow, we're still playing this game.
Dominated the highest stakes in most games.
Yeah, he's all right.
He'd be in contention for top 10 player all time, I would think, all around poker player.
So Phil could call out of the small blind and draw 2 here. It's not unheard of to play some draw 2s out of the small blind. Yuri has an interesting hand here. It's very weak, so okay, he's just going to fold. You could consider a small 3-bet with a Pat Queen Jack in that situation, hoping your opponent's going to have like a D2.
Yeah, just not sure I love it with these stacks, right? It feels a bit unnecessary with how short you both are compared to Rast.
Yeah, it's more of, I guess I'm more thinking from a cash game perspective, yeah. And we're going to switch now to Limit Hold'em, which will play quick, but maybe not as small as like the stud would play, right? Because now there are those blinds that are worth stealing and defending here. So we'll see some.
So Chris, your thought process with the small 3-bet is, you know, you're ahead of the draw 2s, you have some fold equity, you have some strong hands that want to do that, and you just balance that by having some of these really weak pats, and you just play them as a check fold after the.
That's kind of the idea. I mean, the main problem, you don't want to go all in with a hand like that, right? Because if you get called in their pat, you're just completely dead.
Yeah.
So you're sort of trying to represent that you have either a very strong pat or a very weak pat if you go for a small 3-bet. But you're mostly just targeting those draw 2s.
Yeah.
So Rast is in position here with a very weak hand.
Yeah,
I wonder how he feels about this spot.
Yuri should be opening tighter than normal given the stack, but Rast does just decide to call, thinking he can put a lot of pressure on Yuri post-flop.
Yeah, and Limit Hold'em. You got 2 cards, and you're just trying to make something. This is an interesting flop texture. Rast is going to definitely maybe be giving a little bit of thought to his 9 being coordinated with the 8 and the 6. I wonder if he'll do something spicy here. No, okay, he just decides to let it go, seeing the king high board and nothing going on. I guess I'm trying to make something out of nothing sometimes.
Well, I see where your head's at. He's got an over the 8 and the 6 with backdoor straight draws. Maybe if he had something like 9-4 with a backdoor flush draw, 9-4 suited, he would have floated or even bluff raised. I think I might have just folded Rast's hand there, just given also Yuri's opening range being a bit tighter, but certainly can understand calling in position.
Maybe he just really likes the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, could be like a pet hand. I would open Yuri's hand even though
this is your pet hand, right?
This is my pet hand.
So there
I'm
you go.
opening this even in every bubble scenario imaginable.
There's never been a Jack 9 suited you didn't like.
And Phil's hand's kind of fun too, but
it's not going to be fun if diamonds come.
No. I think he's going to feel compelled to call here with the suited version of this hand.
I certainly would. I mean, of course there's some ICM pressure here, but at the same time, he wants to play pots against Yuri.
But no. Yeah, good point. He'd much rather play a pot against Yuri, where if he just surrenders to him there, Yuri's increasing their chip disparity.
Right. If he manages to beat Yuri in the hand, it's very valuable.
Yeah. He really just doesn't want to play as many pots against Rast. He wants Rast to play pots with Yuri.
Yeah. In a way, Sternheimer has the best position at the table because at least he's going to have, he'll be in position against Rast, who might be opening kind of light in spots. Something, I mean, of course the chips are going to, you know, be redistributed various times throughout the tournament, but that's always something you want to be aware of at a final table dynamic is, you know, will you be in position or out of position against the player that's going to be stealing the most? He has to play the tightest from the small blind here in this configuration if Rast opens light on the button.
And I would open Rast's hand. Oh, interesting. I would have opened that just given the tournament scenario. It's certainly not an open traditionally.
I think he wants to just have a little bit more high card value given how shallow everything is.
Yeah, very fair. But for instance, Phil's hand here in the small blind, I think if Rast opened, would have just folded.
True, I agree.
This is the type of hand that would never fold in a cash game.
Even Yuri would have had an interesting decision with King Deuce, which is
Yeah.
definitely a defend in a cash game.
I probably would have folded both those hands if Brian opened. But just staying out of the way.
Very tough spot for Yuri to continue here.
Yeah,
we can
another-
see he has the best hand, but it's going to be pretty tricky here.
Another spot I think you're obligated to call in position in a cash game with the King of Hearts in your hand. But in a tournament, I think you can definitely fold.
I will say it's not an automatic bet from Phil Sternheimer here on these sort of like middling boards. The small blind versus big blind, you know, just because you're the pre-flop raiser doesn't mean you get to auto bet every flop.
But he kind of has a nice hand for it.
He has a nice hand for it for sure,
Yeah.
with like
backdoor clubs.
And we find Yuri does find a continue here, so he is thinking that King of Hearts is worth enough here, I suppose. Plus just the chance that it could be the best hand, which we see that it is.
Now, really nice one for Phil to just keep betting.
Yeah, kind of, right? I mean, he has to ask himself, what sort of a hand is he up against here?
Yeah, but I think when you have the queen high and you turn a flush draw, don't you just want to keep semi-bluffing and targeting Yuri's weakest flats? I mean, you can maybe give up on the river.
You're really
sometimes.
only targeting king high exactly, though.
Some ace high as well.
Ace high's never folding on this board, I don't think.
You don't think ace 6 off, ace 7 off on this board might fold? It's going to be really hard to call down, right?
It's not supposed to fold.
No, but again, like, the tournament considerations making everything trickier.
You're really in a folding mood tonight, Alex.
I don't know. I mean, Yuri's exact hand, of course, would fold. Phil agrees with you, though. He slows down.
And I don't think Yuri has really any incentive to bet here. He's not really bluffing if he bets.
Yeah.
He's mostly just looking to check this down, I think.
Maybe he could get, like, king 6 or king 7 to fold, but he's got some showdown value.
Now I would give a little consideration to bluffing with Phil Sternheimer's hand here. I think that
bottom of range.
It's very close to the bottom of range. He can definitely put pressure on king highs.
And ace highs, maybe, right? Ace high still kind of the same as king high here?
No, ace highs would have a tough decision here too, for sure.
Yeah.
Yuri's hand would be very interesting facing a bet. In fact, actually, Yuri's hand is even interesting facing a check. I think he should turn it into a bluff now. He's targeting better king highs.
And ace highs.
And maybe ace high.
Although the problem is every straight draw on the flop missed. But some of those would bet the turn. This is an interesting hand. I would have just bet Phil's hand on the turn. I understand that,
Queen high.
you know, I can understand the reasons for not doing it, but when you turn the club draw.
Pretty technical hand here. I would definitely have to look that one up to really get my thoughts around it. These blind battles, man, the ranges are so wide. It's a really, really tough situation with these king high type of combos. You just have that sort of hand a lot.
And Yuri wins a nice one there. Has to be very happy about winning in the check-check line.
Yeah, I think once it goes check-check, Phil cannot really think queen high can win.
No, and Yuri probably doesn't think he's going to win super often. But,
True.
But did find one of those hands he could beat.
It's a little tough for Phil to bet the river there just because it's like what value hand would check turn and then bet river. He's sort of saying I missed a check raise on the turn,
Yeah.
which is like not that many hands that are really possible. Obviously, he could have have a hand like ace-6 offsuit and just hit the 6.
Yeah.
That'd be easily worth a value bet on the river there. But, you know, it's not that many combinations he's representing, actually.
It's a good point. A lot of his one-pair hands just keep betting the turn.
Yeah, and it's not a board where he could go for value on the river with, say, ace-high.
No, I guess he's kind of saying he has a 4 or a 5 a lot, or hit
Yeah.
the 6. Because those
yeah,
hands
but
could
those
check
hands I'm
turn.
not sure they want to bet when the 6 comes, right? So
Yeah, perhaps
kinda
not.
interesting. Maybe a hand like 7s or 8s, but again, there's just not that many combinations.
Yeah. It's an interesting one all around. And we do have Badugi coming up, you know, in a couple hands here, with Phil getting very short.
Yeah, the limits are so high right now, though, that one scoop from any player is going to definitely shift things. But it's been a kind limit hold around to Yuri so far.
And he's going to take this one. He had that hand completely crushed.
Elimination.
Short-handed Badugi also a very game with a lot of wide ranges where you're going to
yeah.
expect to see some raise and defend from some very weak holdings, including earlier you even mentioned some like draw threes, which is super reasonable.
I mean, sometimes you'll even see maybe the button open with just an ace if it's got some blockers
the
and
next
draw
game
3.
is the flop- is
Kind of
a
rare, but
blind game, right?
Yeah.
certainly a lot more draw 2ing happening.
Right, and much less, yeah, just hard to get dealt a premium.
Honestly, I think short-handed Badugi is a really fun game. A lot of option for creativity. Rast, clear open here. Of course, open in a cash game. Definitely open in this tournament spot.
10 seconds.
Sternheimer cannot wait for this limit hold'em round to be over. It has not been pleasant.
And Yuri should fold this, especially given.
Seems like he's aired, whenever he's been in this middling chip position, he has aired a little on the conservative side. This time he elects to come.
Okay. I mean, it's reasonable. It's a call for chips. I just thought he would fold given the stacks, but I guess he thinks he has enough chips here to play out the hand and still be healthy.
Yeah, it is a little dangerous. Well, he's not going to have too many decisions on this flop, but it is a little dangerous just given the fact that getting scooped in a pot would put him right back down closer to Phil Sternheimer.
Right.
And when you're Rast here, you always want to bet this sort of a hand. This is just the board that favors you, and your actual hand is just thrilled because you could potentially cooler an ace.
On to Badugi. So now that the chip discrepancy is a little bit bigger between Phil and Yuri, Phil has a little less ICM pressure on himself.
True. He really needs to just win a hand.
Yeah, so if he gets dealt
we are always the next big blind.
probably
Always the next
almost
big
any
blind.
2
Yeah,
wheel
almost
cards
the
he's
three
going to
blind.
open here. Maybe not 5-4, no blocker, but
Also a situation where if anyone gets dealt any Badugi pre-flop,
Oh,
you
yeah.
would expect them to come in raising. We won't see any folds from like a king Badugi.
no, exactly.
And those hands are ones where if you're all in, then you're just, it's up to the fates. And he does open,
Yeah,
he does
so
pick up an okay hand.
I think he's going to open this one. He does have one other low card blocker, which helps a little bit.
And as we mentioned earlier, the last time we played Badugi round, the positional value is quite high in this game. I mean, seeing what
Yeah.
the draws are in front of you. Rast has effectively the same hand.
Yeah, so call and 2-2, and let's see who gets lucky.
Nice.
Very much the same hand because Phil needs the 7 of diamonds that Rast is discarding, and Rast needs the 6 of clubs.
Rast catches 2 bananas.
So, in a typical situation, I do think that Phil Sternheimer catches a hand that would be a little tempting to start snowing with.
Yeah, I agree with
seeing
that.
these low double-suited hands. Given his chip stack, I don't think that's going to happen.
No, it's a little harder to snow when you're going to be all in, kind of by the river for less than a full bet, I suppose. I think this just goes check-check.
Rast is really dialed in right now. Look at him staring at Phil as he looks at his cards.
Good point.
I actually think that Rast really has great stamina for these finishing stretches of these late tournaments, and he seems very comfortable right now. So we're still where we started, and we need to see someone catch something here. So Rast has made a Badoogie, which is
both
boy.
made. This is disaster for
This is
Sternheimer.
tougher, especially if Rast checks.
This is just a stone.
Actually, it doesn't even matter. I think Phil gets his money in here either way.
Right, but Phil will probably have to break once Rast pats in front of him, given that he has this queen 5.
It's
right?
going to be a tough spot. It's going to be a tough decision here. I mean, yeah, but if you break wrong, it's just a disaster, right? And at the same time, even if you break correctly, you don't have that many outs.
Yeah, no, you're right. And Rast will play certainly all Badoogies like this.
I suppose Phil could maybe just call and save his last chips by patting behind. He does expect his opponent to draw 1 here quite often, so he is ahead of a lot of his range.
I would just be raising for value. And
I agree. This is quite a cooler.
Yeah. I mean, if you miss the raise here and it goes 1-0 and you just don't get any extra chips, right?
Yeah.
I think you just have your opponent's got so many D1s in this spot.
It's worth noting that Rast's hand is just really, there's nothing to consider here. If his hand is beat, he has nowhere to go.
Right.
So I believe Rast is definitely going to get this in pat. And then we will see what Sternheimer elects to do, because this is quite a tough decision here for him.
It's the last draw, right? Yeah, 1 more.
Yeah, now Rast patted very confidently. So one thing I'll say is that you know that Rast doesn't have something like ace, deuce, 4, king. you know, or anything that could have potentially drawn up.
I have to say, I think I would pat here, because it kind of goes back to what I said earlier. I mean, he beats basically all queens, and it's not that hard for Rast to have a worse queen here for sure.
Right.
And at the same time, if he breaks incorrectly, he does not have that many outs to improve.
No, you're
right.
right.
I think the more I think about it, he's just going to be out of the tournament here.
You break the king every time, and the queen is close. You got to do the math on the combinatorics of what Badoogies Rast makes going from 2 to 0.
Let me ask you guys, as Sternheimer it looks like he's a painful decision here, which we can obviously see. How does that make Rast feel about his hand?
I think Rast, I think that Rast is probably putting Sternheimer on exactly this, like a good queen, because
I think he even said it.
You think you saw a queen? You mean in my hand?
No, no, in my hand.
Oh.
Can you imagine?
That would be interesting.
Your cards.
Yeah, I think that now he's sort of told him.
Here is 10-8 when it goes to pat. Behind that, I'm drawing clean.
Time extension.
Sorry, Sue. I'm behind that range.
I totally understand why Phil's agonizing over this. It's a huge decision. If he pats, he'll feel terrible when he sees the hand. That doesn't make it a bad decision against his range. He's going to run out of time max soon. I will say in these sort of situations, I think it's human nature to want to break. Because you feel worse when you pat wrong. Because even if you break the winner, you still have a chance, right?
Yeah.
0% feels really bad.
Agreed. Psychologically, you want to break, but
wow, he finds the break, and he's going to be right against Brian's actual hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, Rast lets him know it's a good break.
Let's see if it matters.
You okay if I sweat?
I'm okay, but I get to sweat with you.
We want something red,
Everybody.
right?
Yuri's getting involved.
Everybody's sweating hard together. We're sweating the cards as Donnie will not let us see what comes in
Yeah,
on
it's
the
better
screen.
this way. Come on.
Well, they can always replace it.
Good point, Donnie.
It looks like a black card
Good
right
break.
away. Yeah.
Good break. Yeah. I was like, the way you were saying, I'm like, yeah, there's a queen or a jack. It's a really big, but I'm like, you're probably not breaking a good jack.
No, I wouldn't have broken the jack.
Yeah.
But I saw a queen, and you're below. We're playing with you.
Pleasure
guys.
playing with you.
Yeah.
Very sick break.
All right, we say goodbye to Philip Sternheimer in third place, $216,000 going his way for the run in this event.
And he will go and get some rest and get prepared for the 100K, which he's very excited about.
Yeah, another strong showing from Phil. He's had a nice run in
The
tournaments
most
over the last couple
exclusive
years.
poker tournament in the world is back.
National Heads Up Poker Championship.
It's back.
64 players head-to-head, only one winner.
The game's best and most entertaining players set to compete in a single elimination, bracket-style heads-up tournament.
There's a lot of killers in this field. People can't run away from you.
You have to play every single hand.
This is my event. I was born for this.
$25,000 buy-in, 500 grand to the winner.
It's pretty simple. Win, you move on. Lose, you go home. You part ways with $25,000.
It's the National Heads Up Poker Championship, and it all starts right now.
How are the GTO kids gonna have an edge when I go like this?
They're drawing basically dead. Sammy sitting with 350, covered by Airball.
21 dimes from Airball.
So happy that 5 games over last night.
Sammy calls.
Go back to that chocolate milk Humboldt. Leave this one alone, pal.
Yeah, really.
Not as happy as I was.
We just flushed that
True
down the
story.
toilet.
Oh boy.
And I raised in the turn. Did you think you had the best hand when I raised in the turn?
I didn't know what the hell was going on. I just
Check
thought
it
was a
over,
fold.
Sammy.
Pretty quick, yeah.
If he leads, it might allow Airball to just call. He is leading.
Think long,
I thought for sure you had the ace of
Maybe
spades
not.
games, I thought.
Yeah, I thought you might.
If he checks.
Yeah,
Yo, he goes for 25,000 though, by the way, which is interesting. Airball, in all likelihood, will feel compelled to raise
Right.
against just 25.
You got a set of kings. You've been
And if
hard.
he does,
100?
he has some very bad news
100.
coming in.
He's going in.
declared
Yep.
AJ.
You're right.
Right when the Vino arrives, things get...
Yeah, that's I wait for that.
Interesting, Sammy looking over and kind of...
Come on.
All in for Sammy. Oh, look at Nicky. He's pissed off.
Yeah, that seems like King's full. How much?
He's breathless right now, AJ.
Yes.
What do you have?
Queen.
Huh?
I have queen. King's full, huh?
Yeah, I'll show you one.
Shows the king, AJ.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So tilt. Should have just called the 25. What do you have, Sammy? King, queen, or king?
I'm already showing you a king.
Yeah, so it's one of those two, right? Kings. Your cycle
Story checks out.
story does check out. The story makes sense. It's just I don't know if I'm gonna fold.
Well, I showed you the king, so that.
Yeah, sure. Whatever.
I wouldn't show you the king if it was a bluff. I'd keep all my bluffs open to me.
Maybe. You wouldn't show me a king if it was a bluff. That's what you're saying.
Sammy is pulling out all the stops, man.
Took off the watch.
Comfortable.
God, what the f does that mean? I was about to fold, but now I'm just gonna think about it.
So you said the watch went off yesterday.
I didn't say anything. I was saying.
In the hand with Brandon, where Brandon thinks you had a set of jacks or queens. So that means you had it when the watch went off yesterday in Brandon's head. The watch obviously just went off, otherwise you wouldn't have thought to take it off. So you have it again, right? All right, I'm going to make a decision in 30 seconds.
All right, I got you.
I don't think he's going to be honest about. Yeah.
He's gone.
Okay. That didn't take
Show the
30.
10 of diamonds. Show
A
the
great
10 of diamonds.
Absolutely.
If it's a bluff, the game will be insane.
I thought Sammy was bluffing till he took the watch off, and then I was like, then he has it.
No, but the watch, what happened was, the watch went off when he was bluffing. And it said, wow, you're in resting position, but your heartbeat is going
I
crazy.
think Sammy thought he was going to fold, and then he took
Sure.
the watch
It was the
off.
last call.
Here's
Last
humble,
call
by
did
the way,
something.
just
Yeah.
eating, you know.
On the phone, eating, drinking chocolate milk.
Sponge? No, I was saying
Oh,
sponge.
Sponge Wars.
Do you know how
Oh,
many
yeah.
different types of sponges there are?
You
Yeah,
mean
there's
the
like,
living
there's
ones or the?
Scrub Daddy, right? There's, you know, I don't know. That's all I got.
I don't know.
That's my list.
I just know the host should be SpongeBob. Ace King again for Kristen Foxen after Mercer. Her nemesis at this table raised it up with kings.
They've definitely been involved in their fair share of pots. I mean, to be fair, Foxen's been involved in her fair share of pots with a lot of players at the table. You know, definitely picking up big hands. You know, sometimes was getting out of line and had to fold, but here just a very clear hand that she is going to want to play very aggressively, I would think, against Mercer's stack size.
She has double the stack size of Mercer, and here comes the 3-bet, 500K. Mercer not going anywhere. Lopez sees the chips flying and says, no thanks.
Yeah, and unlike the other times when Foxen found a 3-bet, she's going to call
Can I get a
this
count?
all in, I think, whereas before, you know, she had to 3-bet fold,
I don't
just
think I
getting a
can
count, exactly, as she said.
Now, he wasted no time in shoving.
Same hand here.
He wasn't going to play any games and try to bleed the clock or twist emotions. Right into the pot with his kings.
Call.
Call. Ah. Oh,
Good luck, guys.
Ace would be good. Thank you.
yeah. Foxen and Mercer in a position to swap chip stacks if the kings can hold up. Mercer at risk.
$5.5 million in
I
there.
used my one time. Big pot. I almost called you free.
You got more times. You got more times. You need your one time. I need my one time.
What
This is a
happens
big
when
pot.
both players use their one time? Like, who
love
supersedes?
Oh, that's interesting.
I don't recall that happening before. It had to.
Kings
Oh
at
my
risk.
gosh.
Oh, and an ace in the flop. And suddenly Mercer sees his main event coming to a close if he cannot pull it out.
Foxen just.
That's a lie. That's a lie. It's 64%. Oh, the turn card brings the king to Mercer.
Whoa, why did they snap deal?
Oh my goodness. And it's over. Mercer with the miracle double up through Kristen Foxen.
Started with the best hand and then needed that two outer to stick around.
That's it, man.
Mora's there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The deep thinker. That'll
The human rain delay.
Human rain delay.
Troublesome board for Foxen against Sirac. Ace is up again for Joe.
Yeah, Sirac had raised under the gun. Foxen coming along in the big blind with a good hand. And now Sirac. Ace is up against just a pair of kings for Kristen.
Sirach sizing up Fox and Stack. Going to continue barreling. Going to be Queen X, 10X, hearts in there. You know, obviously some of the inferior pair holdings. Top pair, second pair, pair straight draws. This is the board texture that you will expect the under the gun opener to be pretty aggressive on.
That's pretty aggressive. A little longer blink for Christian that time. Like, really?
She's got a pair and a straight draw. Blocks Queen 10.
Joe Sirach looks unconcerned.
Welcome back, everyone. We are down to heads-up play in the PGT Mixed Games 25K 10-game championship. About a 3-1 lead in favor of Brian Rast over Yuri Dzivielevski. These two have locked up $312,000. First place, $480,000. But a little bit of celebration right now for Yuri, who has secured the series title. That gold cup right there means he is the 2026 PGT Mixed Games champion. Yuri had a win in event number 5, the 15K Big Bet Mix. He took home $262,000 there. The very next event, he got second. That's the 15K Dealer's Choice for $171K. And then here in the 25K championship event, he will do no worse than second place.
So pretty strong finish to the preliminary events of the series.
3 in a row in the top 2, and just a very well-deserving champion of the series leaderboard. Somebody who works hard on his game, plays all the games well, shows up and competes at the highest levels.
So we're going to play some heads-up Badoogie.
Yeah.
It's a game where you play a lot of hands.
So
and,
even this 8-6, for instance, kind of a weak hand, but Brian deciding it's good enough. And both players have weak hands that, you know, feel compelled to play heads up.
Yep, and Yuri's going to draw 3 here to this 2 of hearts. And he'll be in fine shape against a 2-card 8-6. Really no big deal.
Ooh. How about great shape?
Really great shape. If he finds a check, I wonder if Rast would consider a bluff here.
Yeah, I was just thinking that when you open the bottom of your range like this 8-6, you want to sometimes start thinking about snowing. If he does bet this planning to snow, then Yuri should check raise and Brian should just fold.
And sometimes you just use like interesting card combinations to sort of like pick your bluffs. Brian is obviously immediately happy that he didn't, as he sees Yuri as pat.
Yuri could have also considered leading there. It's not an auto check necessarily in the 3-2 line, but I like going for the check raise. And Brian should just fold. He's drawing dead a chunk of the time here.
We see that nice little mixed game trophy that they're playing for here in the middle with the deuce 3, 4, 5, 7. So apparently the deuce to 7 single draw or triple draw taking the stage of the trophy there. I like it.
Had to have some sort of representation on there.
Something a little different, right? The things that are only exist in these games. Could have been the Badoogie. I guess that would just look too much like a PLO hand.
Yeah, because we have a similar trophy for the PLO series.
So you need 5 cards.
So, you know, you had to mix it up a little bit.
Both of these players very experienced at heads up and playing for championships and trophies and bracelets. So
yeah, Yuri with one of those convertible doogies.
Ooh, they both have
both
one.
have convertible
Look at
doogies.
this.
Yeah. So I guess 3-bet and pat as Brian.
It's an option. He could also call and break it.
Right, yeah. He does go for the 3-bet. Now, does Yuri, if Yuri were to 4-bet now, I think Brian just breaks it. If Yuri calls, I think Brian pats.
Whoever takes the passive action first will end up breaking here, I think.
Yeah.
So now I think Rast will break.
And the thing is, like, well, no, yeah, Yuri has to pat, I think, because Rast could just have one of those strong. If Yuri knows that Rast had like a convertible hand, he could actually also break.
Hang on a second, though. Rast has gone with the 5-bet, so he really wants to stand pat with this hand. And I think that now will lead to Yuri breaking the best hand.
Good point, Chris. This is so much action, and Yuri's draw is so clean.
I can't say I think that Rast's play is the standard one here with this hand, but it's certainly going to work out very well for him so far.
Yeah, I agree, because when your opponent 4-bets you, even heads up, they're primarily representing Badugis.
I could understand it with some kings, but the ace 3-7 king feels to me like a natural hand to break and draw the ace 3-7.
Yeah. It's working out really well for him so far.
If you're Yuri and you've broken a queen because you give your opponent credit for a stronger range, then it's going to be really hard to find like a semi-bluff in this large pot, right? Because you already expect your opponent to have quite a good hand.
Yeah, but by bloating the pot, you are now priced in to always get to see the showdown.
Yeah, he's certainly continuing, but I think he'll end up taking a pretty straightforward passive action here.
Now, he's got the 2 4s. I can't remember what his other card... Well, his other card was, of course, a diamond, right? Because he had a Badugi to start.
Right,
he had the
queen
4
of
of spades.
diamonds.
So he should actually keep now the 4 of diamonds. Not that it makes a big difference, but he'd rather have that queen of spades be live for the times that it is good.
Good note, which it would be here, yeah. And he's going to be kind of sad if and when Rast checks the river here, which I think he will.
Yeah. He's put in plenty of money with that King Doogie.
Check.
Yeah, and he's probably a little frustrated, but he did nothing wrong there.
A big pot goes to Rast, however, and very quickly Yuri's down to 4 big bets. Rast, of course, probably feels that he just had the best hand. He never really knows for sure that his opponent would have broken a better one.
Right.
Maybe he would. Maybe he thinks it's possible, given the fact that like he wouldn't expect his opponent to 4-bet too often with a D1.
But could definitely 4-bet the good D1s.
And now picks up a strong 3 card. In heads-up play, a 3-4-5 is quite a good hand. Enough hand to bet multiple streets usually.
Yuri is kind of a close decision. It is a call for chips. I suppose that's all that matters now that they're heads up.
Yeah, he wants to keep the 2 of hearts here. That's very clear.
Check.
Yeah, so the tiebreaker, if you guys are new to Badugi, if you have a pair in your hand, you always want to keep the one that you've seen more other cards of that suit.
So now that Yuri's improved to an ace-deuce, in heads-up play, this is a hand that really is going to get to the river every time. Unless Rast were to stand pat here on the first draw.
Which he has no reason to do with his particular hand.
Because Rast is going to have many, many weaker draw ones than a 3-4-5 here.
Yeah.
Which is why I said he got dealt such a strong hand here. Because 3-4-5 is certainly a hand that's strong enough to value bet every street in a typical Badugi pot here. And that's what's going to happen here, as Yuri's going to have to continue pretty light.
And I guess a little bit of a decision if Yuri ever draws 2 again to the ace-deuce or just draws 1 to the ace-deuce-8. But I think he just draws 1 to the ace-deuce-8 because Rast can actually have some 8s himself.
Oh, absolutely. Ace-deuce-8 is doing okay, and it also can still reduce. Yeah. So I think Yuri's just going to end up playing passively here. His hand isn't enough to bluff, and
again, maybe if he had a 9, maybe that's where you've got a decision. Maybe you peel the 9 off.
And then Rast just has to ask himself, if he doesn't improve on the river, would he go for a value bet? And I think the answer is a very clear yes. Catching a 5 is also a great card to see here.
Yeah,
it
you always want to see
less
more
likely your
blockers.
opponent has a stronger 3-card 5 than you. He hasn't seen a single 6, 7, or 8, which are all cards that he can get called by. And Yuri has a possible bluff catcher with a 3-card 8.
The other nice thing here for Rast is Yuri only has 75K behind the bet, so he doesn't have to risk facing like a full check raise.
True. That makes it much
so
easier to bet.
So it does
here.
make it easier to go for thin value.
Yeah, Rast plays this hand standardly and doesn't miss a bet. And Yuri has a very tough decision here. He can beat a bluff. The bluffs in this situation would come from the weakest 3 cards that would kind of be overplaying. So maybe some sort of a 3-card 9 would want to keep barreling here. He can beat a rough 3-card 8. That might have played differently at some point in the hand.
Right, so you'd really, as Yuri, you'd obviously rather have a 7, not just because it's a little lower, but because you unblock the 8. You kind of want your opponent to have an 8 or a 9.
Yeah, I just think in heads-up play, your opponent would have wouldn't bluff with an 8 in his hand as often as a 9.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Yuri kind of understands that all hands are sort of bluff catchers here in a way that are worse than a 3-card 5. If your opponent doesn't go for thin enough value, then that makes calling here even a little bit better.
Right, yeah.
He also may just feel that if he doesn't win this pot, it's going to be very hard to come back anyway. He has plenty of time extension saved up, so he can take his time here. He's thinking back about his other cards that he's seen. That might be a little bit of a thing that might influence his decision here. If he has seen a 9 previously, maybe he'd be more inclined to fold, which he did start with a 9, I believe. So that would make him a little more inclined to fold. These are all very small factors. Of course, at the end of the day, another thing you could just think about is my opponent someone who's going to be over-bluffing in this spot or under-bluffing in this spot?
And the ace-deuce are kind of good for calling because you're blocking some of the value.
Certainly, Rast knows he has the best hand given the length of the tank here. Yeah.
And nice value bet from Rast. A lot of players, I think, wouldn't actually value bet that 5-4-3. They'd want maybe a better 5 or something like that. But again, just recognizing how wide both ranges are.
10 seconds.
When I'm in this situation, I often find myself calling for the reason I said earlier, which is that it sort of feels like if you fold wrong, you're just going to lose the tournament anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he finds a nice fold.
Nice fold. Good lay down there.
Yuri Dzivielevski now left with just over 1 big bet.
Yep, and it's not going to be too easy for him to find a fold here on the button. We don't fold a lot of hands and heads up a doogie on the button. He does have position, which is nice, and, you know, barring getting dealt 4 big cards, he's very likely to get his money in here. Certainly an ace-6 will be plenty.
Yeah.
And Rast really can't fold anything here, as
No, it's not all that.
Yeah, the price is just too good.
Yeah, so interestingly, Rast has a bit of a decision here whether he wants to keep this 9 of diamonds or not.
I would draw 3 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you want to be, you're thinking in the situation that like it's likely that just making a good 3-card hand will.
I've ever re-raised in Badoogie and drawn 3.
And Rast agrees with
but
you,
I got
Alex.
it in.
Rast just not wasting any time calling and leaving the 75K back when he knows it's all going in on the next street.
Looks like
could be worse for me too.
Some improvement for
So
Rast.
amazing.
Only blockers for Yuri here.
Yeah, blockers a lot less useful when you can't snow with them.
It's very rare that you end up with just a 2-card when you only draw 2, but it does happen where you just keep catching the same suits over and over. Ooh, but Yuri has caught poorly here, yeah. And now Rast has improved to a very, very strong 3-card because now Yuri has to catch 2 cards to beat him.
Yuri needs to either make a Badoogie or reduce that 6 of diamonds to a lower diamond and catch a club or a spade. Low one.
Or pretending to think in this case. I just feel like this is a spot where I shouldn't act automatically.
Yeah, I need a miracle.
1, 2.
GG. GG. Yeah. Congrats.
It's going to be GG for Yuri Dzivielevski.
Way sooner than
Well,
we expected.
guess what?
He
Yes,
turns
it was
over an ace.
not even
He
close
knows
to
he's
what-
dead.
Yeah.
All right.
Dzivielevski finishes in second place for $312,000, but he does win the overall series title. That's what that Gold Cup 4 is for on his side of the table. And Brian Rast is the champion of the 2026 PGT Mixed Games 25K Championship event. He collects $480,000. Both these players, I'm sure, are going to head home, skip the bar, skip any sort of celebratory
Event number
drink,
7?
try and get some sleep, because coming up tomorrow, or today, depending on when you're watching this, is the $100,000 buy-in
25K
Super
10-game
High Roller Bowl
championship?
Mixed Games.
Too small a font for all that stuff.
These two guys next to me, Chris Fitch, Alex Livingston, they're going to be there.
We'll
The
be
whole-
there.
The whole step of the way.
We'll be in the booth.
Hopefully it's not as late on as this one on some nights, but
All right, sweet, sweet. Thank you, guys.
you guys will be joined by Ali Najad. I'm very much looking forward to it. Final results here presented by Global Poker. Brian Rast on top, $480,000. He topped a field of 64 entries, a record-setting field in this event, and all signs point to Thursday's record-setting $100,000 buy-in Super High Roller Bowl Mixed Games. It's been a pleasure alongside you guys.
Thanks,
I appreciate the insight. A lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun.
And I'm looking forward to 3 more days of it, as I'm sure all of the audience members are. So for us, that's good night from Las Vegas and good night from the PGT Mixed Game Series.